Yeah, I'm fine. I don't feel well.
Well, what's wrong? Are you sick? It sounded like you were throwing up.
Yeah, but I'm fine. Bit of nausea. I'll be down in a minute.
Okay. Well, I'll put your dinner in the fridge and you can heat it up if you start feeling better.
All right. Thanks, love.
He was a member of a cult known as the Fate of Death, who worship an interdimensional being and perform sacrifices in an effort to transcend the plane of our current reality. So far-fetched. That's what police thought, until specific clues in Howard's letter led to the burial place of a missing woman, Donna Wilkes. Wilkes, a student at Medford University, vanished from the motel just outside of Leadville, Colorado in 1997.
Hello?
Since that time.
Hello?
Is this the Medford Police Department? I want to report an accident.
Alright, well, what sort of an accident?
There's a woman on a bicycle, and it was dark. I couldn't see her. It was just so dark, I just couldn't see anything. The lights thing must have scared her because she swerved in front of the car, and I hit her. I hit her, and she was just lying there, and she wasn't moving.
Okay, I understand, sir. I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down, though. Okay? Now, how is she? Is she breathing?
I don't know. I left. I just panicked, and I drove away, and I don't know why. Hello?
Did anyone else see the accident?
No, not that I can remember. It's just so dark, there wouldn't have been anyone there anyway.
Then why say anything at all?
What?
Well, you said it yourself. It was dark, and she swerved in front of you. Doesn't seem to me like there's anything you could have done.
No, you're not listening to me. I hit her and I left. I should have stayed. I could have helped her.
But you didn't.
She shouldn't have been there. What was she thinking driving so close to dark?
I'd be asking myself the same thing.
I should have helped her.
Well, it's a bit late for that, isn't it? If I were you, I don't think I'd mention anything at all.
Who is this?
Here in the quiet community of Medford, as local authorities are investigating a horrible hit-and-run that occurred earlier this evening. The accident happened on Robertson Road, several miles outside of the Ellison Creek area, where a woman was left to die in the street. Please be warned that the images you are about to see may shock and disturb you. Local police estimate that the accident happened sometime between 7:30 and 7:45 p.m. However, it wasn't until approximately 8 p.m. that another motorist happened upon the accident and contacted emergency services. Unfortunately, the cyclist succumbed to her injuries shortly after paramedics arrived at the scene. The victim's name has not yet been released, as the woman's family has yet to be notified. But it would have been pretty dark at the time. I hesitate to think anyone would have even been able to see what happened to that poor woman. And one has to wonder what she was doing out so close to dark. I suppose it'd be hard to blame anyone for what happened. Harder still to expect someone to come forward and admit to it after the fact. I mean, where's the sense in that? Police are asking anyone with any information on this accident to please come forward in an effort to help identify the driver of the vehicle that struck the cyclist.
Can I help you?
Are you Benjamin Woodard?
Yes. Something the matter?
Sorry to bother you so late, but there was an accident down the road a few miles from you. A young woman on a bicycle was hit by a passing vehicle, and she died at the scene.
I'm sorry to hear that.
There's no easy way to say this, Mr. Woodard, but that young woman was your wife. I'm so sorry. By the time the paramedics arrived, there was nothing that they could do. They tried everything to help her. She passed away soon after. No one started that. I didn't know. But I'm down in the hospital. But we will do everything that we can. If you want us to stay with you, if you need anything, sir, I was saying we could stay with you. Someone, if you need it.
No. No. That's fine, thank you.
I am so sorry for your loss. The medical examiner may call you in the morning for you to come down and see her, if you'd like.
Thank you.
Who was that?
Nobody. Just the neighbors.
What did they want?
You know, I can't remember.
Well, maybe it'll come back to you.
How was your ride?
It was fine. Just fine.
That's good.
Are you feeling all right? You don't look so well.
I'm fine. Just fine.
Jason. How did you? Your life was mine. I took it from you. I'm taking it back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here now. It Came From the Television is back. Obviously, we've had some technical difficulties here in the studio, but you know, that's the magic of television. Things happen. Hopefully now, you are watching this currently on YouTube, you are watching this on Twitch, and you are watching this on Comcast Channel 21. Hopefully that will be it for technical difficulties tonight, but please stick with us for any possible errors that occur here tonight. Hope everybody's been enjoying those short films. Those were very fun short films. I particularly liked Disguise. Disguise, the final one that we just watched there, that one was a whole lot of fun. The filmmaker, they were quite a treat to talk with, and thankfully they allowed us to show the film. Obviously, as you can see from all my mad ramblings here tonight, I have a lot of cliches that I like to keep up, and I wanted to mention that at the top of the show because, you know, I have so many cliches about myself. I say a lot of the same things. I do a lot of the same things most of the time. And when it really comes down to it, I do these things a lot, so much so that you could probably make a game out of it. Now, what you do with that game, I have no idea. Obviously, we would never condone anything. However, if you were to play any type of game, definitely not involving any liquids of any type, again, SUTV would never. But, you know, hypothetically speaking, if a game were to be played at home for all you viewers, you might want to keep an eye out for a few things throughout the night here. So maybe keep an eye out for every time my hair changes color. I should preface, during the summer, I went through 3 different hairstyles and hair colors, so be aware of that. Number 2, keep an eye out every time I speak with my hands. I'm not on camera right now, but I'm telling you, I'm talking with my hands. It's kind of a bad habit, and I do it in the interviews as well. So maybe take note of that. Keep an eye out for the movie Lake Mungo. It comes up here quite often throughout the night, so be aware of that and stay tuned for that. Then, of course, I also have a popular phrase in all my interviews when it comes to recommending horror films. That's how I like to close everything out, so definitely stay tuned for that. And if you really, really, really want to make things difficult for yourself tonight, enjoy the same jazz music over and over and over again, or as my crew called it here tonight, elevator music. So again, totally no liquids involved type games you could play at home legally. Again, we have no idea, but definitely keep up with that and keep up with them rules. Congratulations to our Art of Pie winner. Hopefully you enjoy that. Again, a lot of great baked goods. So we are going to go into our next 3 short films. These are the final 3 short films that we're going to be showing here tonight. And then when we come back, it will be the next round of trivia questions. We're going to be giving away a Starbucks cup with coffee included. Not made coffee, coffee that you can make yourself. We don't make it here for you. And then, of course, obviously, as well, we have some terrific films coming up, including Night of the Living Dead and House on Haunted Hill. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. But in the meantime, we are going to go into our next 3 short films. And don't forget to keep donating to the GoFundMe. We're going to be here through all night. Again, stick with us through any technical difficulties. Things do happen, but we hope that you keep giving and you keep enjoying the show. And we thank you for your continued viewership. So let's get into the short films, and we'll be back after this.
pasa? ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué hay? ¡Ey! Ay, mi amor, ¿qué pasa?
Nada,
¿Qué pasó?
nada.
¿Estás bien? ¿Qué es esto?
Oh, this place is insane. Are you serious? It's disgusting. Just think of all the that must have happened here. Oh, I really do not want to. You know what, Mike? I don't want to do this anymore.
What? Come on, just do it.
No, I've changed my mind. You're just going to pull some stupid prank and make me look like an idiot.
I won't, I promise. Come on, everyone at school's talking about this.
This is so stupid. There's no way that's real.
Then why are you so scared?
I'm not scared.
Prove it's not real then.
If I do this, can we please just leave?
Yes, I promise.
I swear, if you do something.
I won't do anything.
Swear.
Swear.
Fine. What do I have to do?
Yes. Right. You need to take these 2 candles.
Mum said I'm not allowed to play with fire.
Seriously, Andrew. Just take the candles, go upstairs, light them, and then fill up the bath.
You want me to take a bath?
Everyone wants you to take a bath, but no. Once the bath is full, turn off the taps and say this rhyme while looking into the water.
This sounds a lot like Bloody Mary.
It's nothing like Bloody Mary.
Oh yeah? How so?
Because everyone knows that's bullshit. Just look into the water and say this rhyme. Lady beneath who drowned in this water, lady beneath who strangled her daughter, lady beneath whose blood that runs cold, I'll give you life with breath I can't hold.
And then what?
Once you've said the rhyme,
put out one of the candles, then the lady beneath will appear and put out the second one. Okay, this next part's super important. Once you see the lady beneath, hold your breath for 1 minute. As long as you're holding your breath, she can't get you. Once you've held your breath for 1 minute, she'll disappear.
What happens if I can't hold my breath that long?
I'm not sure exactly.
You're not sure?
Just hold your breath, okay?
Let's just get this over with.
Nice. I'll be right here.
Wait, you're not going to do it with me?
No, it only works if you're alone.
I don't know about this, Mike.
Come on, just stop being a and do it.
I told you not to call me that.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry. Look, you like Jenny, right?
Yeah.
Well, think how cool she's going to think you are when we tell everyone you did this.
Okay.
Nice. I'll be right here.
And you'll open the door as soon as you hear anything?
Of course. Right, come here, turn around. Oh, wait. Lighter. Good luck.
Okay, here we go. Lady beneath who drowned in this water. Lady beneath who strangled her daughter. Lady beneath whose blood that runs cold. I'll give you life with breath I can't hold.
Mike! I told you nothing was...
Come on.
No! Andrew, wake up, please! No! Andrew, come on, wake up! Andrew, please! Please wake up, I'm so sorry! Andrew, come on! Andrew! Please!
Welcome back, everybody, to It Came From the Television. Don't worry, this is a Celsius, not any kind of beverage that shouldn't be on a college campus, of course. No, real quick, before we get into our next feature film, which is Night of the Living Dead, a true horror classic, I need to preface something to all the YouTube bots and algorithms currently keeping an eye on our stream. As you noticed, we went down there for a couple minutes because YouTube flagged the content ID. Now, I will preface this once more, just so everybody in the house is aware. 1, all the short films that were just shown here were shown with the written consent of the filmmakers. 2, all the feature films shown here tonight fall under the public domain. 3, all the music used here tonight is royalty-free. 4, SUTV does not claim ownership of any copyrighted material. Now, with that out of the way, I hope everyone has been enjoying the short films. Again, there were a lot of short films we wanted to show here tonight. There were a lot of great short films by independent filmmakers that did want us to show the film. They gave us permission to show the film. However, for one reason or another, due to time constraints, it just was not going to happen. Speaking of time constraints, I know it's a little past 9 o'clock here, but we do have trivia coming up here. The prize that we are now giving away, mentioned right before we showed those films there, is a Starbucks cup with coffee included. Now, here is the question to win said Starbucks cup. The question is, who plays the title role in the Candyman films? Again, there's the number right there, and when you call in, that is the extension you have to give. And I need to preface once more, you do not call in to answer until the film has started. All right? I'm going to let the question up there for a couple seconds, let you get the number, let you get your phones ready to go. Reminder that this is for the Starbucks cup with coffee included that was donated, thankfully, to the Starbucks right there in downtown Shippensburg as well. We thank them so much for their donation and for helping out our cause. So also thank you to everybody who's donated so far. We really appreciate the donations. Please keep them coming throughout the night. We still got a long way to go before we reach our goal, and we want to make sure that we do so. So please, reach and keep donating. It is a great help. It is a great support. It's for a great cause. Now, as mentioned, the next film, our first feature film of the night, is, of course, Night of the Living Dead, George Romero's immortal classic from 1968, arguably one of the most influential and important horror films ever made. It is the film that created the modern zombie that what we know today. So all the zombie content you love, like The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, all of that would not be possible without this landmark film. I love Night of the Living Dead. It is truthfully, in my opinion, one of the most influential and one of the most important films in film history. And I think you'll see why as we go into it, but I'm not going to waste any more time. We are going to go straight into Night of the Living Dead. We're going to be taking it in breaks here because coming up we got a lot of really great interviews with all of our wonderful celebrity guests that came to join us for this event. So please stay tuned for that. But now, here is Night of the Living Dead.
They ought to make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
She can't make a trip like this.
Oh, you know that she can't. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to drive back and forth. Mother wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Test. We're back on? Oh. Ladies and
Hey,
gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical problem.
There's nothing wrong with the radio. Must have been the station.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean praying's for church, huh? Come on.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Well, there's not much sense in my going to church. Do you remember one time when we were small, we were out here? It was from right over there. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited, and he shook his fist at me, and he said, "Boy, you be damned to hell." Remember that? Right over there. Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny.
You're still afraid.
Stop it now, I mean it.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
They're coming for you. Look, there comes one of them now.
He'll hear you.
Here he comes now. I'm getting out of here.
Johnny. Oh! No! No! Johnny! Help
All right. Don't worry about him. I can handle him. Probably be a lot more of them as soon as they find out about us. The truck is out of gas. This pump out here is locked. Is there a key? We can try to get out here if we can get some gas. Is there a key? I suppose you've tried this. Do you live here? gotta get out of here. We have to get to where there's some other people. Maybe we better take some food. I'll see if I can find some food.
What's happening?
How do you think it's happening?
What's happening?
Two of them. There are two of them out there. Have you seen any more around here? I can take care of those two.
I
Look, I know you're afraid, but we have
I
to...
don't know! I don't know! What's happening?
They know we're in here now. Don't look at it.
more lights on in this house. Why don't you see if you can find some wood, some boards, something there by the fireplace, something we can nail this place up. God damn! Look, I know you're afraid. I'm afraid too. But we have to try to board the house up together. Now, I'm going to board up the windows and the doors. Do you understand? We'll be all right here. We'll be all right here until someone comes to rescue us. But we'll have to work together. You'll have to help me. Now, I want you to go in and get some wood so I can board the place up. Do you understand? Okay? Okay? It's not that strong. Here, I want you to pick out some nails. Pick out the biggest ones you can find. There, this room looks pretty secure. If we have to, we can run in here and board up the doors.
Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, that introduction to Night of the Living Dead, again, probably one of the most iconic horror films ever made. George Romero was truly one of the masters of horror. Unfortunately, it is sad that he is no longer with us, but Night of the Living Dead is an immortal classic for a reason. And many people are probably wondering, how is a film so iconic as Night of the Living Dead in the public domain? Well, it is quite simple. The film distributors forgot to add a copyright on the title screen. Now, you're probably wondering how a blunder like that could have possibly happened. Well, it's quite simple, really. The film was originally going to be released as Night of the Flesh Eaters. That's what the film was shot as, and that is what the film was originally going to be distributed as. However, right before the film's release, the title was changed to Night of the Living Dead to avoid a copyright issue with a film called The Flesh Eaters from a few years prior. And when they added the new title screen, they forgot to add a copyright. Thus, the film fell into the public domain. George Romero lost millions of dollars, but now Night of the Living Dead was available for anybody to distribute, release on their own, and I feel like that has definitely helped add to its immeasurable status and has helped it last the test of time, is that it was so accessible to everybody. Now, obviously, Night of the Living Dead, on top of zombies, is influential for a number of other reasons. In particular, the character Ben, as introduced in the film, played by Dwayne Jones. Now, 1968 is arguably one of the most tumultuous years in American history. It was the year Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, as well as Bobby Kennedy. And naturally, tensions were high. And so it was pretty groundbreaking for George Romero to cast a black actor in a leading role, taking charge over a group of white actors as well. And now, many people have questioned why George Romero cast Dwayne Jones. George Romero and those close to George Romero have gone on the record saying that he did not cast the part of Ben based on race. He based it simply off of the actor who had the best audition, and he felt that was Dwayne Jones. However, again, some people have questioned that validity. Either way, though, it is still a huge part of horror history, as well as black representation in horror films. One of the people who cites it as not only their favorite horror film, but one of the most important films when it comes to black horror is Mark H. Harris. He is the co-author of the book The Black Guy Dies First. He wrote that with Dr. Robin R. Means Coleman. It is a wonderful read that I highly recommend everybody checks out, and he is going to be our first interview of the night. He was wonderful to talk to, and he has a lot of really great and insightful things about black representation in horror. So we are going to go into that interview, and then we are going to be right back. We're going to have the next question for prizes. The next prize we are giving away. Admittedly, I forgot the prize that is coming up. $15 Dunkin' gift card. That's what it is. I figured it out. $15 Dunkin' gift card is our next prize. But coming up right now is Mark H. Harris, a wonderful interview. We're going to go into that. We'll be back, and then we're going to come back into Night of the Living Dead after a little bit of spiel from me. But here is Mark Harris.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've always kind of been drawn to kind of darker humor and storylines and that sort of thing. And, you know, kind of things that don't have like happy Hollywood endings and that sort of thing. So I kind of have always been drawn to that. But I think the one movie that really stands out that really drew me into horror specifically, I think, is the original Night of the Living Dead. I remember borrowing a VHS copy from the library when I was probably 11 or 12 years old. And my parents probably didn't realize what I was getting, but I threw it in my stack of books and just kind of popped it into the VCR at home and just was just blown away by this black and white movie that appeared so old to me. This was in the mid 80s when I was watching it. And so the movie was less than 20 years old, but it seemed so ancient to me because it was in black and white. And it just struck me how not only was it ahead of its time in terms of like the gore and the violence and stuff, but also just the fact that it had this black guy starring as the leader of this group of people, and he was kind of taking charge and slapping white people around and stuff like that. And I thought, wow, this is, I mean, amazing. Like, because even when I watched it in the 80s, I think that kind of a role would have still been ahead of its time then, because we still really didn't see that many movies, especially in horror, with this black character being the central protagonist and the person you're rooting for. So that really, I think, got me into horror in general, but also into, you know, the black role within horror and how it's portrayed typically.
What was it like growing up as a horror fan, but also as a person of color? And obviously your book delves into it a bit, you know, kind of the stereotypes that black characters often faced in horror films. But just as a fan growing up, what was it like while also being a person of color?
It was an interesting experience, just, you know, because as the title of the book goes, the black guy always dies first, or he doesn't always, but typically he doesn't fare well, at least in those days when I was watching movies. you know, regardless of the genre, I remember black characters were so rare on TV and in films that, like, I remember as a child, if a black character was on TV in any capacity, any role, I would kind of go running through the house like, "There's a black person on TV. There's a black person on TV," because it was just we were just so starved for that sort of representation. So I really paid attention to those things, and in horror, it was black characters typically didn't fare well, but as I said, I was still drawn to the genre because I love the darkness of the storytelling and the just the scares and the gore and all that kind of stuff. So it was an interesting experience. I continued to love the genre even though black characters didn't fare well, and I kind of took it with a grain of salt because really it wasn't only in horror that black characters were sidelined and marginalized. It was in every genre. Like the black character would always be the buddy cop who was who died, and the main guy would have to avenge his death and all that sort of thing. So it was definitely something that spread through different genres, but it didn't really dampen my love for horror, and I kind of used it to kind of fuel my website that I created in 2005 or so. Even though I knew that the representations of black people in horror weren't that prominent or that great in general up to that time, it still was kind of important to show that fact through my website. I thought it was good to still document the fact that these characters do tend to fall into these roles, these marginalized roles, and that itself is something to kind of noteworthy to kind of keep track of and to kind of document. And it eventually culminated in the book, which is really my dream project, really. We talk about in the book a little bit. There's a couple of different dynamics historically speaking. On one hand, you have the horror genre in general kind of becoming more violent over the years, like in the 1960s, and so especially it kind of started to ramp up in terms of, I think the public was kind of a little more jaded maybe and kind of was demanding a little more violence. So I think horror movies tended to kind of amp up the violence starting in the 1960s or so. And then around the same time, black roles, the typical black roles of like kind of the Mantan Moreland type of buffoonish comedic characters, they kind of became passe and or kind of written out of these movies. And so there wasn't really much of a role for black characters. So I think Hollywood at some point decided, they realized with the rise of the blaxploitation era that there was a demand for black characters and there was an audience for black characters. So there was kind of, on one hand, horror was becoming more violent, and on the other hand, Hollywood was trying to find roles for black characters. And I think they kind of combined starting in the 1970s, but I think it really took off more in the 1980s with the slasher boom, that Hollywood was like, oh, okay, we got to have these violent movies, we got to have victims, and we got to find roles for these black characters, but we don't want to have them as the heroes. We don't necessarily want to put them in the main roles. So the perfect role for them would be to have them being just kind of these people to throw in for a body count. So we'll throw the black guy in there along with the nerd or the cheerleader or whatever type that they had in the these slasher movies that were kind of the secondary roles. The black guy was kind of just thrown in there as somebody to kind of bump up the gore and the violence. And so I think that's kind of where it really took hold, especially when slasher movies become really popular in the 1980s. I think it kind of demanded a body count. You had to have like 6 or 8 or 10 kills every movie. So I think that's really where the whole black guy dying first kind of came to fruition.
What would you say are kind of milestones, kind of those really important moments in horror history?
There are definitely a few movies that really stand out. Like Blackula in the 1970s was really, I think, important, not only for black horror, but blaxploitation in general, as one of the early blaxploitation movies, and its popularity really kind of greenlit a few other black horror movies like Dr. Black, Mr. Hyde, and Blackenstein and Ganja and Hess. I think those came directly from the success of Blackula. Then I think, really though, it's kind of gone in cycles. So black horror, along with black cinema, has kind of gone in cycles. We had the blaxploitation era in the 70s, and then once that kind of died down, Hollywood kind of wiped their hands of black characters for a while in the 80s because they thought, oh, that blaxploitation era is done. We've done our part. We've kind of wrung that market dry. And I think in the 80s, things kind of dried up. And then back in the 90s, we had you had like Spike Lee kind of kicked off the another black film cycle. And so then we had important movies in the horror like Tales from the Hood, Death by Temptation, Demon Knight. Those are three that come to mind from the 1990s that really kind of kept black horror in the limelight. Then really, I think it's kind of that cycle kind of died down again around the turn of the century, and I think again, like Hollywood was kind of like, we've done the black movie thing again, and it petered out. So I think it really has only in the last 5 or 10 years really started to come back in terms of black film in general, but also black horror. And Jordan Peele's movies really are the ones that stand out in terms of, especially Get Out. I think that really kind of opened the floodgates for Hollywood to think, oh, we can do something with this black horror thing. I think it's kind of a double-edged sword because it's great because it's really opened doors for a lot of more movies, but I think on the other hand, everything is going to be compared to Get Out at some point if it's a black horror movie. And so I think sometimes we try, either the filmmakers or the studios try a little too hard to emulate Get Out and try to make it the next Get Out when we could really broaden the scope of these stories and kind of venture out and get different perspectives from different filmmakers. So there's been a lot more inclusiveness in horror in general, even beyond black racial things. I mean, it's more like gender and sexuality and all kinds of, just a lot more openness right now, I think, in the genre than there ever has been. But yeah, I think I've lived through the worst of the times, in the 80s, and so when you are starved for any black character in horror. So I definitely have seen how bad it has been, and so yeah, it's definitely been really improved in the last few years. I mean, just this year we had major movies like The Blackening. We had Talk to Me, starred a black female character. Even like The Last Voyage of the Demeter, which is a Dracula movie you wouldn't think would have a black character in it, but the main hero in that is a black guy who's on the ship. And so I think Hollywood is doing a good job of kind of finding ways to put these different perspectives, black characters into these roles that you wouldn't necessarily think of them being in.
When it comes to recommending horror films, whether they be black horror or not, what is always kind of your go-to recommendation?
I mean, the one that sticks out that I've recommended recently over the past few years is a movie from Great Britain called His House. It's a haunted house movie it's about these African immigrants who are refugees from Africa who come to England, and they're put in this public housing, and the house happens to be haunted, and they're kind of stuck there because they have only a limited amount of say in where they can live. So they kind of have to deal with what the haunting and what it kind of represents, and it kind of ties back to their past in Africa and the trauma that they experienced. But I recommend it highly to a lot of people because it's very accessible. I think it's accessible to horror fans because it's actually genuinely scary. It's really well done as far as horror goes, but it's also accessible to people who aren't really into horror because it's got a really great acting, really great drama. It's got a really great, interesting story, dramatic core to it. This relationship between these husband and wife, and how they have dealt with their past traumas in different ways, and how it comes back to literally haunt them. And so, I think it's really accessible, and it's something I thought that if horror got more respect on the awards scale, I thought it really could have been nominated for an Oscar in a couple of years ago when it came out. But it's available on Netflix, I think. So I definitely recommend everybody check it out.
All right.
I want to again thank Mark H. Harris. He was an absolute delight to talk to. And again, The Black Guy Dies First is available wherever books can be purchased. But obviously, again, we are giving away prizes throughout the night here, so I have to give a special shout out to the 2 ghouls so far that have won our prizes. Of course, that is going to go to Claire Brooks and, my apologies, Seth Kaufman. Congratulations to you two on winning our prizes so far, but remember, there are tons of other great prizes that are going to be coming up here. The next prize that we are going to be giving away is a $15 Dunkin' gift card. That is right. So, if you want to win that, here is how you do it. Here's the next question up for the taking. How many people does Jason kill in the first Friday the 13th movie? That is the first Friday the 13th movie released in 1980. Now, once again, there's the number, there's the extension. We'll let that sit there for a couple seconds just so everybody can get those fingers ready to dial up. And reminder that you cannot call in until the movie starts, as always. Let that sit there. All right, so, as mentioned once again, Night of the Living Dead is truthfully one of the most important films. Mark talked about it, but Dwayne Jones' casting is without a doubt an important piece of horror history, whether intentional or not. And as you will see, that you can clearly see why racist audience of the 1960s were so shocked by his casting as he becomes the leader, de facto leader, of this group of survivors. You're about to meet the rest of the survivors coming up here with the rest of the movie. But again, you're going to see Dwayne Jones taking charge, and that's one of the best things about the movie. And since we mentioned Tony Todd earlier, he was the answer to the question of who plays the titular role of Candyman. That is Tony Todd. He is a wonderful actor. I also want to promote the 1990 remake of Night of the Living Dead, directed by the VFX legend Tom Savini, who did VFX work on the follow-ups to Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead, released in 1974 and 1985. 1990's remake of Night of the Living Dead seems like it shouldn't work because remakes often don't, but Night of the Living Dead is arguably one of the best horror remakes out there. And I also feel that it is an important piece of feminist horror as well, because as you've probably noticed while watching Night of the Living Dead, Barbara is not the most productive character in the film, and you also see that as the film continues. And George Romero has gone on record and has tried to make amends for a very underwritten female character who virtually contributes nothing to the film. He has then gone on to fix it with Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead having much more productive female characters. And this, again, was rectified in the 1990 remake. I'm blanking on the actress's name, and I feel sorry, but Barbara is a much more productive and important character, taken charge, and that is why everyone should seek out the remake. But that is in no way to diss the original Night of the Living Dead, because, again, we would not have the zombie genre as we know it, and maybe not even have the horror genre as we know it today. As you'll notice, for a film released in 1968, the violence and how the horror is depicted on screen is very reminiscent of how horror films would depict horror throughout the remainder of the decade and moving forward in subsequent years. This film is also noted, I got a lot of fun facts here just so everybody at home, prefaces, everybody knows. This film is widely regarded as the creation of the Motion Pictures Rating Board, because obviously films released before this time didn't have any type of ratings. They were all unrated, and this film is also unrated, which makes it great for television. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make here is this film was so shocking to audiences back in 1968 that this film, pretty much a year after this film's release, the R rating came into effect. So, if nothing else, Night of the Living Dead is impactful for that reason. Even if you don't care about horror history, it is important in film history, and I will continue to argue that throughout the rest of the night. But why talk about the movie when we can just keep watching it? So that is what we're going to do. We're going to get back into the Night of the Living Dead, and remember, once the movie starts, you can call in to win the $15 Dunkin' gift card. Stick around for more It Came From the Television, more Night of the Living Dead coming up with this. Stay tuned.
Won't be long for those things be back pounding their way in here. They're afraid now. They're afraid of fire. I found that out. You know a place back down the road called Beekman's? Beekman's Diner? Anyhow, that's where I found that truck I have out there. There's a radio in the truck. I had jumped in to listen to it when a big gasoline truck came screaming right across the road with, there must have been 10, 15 of those things chasing after it, grabbing and holding on. Now, I didn't see them at first. I could just see that the truck was moving in a funny way. And those things were catching up to it. The truck went right across the road. Slammed on my brakes to keep from hitting it myself. It went right through the guardrail. I guess the driver must have cut off the road into that gas station by Beekman's Diner. It went right through the billboard, ripped over a gas pump, and never stopped moving. By now, it's like a moving bonfire. Didn't know if the truck was going to explode or what. Could still hear the man screaming. This thing is just backing away from it. I looked back at the diner to see if there was anyone there who could help me. It was when I noticed that the entire place had been encircled. There wasn't a sign of life left except by now there were no more screams. I realized that I was alone with 50 or 60 of those things, just standing there, staring at me. I started to drive. I just plowed right through them. They didn't move, they didn't run or just stood there, staring at me. Just wanted to crush them. They scattered through the air like bugs.
We were riding in the cemetery, Johnny and me. Johnny. We came to put a wreath on my father's grave. Johnny, and he said, "Can I have some candy, Barbara?" We didn't have any. And oh, it's hot in here. Hot. And he said, "Oh, it's late. Why did we start so late?" And I said, "Johnny, if you'd gotten up earlier, we wouldn't be late." Johnny asked me if I were afraid. And I said, "I'm not afraid, Johnny." And then this man started walking up the road. He came slowly, and Johnny kept teasing me and saying, "He's coming to get you, Barbara." And I laughed at him and said, "Johnny, stop it." And then Johnny ran away. And I went up to this man, and I was going to apologize.
Why don't you just keep calm?
And I looked up, and I said, "Good evening." And he grabbed me. He grabbed me, and he ripped at me. He held me and he ripped at my clothes.
I think you should just calm down.
Oh, I screamed, Johnny! Johnny, help me! Oh, help me! And he wouldn't let me go. He ripped. And then Johnny came and he ran and he fought this man. And I got so afraid. I ran. And Johnny didn't come. We have to wait for Johnny. Maybe we better go out and get him. We have to go out and get Johnny. He's out there. Please, don't you hear me? We've got to go out and get him. Please! We have got to go get Johnny! Please help me! Please!
Don't you know what's going on out there? This is no Sunday school picnic.
Don't you understand? My brother is alone!
Your brother is dead.
No! My brother is not dead! Oh. Oh.
Because of the obvious threat to untold numbers of citizens, and because of the crisis which is even now developing, this radio station will remain on the air day and night. This station and hundreds of other radio and TV stations throughout this part of the country are pooling their resources through an emergency network hookup to keep you informed of all developments. At this hour, we repeat, these are the facts as we know them. There is an epidemic of mass murder being committed by a virtual army of unidentified assassins. The murders are taking place in villages, cities, rural homes, and suburbs with no apparent pattern or reason for the slayings. It seems to be a sudden, general explosion of mass homicide. We have some descriptions of the assassins. Eyewitnesses say they are ordinary-looking people. Some say they appear to be in a kind of trance. Others describe them as being So, at this point, there is no really authentic way for us to say who or what to look for and guard yourself against. Misshapen monsters. Reaction of law enforcement officials is one of complete bewilderment at this hour. So far, we have been unable to determine that any kind of organized investigation is yet underway. Police, sheriff's deputies, and emergency ambulances are literally deluged with calls for help. The scene can best be described as mayhem. Mayors of Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and Miami, along with the governors of several eastern and midwestern states, have indicated the National Guard may be mobilized at any moment, but that has not happened as yet. The only advice our reporters have been able to get from official sources is for private citizens to stay in their homes behind locked doors. Do not venture outside for any reason until the nature of this crisis has been determined and until we can advise what course of action to take. Keep listening to radio and TV for any special instructions as this crisis develops further. Thousands of office and factory workers are being urged to stay at their places of employment, not to make any attempt to get to their homes. However, in spite of this urging and warning, streets and highways are packed with frantic people trying to raise their families or apparently to flee just anywhere. We repeat, the safest course of action at this time is simply to stay where you Ladies and gentlemen, we've just received word that the president has called a meeting of his cabinet to deal with the sudden epidemic of murder which has seized the eastern third of this nation. dispatch just received in our newsroom. Latest word also from National Press Services in Washington, D.C. now tells us that the emergency presidential conference, which we've just mentioned, will include high-ranking scientists from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. That's the extent of this latest bulletin. Repeating, members of his cabinet, the FBI, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and scientists from NASA within the hour. All radio and TV stations throughout this part of the country, including the one to which you were listening, have joined their facilities in an emergency network to bring you this news as it develops. We urge you to stay tuned to radio and TV and to stay indoors at all costs. Late reports reaching this newsroom tell of frightened people seeking refuge in churches, schools, and government buildings, demanding shelter and protection from the wholesale murder which apparently is engulfing much of the nation. Law enforcement officials are at a loss to explain or, even at this hour, even to theorize about the reasons for this wave of murder. So far, the advice they're able to give the public is something like Chief T.K. Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina, who's quoted as saying, quote, "Tell the people, for God's sake, to get off the streets. Tell them to go home and lock their doors and windows up tight. We don't know what kind of murder-happy characters we have here." End quote. This Chief Dunmore of Camden, North Carolina. So far, the only descriptions, the only clues anyone has of the killers come from frightened witnesses of some of the slayings. These eyewitness accounts variously describe the murderers as ordinary-looking people, misshapen monsters, people who look like they're in a trance, and things that look like people but act like animals. Some eyewitnesses tell of seeing victims who look as though they had been torn apart. This whole ghastly story began developing 2 days ago with the report of the slaying of a family of 7 in their rural home near Gulfport, Louisiana. Since then, reports of such senseless killings began snowballing in a reign of terror which has hopscotched in an erratic, disconnected manner throughout much of the eastern and midwestern United States. Efforts to keep track of the murder reports by the placing of markers on a map seem to indicate a general spreading from the extreme southeastern United States to the north and west. Our newsmen have been on the telephone talking with officials in other cities and have determined that none of this kind of mass murder has yet been reported west of the Mississippi River, except in the extreme southeastern portion of Texas. Similar killings have been reported around the Houston and Galveston areas, but nothing like...
I found a gun and some bullets out there.
It was only late yesterday
Oh,
that
and
it
these.
first became clear we were facing some kind of national emergency. When first reports began filtering in, newsmen and law enforcement agencies were of the opinion
This
that
place is boarded up pretty solid now.
in nature. However, as these
We ought to be all right here for a while.
increasing dramatically, it was soon apparent that
We have
this
a
was
gun
something
and
more than the
bullets,
usual run of lawlessness.
food and the radio.
Officials began to suspect an obscure kind of conspiracy.
Sooner or later, someone's bound to come and get us out.
Creatures from outer space. So again, we join with law enforcement agencies in urging you to seek shelter in a building. Lock the doors and windows securely.
Hey, that's us. We're doing all right.
Be cautious of any suspicious strangers. And keep tuned to your radio and television for survival instructions and further details of this continuing story.
Look, I don't know if you're hearing me,
Goes on in the absence of any law.
but I'm going upstairs now.
It's almost as though some critical balance of
If anything should try to break in here, I can hear it from up there. I'll be down to take care of it.
savage killers. We repeat, this radio station.
Everything is all right for now. I'll be back to reinforce the windows and doors later. But you'll be all right for now, okay? Okay.
Civil defense officials in Cumberland have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers. Consistent reports from witnesses to the effect that people who acted as though they were in a kind of trance were killing and eating their victims prompted authorities to examine the bodies of some of the victims. Medical authorities in Cumberland have concluded that in all cases, the killers are eating the flesh of the people they murdered. Repeating this latest bulletin just received moments ago from Cumberland, Maryland, civil defense authorities have told newsmen that murder victims show evidence of having been partially devoured by their murderers. Medical examination of victims' bodies shows conclusively that the killers are eating the flesh of the people they kill. And so this incredible story becomes more ghastly with each report. It's difficult to imagine such a thing actually happening, but these are the reports we have been receiving and passing on to you, reports which have been verified as completely as is possible in this confused situation. It is happening, and it would appear that no one is safe from this wave of mass murder.
Don't shoot! We're from town.
A radio.
County,
Pennsylvania. The Butler County Sheriff has verified that reports of murder victims being partially eaten by their slayers is true. No further details available at this time. However,
How long you guys been down there? I could use some help up here.
That's the cellar. It's the safest place.
You mean you didn't hear the racket we were making up here?
How were we supposed to know what was going on? Could have been those things for all we knew.
That girl was screaming. Sure, you must know what a girl screaming sounds like. Those things don't make any noise. Anybody would know somebody ever needed help.
Look, it's kind of hard to hear what's going on from down there.
We thought we could hear screams, but for all we knew, that could have meant those things were in the house afterward.
And you wouldn't come up and help?
Well, if there were more...
The racket sounded like the place was being ripped apart. How were we supposed to know what was going on?
Now, wait a minute. You just got finished saying you couldn't hear from down there. Now you say it sounded like the place was being ripped apart. It would be nice if you get your story straight, man.
All right, now you tell me. I'm not going to take that kind of a chance when we got a safe place. We luck into a safe place, and you're telling us we got to risk our lives just because somebody might need help, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone's been enjoying Night of the Living Dead so far. Obviously, when it comes to Night of the Living Dead, I would be remiss not to mention the fact that this film is shot in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That is right, PA proud all the way through George Romero's filmography. He is a director born of PA, and he is a director that sticks with PA when it comes to his filmmaking. Almost all of his films are shot on location in Pennsylvania, with barring some exceptions, with Day of the Dead in 1985. Obviously, that film, they shot some stuff in Florida. However, for the most part, PA is where it stays. And obviously, as future films went on, stuff like Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, a lot of the zombies you see in the film are local extras. And when people in PA knew George Romero, especially in the Pittsburgh area where George Romero is from, they know George Romero, and when he was making movies, no matter how much they were getting paid, which I'll explain. When they were making Dawn of the Dead, extras were paid $1 a day. But they didn't care, even though that film was shot during long nights in a shopping mall. People just wanted to be in a George Romero movie, and that is truly awesome. I can't think of anybody who would want to turn down the opportunity to be a zombie in a movie. I mean, I think I speak for everybody. When it comes to stuff like this, I would absolutely be a zombie in a movie. Are you kidding me? That'd be awesome. You just have to sit there and just eat raw meat that's like covered in corn syrup for 2 days. Why not? Plus, people who helped out with Day of the Dead got a free hat. So like, what more could you possibly want? But again, PA proud, Night of the Living Dead was in a similar vein with a lot of PA local extras. However, a lot of the cast that you currently see in the film are also crew on the film. Johnny, who started off the movie, he was the one that said, "They're coming to get you, Barbara." He actually was an executive producer on the film, and the reason that everybody on this film was also on the crew is because before this movie was made, George Romero and the team he was working with, they were making commercials for the local TV stations in the Pittsburgh area. And eventually they decided to make this movie. And I also want to say that this movie was made for $114,000, which I know sounds like a lot of money, but when it really comes to filmmaking, that is not a lot. And I should also say that even though at 1968, most films were pretty commonly in color, the production could not afford color film stock. They could only afford black and white. So that is why this film, even though it came out at a time when color film was the norm, black and white was the only thing they could afford. But in my opinion, I think black and white really adds to the charm of this film and adds to the horror of it, because at that time as well, most news footage was shot in black and white. Most news was still shot on black and white film stock. Thus, it really makes it give it more of an authentic vibe. But again, it is a great film, and I do not want to keep us from it. We are now introduced to one of our human antagonists, and that is, you know, I can't remember his name. It happens to the best of us. I promise, I have a feeling like people are going to be worried about my memory here tonight. Do not worry, it is quite all right, but I do not want to keep us from Night of the Living Dead, so we are... Hooper! I keep getting these miracle... Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my live studio audience of 4, but thank you for Hooper. Cooper! It's Cooper. Wow. Thank you once again. Thank you, everybody. But with that, to let my brain have a little bit of a break before I go on a meltdown, we are going to get back into Night of the Living Dead. Stay with us. We're going to have another interview coming up after this next time with Night of the Living Dead, but stay tuned for more of It Came from the Television.
All right, why don't we settle this, mister? We came up. Okay, we're here. Now I suggest we all go back downstairs before any of those things find out we're in here.
They can't get in here.
You got the whole place boarded up?
Yeah, most of it. All but a few spots upstairs. They won't be hard to fix.
You're insane. The cellar's the safest place.
I'm telling you, they can't get in here.
And I'm telling you, those things turned over our car. We were damn lucky to get away at all. Now you tell me those things can't get through this lousy pile of wood?
His wife and kids downstairs. The kid's hurt.
Well, I still think we're better off up here.
We could strengthen everything up, Mr. Cooper.
With all of us working, we could fix this place up in no time. We have everything we need up here.
We can take all that stuff downstairs with us. Man, you're really crazy, you know that? You got 1,000,000 windows up here. All these windows, you're gonna make them strong enough to keep these things out, huh?
I told you those things don't have any strength. I smashed 3 of them and pushed another one out the door.
Did you hear me when I told you they turned over our car?
Oh, hell, any good 5 men can do that.
That's my point. Only there's not going to be 5 or even 10. There's going to be 20, 30, maybe 100 of those things. And as soon as they know we're here, this place is going to be crawling with them.
Well, if there are that many, they'll probably get us wherever we are.
Look, the cellar. The cellar, there's only one door, right? Just one door, that's all we have to protect. Tom and I fixed it so it locks and boards from the inside. But up here, all these windows, why, we'd never know where they were going to hit us next.
You got a point, Mr. Cooper. But down in the cellar, there's no place to run to. I mean, if they did get in, the back exit, we'd be done for. We can get out of here if we have to. And we got windows to see what's going on outside. But down there with no windows, if a rescue party did come, we wouldn't even know it.
But the cellar is the strongest place.
The cellar is a death trap.
I don't know, Mr. Cooper. I think he's right. You know how many's out there?
I don't know. I figure maybe 6 or 7.
Look, you two can do whatever you like. I'm going back down to the cellar, and you better decide. Because I'm going to board up that door, and I'm not going to unlock it again no matter what happens.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Cooper.
No, I'm not going to wait. I've made my decision, now you make yours.
Now, wait a minute. Let's think about this. We can make it to the cellar if we have to. And if we do decide to stay down there, we'll need some things from up here. So let's at least consider this a while.
If you box yourself in the cellar and those things get in the house, you've had it. At least up here you have a fighting chance.
Yeah, it looks like about 8 or 10 out there now.
There's more than there were. There are a lot out back, too.
We gotta fix these boards.
You're crazy. Those things are going to be at every window and door in this place. We've got to get down into the cellar.
Go down in your damn cellar. Get out of here!
I'm taking the girl with me.
You leave her here. Keep your hands off her. And everything else that's up here, too. Because if I stay up here, I'm fighting for everything up here. And the radio and the food is part of what I'm fighting for. Now, if you're going down the cellar, get.
The man's insane. He's insane. We've got to have food down there. We've got a right.
This is your house.
We've got a right.
You going down there with him?
Well,
yes or no? This is your last chance. No beating around the bush.
Listen, I got a kid down there. She can't possibly. I couldn't bring her up here. She can't possibly take all the racket and those things smashing through the windows.
Well, you're her father. If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid that old man is so stupid. Now, you get the hell down in the cellar. You can be the boss down there. I'm boss up here.
You bastards. You know I won't open this door again. I mean it.
Mr. Cooper, with your help, we could...
With my help.
Let him go, man. His mind is made up. Just let him go.
Wait a minute. Judy, come on up here, honey.
You're gonna let them get hurt too, huh?
It's all right, honey. Go ahead. If we stick together, man, we can fix it up real good. There's lots of places we can run to up here. Mr. Cooper, we'd all be a lot better off if all three of us were working together.
Hey. Hey, kid. He's wrong, you know. I'm not boxing myself in down there.
This radio station will remain on the air day and night.
Well, we're safe now. It's boarded up tight.
What about Tom and Judy?
They want to stay up there, let them. There are two other people upstairs, a man and a girl.
We heard the screaming.
Yeah, but I didn't know who they were, and I wasn't about to take any unnecessary chances.
Of course not, Harry.
Is she all right?
I don't know what it is. She feels warm. Maybe it's shock.
Where'd you get the bandage?
Some laundry in a basket. I tore a sheet.
Let them stay upstairs. Let them. Too many ways those monsters can get in up there. We'll see who's right. We'll see when they come begging me to let them in down here.
That's important, isn't it?
What?
To be right, everybody else to be wrong.
What do you mean by that?
Does anyone up there know why we're being attacked?
Whatever it isn't just happening here. It's some kind of mass murder. It's going on everywhere. The radio said to stay inside.
Radio?
Radio upstairs. I heard a news bulletin.
There's a radio upstairs and you boarded us in down here?
I know what I'm doing.
What did it say?
Nothing. Nothing. They don't know anything yet. There's mass murder everywhere, and people are supposed to look for a safe place to hide.
Take the boards off that door.
We are staying down here, Helen.
Harry, that radio is at least some kind of communication. If the authorities know what's happening, well, they'll send people for us so they'll tell us what to do. How are we going to know what's going on if we lock ourselves in this dungeon? We may not enjoy living together, but dying together isn't going to solve anything. Those people aren't our enemies.
Mr. Cooper! Mr. Cooper, Ben found a television
Let's go up. Tom? If Judy would come downstairs for a few minutes, Harry and I could come upstairs.
Okay, yeah, right away. Will you do it?
Do I have to?
Look, honey, nothing's gonna get done with them down there and us up here. Do this for me.
Okay.
Okay, open up.
I'll take good care of her, Helen.
She's all I have.
Why don't you go upstairs now?
Her brother was killed.
Hey, give me a hand with this thing.
I gotta go help Ben with the television.
Don't be afraid of me. I'm Helen Cooper, Harry's wife.
This place is ridiculous. Look at this. There's a million weak spots up here. Give me one of those.
Her brother was killed.
And they talk about these windows. I can't see a damn thing. There could be 15 million of those things out there. That's how much good these windows are.
Why don't you do something to help somebody?
Here I have it. Drag a couple of those chairs together.
There's a socket over here.
You better watch this and try to understand what's going on. I don't want anyone's life on my hands.
Is there anything I can do to help?
I don't want to hear any more from you, mister. If you stay up here, you take orders from me. And that includes leaving the girl alone.
It's on, it's on.
There's no sound. Play with the rabbit ears.
Reports, incredible as they seem, are not the results of mass hysteria.
Mass hysteria. What do they think? We're imagining all this?
Shut up! In all parts of the country. The wave of murder which is sweeping the eastern third of the nation is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims. First eyewitness accounts of this grisly development came from people who were understandably frightened and almost incoherent. Officials and newsmen at first discounted those eyewitness descriptions as being beyond belief. However, the reports persisted. Medical examinations of some of the victims bore out the fact that they had been partially devoured. I think we have some late word just arriving, and I'll interrupt to bring this to you. This is the latest disclosure in a report from National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington. It has been established that persons who have recently died have been returning to life and committing acts of murder. A widespread investigation of reports from funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals has concluded that the unburied dead are coming back to life and seeking human victims. It's hard for us here to believe what we're reporting to you, but it does seem to be a fact. When this emergency first began, radio and television was advising people to stay inside, behind locked doors for safety. Well, that situation has now changed, and we're able to report a definite course of action for you. Civil defense machinery has been organized to provide rescue stations with food, shelter, medical treatment, and protection by armed National Guardsmen. Stay tuned to the broadcasting stations in your local area for this list of rescue stations. This list will be repeated throughout our news coverage. Look for the name of the rescue station nearest you and make your way to that location as soon as possible.
So we have that truck. If we can get some gas, we can get out of here.
There's a pump out by the shed.
I know, that's why I pulled in here, but it's locked.
Called this afternoon by the President. Since convening this conference of the Presidential Cabinet, the FBI, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA has not produced any public information. Why are space experts being consulted about an earthbound emergency? So far, all the betting on the answer to that question centers on the recent Explorer satellite shot to Venus. That satellite, you'll recall, started back to Earth, but never got here. That's the space vehicle which orbited Venus and then was purposely destroyed by NASA when scientists discovered it was carrying a mysterious high-level radiation with it. Could that radiation be somehow responsible for the wholesale murders we're now suffering? Newsman Don Quinn in Washington has posed those questions.
It's obvious our best move is to try to get out of here.
How are you going to get over to that pump?
Look!
You're coming from a meeting regarding the explosion of the Venus probe, is that right?
Yes, that was the subject of the meeting.
You feel there is a connection between this and the phenomenon?
There's a definite connection. A definite connection.
In other words, you feel that the radiation on the Venus probe is enough to cause these mutations?
There was a very high degree of radiation.
Well, just a minute. I'm not sure that that's certain at all. I don't think that has been
logical
irrefutably
explanation
proved.
that we have at this time.
In other words, it is the military's viewpoint that the radiation is not the cause of the mutation.
I can't speak for the entire military at this time, gentlemen.
This seems to
I must disagree with these gentlemen presently until this is irrefutably proved.
Everything is being done that can be done.
We'll have to hurry for our next meeting.
And Professor, you feel that there is a definite connection between them?
Definite connection as far as Dr. Keller and myself.
Doctor, please. I thought we decided that is not proved yet.
Was the satellite, when the satellite was exploded?
An unusual amount of radiation, enough to cause mutation under certain circumstances.
Could have happened.
Have a bearing on it.
It does seem to have a bearing on it.
Will there be a reply for the
Later?
Yes.
There will be a reply.
Yes.
Later this afternoon. There will be a report this afternoon.
Perhaps there will be a report.
Yes.
A
Later.
full report. Will you close the window?
We are doing everything possible to solve the problem.
We're hoping to get some further explanation of this.
We've heard all we need to know. We have to try to get out of here.
He said the rescue stations have doctors and medical supplies. If we could get Karen there, we could get help for her.
Belmo is one of the world's foremost authorities on space science and technology.
Willard. I saw a sign that said Willard.
It's only about 17 miles from here.
You know this area. You from around here?
Judy and I are both from around here. We were on our way up to the lake to go swimming, and Judy had a radio, and we heard the first reports about this. So we knew the old house was here, and we came in and found the lady upstairs dead. Then these other people came. We went down into the basement and put a bar across the door, and it is pretty strong.
How could we possibly get away from here? We've got a sick child, 2 women, 1 woman out of her head, 3 men, and the place is surrounded with these things.
For NASA. Dr. Grimes, your entire staff, I know, has been working very hard to find some solution to these things that are happening. Do you have any answers at this time?
Yes, we have some answers. But first, let me stress the importance of seeking medical attention for anyone who's been injured in any way. We don't know yet what complications might result from such injuries.
How bad has your kid been hurt?
Good advice, Doctor. Now, how about the basic problem of patients? Well,
Look, you go down there and tell... Now, Judy? Yeah, you tell Judy to come up here and you stay with the kid, all right?
In the cold room at the university, we had a cadaver from which all 4 limbs had been amputated. Sometime early this morning, it opened its eyes and began to move its trunk. It was dead, but it opened its eyes and tried to move.
They want you upstairs. Did she ask for me?
She hasn't said anything.
I don't understand. Baby. It's Mommy.
I heard. I'll come back down as soon as I find out what they want.
Thank you, Judy.
The body should be disposed of at once, preferably by cremation.
Well, how long after death, then, does the body become reactivated?
It's only a matter of minutes.
Minutes? Well, that doesn't give people time to make any arrangements.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't give them time to make funeral arrangements. The bodies must be carried to the street and burned. They must be burned immediately. Soak them with gasoline and burn them. The bereaved will have to forego the dubious comforts that a funeral service will give. They're just dead flesh and dangerous.
I see.
Judy, I need you to find some bedspreads or sheets to tear up into small strips, okay? Is there a fruit cellar here?
Yes.
We need some bottles or jars. Make Molotov cocktails and hold them off while we try to escape.
Hey, there's a big can of kerosene down there.
I'll see what I can find.
I'll look for the bottles.
There's a big key ring down there. There may be a key to the gas pump on it.
I'll check.
We can toss the cocktails from a window upstairs. Meantime, a couple of us can go out and try to get the gas and come back for the rest of the people.
But that'll leave a door open someplace.
Yeah, that's right. It better be this door. It's closer to the truck. Before we go out, we'll put some supplies behind the cellar door. While we're gone, the rest of you can hold up in there.
I found some fruit jars in the cellar. And there's a key on here that's labeled for the gas pump out back.
I'm not really that used to the truck. I found it abandoned.
I can handle the truck, no sweat.
You're it, then. You and I'll go. We'll put whatever lumber we find behind the cellar door. You can go upstairs and toss the cocktails from a window. Tom, you and I will have to unboard this door. After you toss the cocktails, you hustle back down here and lock this door. It's no good to board it up because we'll have to get back in quickly. After we get the gas and get back into the house, then we'll worry about getting everybody into the truck. Now let's move it.
Place to flee for safety, except to the rescue stations which have been set up. Indications are that before this emergency is over, we will need many, many more such rescue stations.
You always have a smile for me. How can you smile like that all the time? How many do you have done? Come on, honey, we gotta move.
Tom, are you sure about the phone?
The phone is dead out. All you get is a recorded message.
If I could only call the folks. They're going to be so worried about us.
It'll be all right. As soon as we get to Willard, we'll call them. They might even be there.
I know. Tom, are you sure we're doing the right thing, Tom?
What, about getting out of here?
Yeah.
Well, the television said that's the right thing to do. We've got to get to a rescue station.
I don't know.
Come on, honey, you're starting to sound like Mr. Cooper now.
But why do you have to go out there?
Look, I know how to handle that truck, and I can handle the pump. Ben doesn't know anything about that stuff.
But we're safe in here.
For how long, honey? We're safe now. But there's going to be more and more of those things.
I know all that.
Hey, listen. Remember when we had the big flood? Remember how difficult it was for us to convince you that it was right to leave? Remember we had to go to Willard then? This isn't a passing thing, honey. It's not like just a wind passing through. We've got to do something, and fast.
I just don't want you to go out there, that's all.
Hey, Smiley. Where's that big smile for me? Boy, you're showing no use at all, are you? We've got work to do, honey. And you...
Welcome back, everybody. So, as mentioned, you were introduced there to Cooper with a C. He's played by Carl Hardman. You may recognize him. I recognize him from the episode The Doll from the Twilight Zone, one of the best episodes of that series. But he is arguably more of an antagonist than the zombies, which, by the way, if you notice in Night of the Living Dead, they never once utter the word zombie because at the time, zombies, resurrected corpses, was not what zombies were. Most of the time when it came to zombies depicted in film, it was usually the case of voodoo magic. That was often the term. But George Romero thought that what he was making were ghouls. That's what he thought, resurrected corpses. You'll also notice that they mention specifically that they are the recent dead, and the reason being is that they couldn't afford the makeup to depict corpses that have been longer than however long recent is. But anyways, Carl Hardman is the antagonist here, and as you can see, this is really where the racial tension that George Romero was trying to depict in the film starts to come into play, as the humans can simply not get along, and some would argue who is right in this situation in terms of where the survivor should stay. Oftentimes, people have debated whether they were safer in the basement or they were safer up in the living room. Ben makes a good argument. Cooper technically could have a good argument if he wasn't such a racist piece of crap. However, as mentioned earlier, a lot of debate is had about whether or not George Romero casted Dwayne Jones based on his race. One of the people who questions George Romero's intentions is Tananarive Due. She is a professor at UCLA. She teaches a course on black horror, and she is also an executive producer on the wonderful Horror Noir, which is a documentary available right now on Shudder. We are not promoted by Shudder, but I do promote Shudder in terms of everyone should go check out this documentary. It is filled with some of the most famous faces in horror, and it is a very educational talk, as well as the one I had with Miss Due. She is also an author as well. So everybody stick around. We are going to talk to Tananarive Due. We're going to go right into this interview here, and then when we come back, we are going to have our next question. We are going to be giving away 2 Chip swag bags, which means there can be 2 winners for this next trivia question. So you are going to want to stick around for that. But coming up, our interview with Tananarive Due, and then we will come back with the question and then more of Night of the Living Dead after this, but stick around.
I grew to love horror through my parents, my mom, actually, specifically. My late mother, Patricia Stevens Due, was a civil rights activist. And while she was a very serious person, she had a great, great love for horror movies. I think because she had been a civil rights activist. So my first memories was growing up with these reruns, creature features of the old Universal horror classics like The Wolfman. And, you know, for a time, integrating a neighborhood that had never had a Black family living there, I was first exposed to this idea of hostility, this idea that you don't know which neighbors like you and which neighbors don't. A 5-year-old kid might randomly call you the N-word or a teenager. So that was very frightening. And I know there were things my mother and father were keeping from us, like death threats and even more serious things. So I think on an unconscious level, I did not feel entirely safe. So yes, as a civil rights lawyer, my father would hear from the FBI, oh, be careful about opening mail. There's someone bombing civil rights lawyers and judges. It's like, oh, okay. So that's Tuesday. And my parents had been through worse, you know, in the 60s, where they literally felt their lives were at risk in a very real and visceral way. So I think that is why my mother gravitated to horror. I think it's that sense of unease, that sense of maybe perhaps being surrounded by people who smile at you to your face, but might, you know, throw rocks at your house at night, helped sort of plow the field for me to be a horror fan.
So on top of many accolades that you've gone through with your career, one of the things that you do is you are a professor at UCLA. And the class and the course that you teach is on Black horror and Afrofuturism. Kind of describe what exactly that course is like, kind of what are the stuff that you teach.
So I'm really lucky. I teach courses at UCLA that I love and would just take myself as a student, one in Black horror and one in Afrofuturism, which is basically Black science fiction, fantasy, and horror, and includes more music videos and things like that. So in the Black horror class, it really was Jordan Peele's Get Out that helped my department chair see, oh, right, this would be a great course. You use that as kind of a linchpin and then go through this whole history of horror. So in my Black horror class, really I began with a film from 1940 called Son of Ngagi, and the screenwriter was Spencer Williams, who was later best known for Amos and Andy and that kind of thing, which was basically all a lot of Black performers could do in that time. But he took it a step farther and decided he was going to make movies and help create these movies. So he created this horror movie called Son of Ngagi, which is super, super corny in some ways, but it's also really groundbreaking just because it has this Black cast, a Black lawyer, a Black doctor, a Black police detective. But then there's some horror from the Blaxploitation era, Blackula, Ganja and Hess, even though that isn't Blaxploitation, but a different kind of vampire take using the prism of the connection to Africa and Blackness and addiction. And then, Eve's Bayou, the 90s was just a golden time for all kinds of Black art. And that's when you started to see a lot of horror movies popping up. Death by Temptation led off in 1990. Eve's Bayou came out in there. Tales from the Hood, which is one that a lot of people might have seen. It's kind of a cult classic. So there were a lot of Black creators trying to get their movies made, and miraculously, sometimes they did get their movies made. But really, I would say it was after Get Out in 2017 that kind of knocked the doors open. So you start to see a whole lot of different kinds of Black horror. Not just racism as the monster, which Get Out was, but like Jordan Peele's later work. It can be about class differences. It can be about what it feels like metaphorically when Hollywood is trying to eat you, which is my take on Nope. So there are so many different kinds of stories that Black horror creators can tell, some of them about race, but also I think what makes horror novel is that fans of horror just want to be scared.
With that class, you kind of went through some of the movies. One that I also kind of wanted to bring up, as it's actually one of the movies that we are going to be showing during the night, is obviously the original Night of the Living Dead.
There are some horror fans who will argue, well, George A. Romero wasn't Black, so that can't be Black horror. But as a Black horror fan, we are definitely claiming it. We are inviting Night of the Living Dead to the cookout, as they say, because Romero really took a chance in 1968, casting a Black lead, Dwayne Jones, who was also in Ganja and Hess, by the way. So he's in two pretty classic Black horror movies, or horror period, movies from that era. And Romero always said that Dwayne Jones was the best actor. He put in the best audition, and he didn't intentionally cast Black. And I have no choice but to believe that story, because everyone I talked to who ever knew George Romero echoes that. And the actor who was the Black lead in Dawn of the Dead also told the same story. Having that Black lead is also a huge social statement about the rise of Black leadership and Black humanity, and remaking Black heroes in a way that Hollywood wasn't used to. But the other side of that is, if you have racial issues, having Dwayne Jones as a lead just makes it even scarier. So you can kind of have it both ways. Black audiences are like, yay, we get to be the hero. But racist audiences are like, oh my gosh, he's the hero now, I'm really scared. So you really get everything out of that casting decision.
With Jordan Peele, as you mentioned, you've mentioned a couple times, you obviously have gotten the chance to work with him. I know he's in horror noir, but he is also, you also wrote an episode of The Twilight Zone for the second season. I believe the episode is called Small Town.
Yes, A Small Town.
And kind of, what was that experience like, getting to, work with kind of the director that a lot of people will cite as bringing about like a new sort of appreciation for not only Black horror, but just horror in general, and then also getting to kind of work on a show as iconic as The Twilight Zone?
I know, and that was my very first television credit, was The Twilight Zone. So I'm super pleased about that. So any good Twitter user knows that when someone follows you and you follow them, now you can instant message back and forth. And I've reached the point where I've overcome my shyness. I was like, hey, it would be great if Jordan Peele could come to my class. I don't know if they've had 50 other notes like that day, but instead of silence or a polite, refusal, instead 2 hours later, I get a DM from Jordan Peele's account saying I could surprise them. That would be funny, haha. And I've been like that ever since. So he came to my class. I was like that the whole time. I mean, really, honestly, I've just been like that the whole time because I'm such a fan. And then we went to pitch at Monkey Paw. You don't make a connection like that if you're a screenwriter and leave that undone. So heck yeah, we went in there. We pitched a lot of short stories. I had my eye on Lovecraft Country, but that had already been staffed. And you can just tell when someone wants to find a way to work with you. It's very different than when you're fighting for someone to work with you, when they are like, where can we put you? How can we do this? So we pitched for season 1 and it didn't happen. We didn't take it personally. That's how it works out. But season 2, we heard back, Jordan feels really bad. Let's talk some more for season 2, and settled on an idea that everybody liked, and boom, I have my first credit, co-wrote it with my husband Stephen Barnes, who by the way also wrote for The Twilight Zone in the 80s. So that was a full circle moment for my husband.
You've written many books, and some of them are horror related, others are not, but just kind of when it comes to writing, what's kind of your mindset going into any new works? Kind of what's your process? And then like when it comes to writers in general, kind of what's your advice to them when it comes to writing? And it could be advice for writing horror or just writing in general.
My stories come to me as horror premises mostly. Almost 90% of what I write is horror. It's the way I think. There was a time in the 90s when I started, I wish that were not the case. It was sometimes a harder sell, but it's just the way I work out my internal fears and kind of work myself up for whatever obstacles are lying in my path. So whether it's aging parents or a death in the family or illness or uncertainty, which is an artist's life, trust me, I find a way to sort of hone in on one question I want to answer or one situation I want to see resolved, and the story grows out of that. And I get real joy out of watching my characters rise to the occasion. That's the whole point, right? In Night of the Living Dead, Barbara trips and falls, and my students are like, oh, she's useless. And that was sort of the old school model. But there are other kinds of women in that movie who do not trip and fall. And my characters definitely do not trip and fall. It's like when I was young and single trying to figure out the dating world, I wrote My Soul to Keep. What if your husband is a 500-year-old immortal and you didn't know it? When one of my friends lost her son and didn't know if it was suicide or an accident, that grief helped lead to my novel, The Good House, which is one of my scariest novels. And my latest novel, or the one that's coming out October 31st, The Reformatory, again, a very personal story. My great uncle died at the Dozier School for Boys in Marianna, Florida in 1937. And when I figured out I had to write about this, I decided to fictionalize it, make him a little bit younger, make it happen a little bit later in the timeline, but use it as a way to not only write, which is what is probably, I think, my scariest ghost story, but also a really scary prism into what it was like to be under Jim Crow in Florida in 1950, whether you were Black or a white ally. It was like how the system shuts down growth and how the system tries to terrorize people into compliance. And it's especially interesting now when there are concerted efforts on the part of Florida politicians, including the governor, to erase that history. So I'm actually glad The Reformatory is coming out in 2023 at the time when that conversation is at its height, because yeah, it's a ghost story, but it's also a reminder, oh no, this history was real. The ghost may not be real, but this history, which is just as scary, is real and cannot be erased.
What is a horror film that you will often recommend to people? Now, it could be Black horror, or it could be other subgenres, other horror films. What's kind of the go-to one for you?
Well, it's hard to narrow it down to one, so I don't know that I can do that. I encourage everyone to see Get Out. I've just decided that Get Out may be my favorite horror movie. Not that it's the scariest of them, but the one that has had the most impact both in my personal life and on the entire industry. It's really hard to beat Get Out, and it's such simple, sturdy filmmaking. That's hugely rewatchable. I just started rewatching another movie called The Dark and the Wicked, which, if you like Hereditary, a lot of people haven't heard of this movie. It also goes hard. It is dark and it is wicked, just like Hereditary. So if that's your itch, then this movie will scratch it. And aside from that, just like with books, there are so many good horror movies. Don't sleep on The Blackening just because you're not black. It's actually a very funny horror comedy, which is not my favorite combination, but there are a few that do it well, which brings up Shaun of the Dead is another favorite. Shaun of the Dead, you can be watching it and forget it's a comedy, or watching it and forget it's a horror movie in, basically different points of the movie. It's like super funny when it's funny and super scary when it's scary. And I think The Blackening has a little bit of that.
Welcome back, everybody. Again, Tananarive, she was a wonderful person to talk to. And Tananarive, if you're watching, tell Jordan Peele I said hi. He's really cool, and I just want him to know I said hi, and I loved Nope. Nope is easily, I think, my favorite Jordan Peele movie. If I had to rank them, it's Nope, Get Out, and then Us. But all three of them are excellent horror films, and if you had not had a chance to see any of them, absolutely make it a triple feature. Go check all of them out, because they are phenomenal films, some of the best horror films of the past decade. But now we come to the 11 o'clock hour here, and we got a lot of really good prizes coming up. The next prize is up. There will be an opportunity for 2 people to win the prizes here. The 2 prizes currently up are 2 Ship swag bags graciously donated by Shippensburg University. There's a Ship water bottle and a reusable straw. They're the little gift bags you see right over here. Let me get my hand over there. Yeah, there it is, right? You see that? Right there, yeah. So absolutely, you definitely want to win those. And again, since we have 2 of them, we're giving 2 away. So that means that anybody who wants to win those, there will be 2 winners. So here's how you're going to win, because here is the next question. The next question is, what room number is Danny told to stay away from in The Shining? That is the Stanley Kubrick movie, not the novel, because it is different in the original Stephen King book. And this is also the Kubrick movie, not the Mick Garris movie. Speaking of Mick Garris, his interview will be coming up later tonight, and you'll definitely want to stick around to see how that goes. But what is the room number Danny is told to stay away from in The Shining? There's the number, there's the extension. 2 people will have a chance to win, so definitely hit those phone lines, but only after the movie has started. Speaking of the movie, we are now coming up here to the finale of Night of the Living Dead. We got about a half hour left in the movie, so stay tuned. Night of the Living Dead is often regarded as having one of the most shocking endings in horror history, and you'll definitely want to stay tuned to see why that is. So stick around. It Came From the Television is coming up with more Night of the Living Dead after this.
We better get her downstairs.
We have to go downstairs now, Barbara.
She's right. You have to go downstairs now, just for a little while, until we get back. Then we can all leave.
Oh, I'd like to leave. Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Go ahead, go on.
I'm going with them.
Get back in the cellar.
I'm going.
It's too late. It's too late.
Well, as you're coming, come on. Get in.
This key won't work.
Watch it. Watch the torch.
You gotta get away from the pump. Hang on.
drag you out there and feed you those things.
Isn't it 3 o'clock yet? There's supposed to be another broadcast at 3 o'clock.
10 minutes.
Oh, only 10 more minutes? We don't have very long to wait. We can leave. Well, we better leave soon. It's 10 minutes to 3.
You know anything about this area at all? I mean, is Willard the nearest town?
I don't know. We were just trying to get to a motel before dark.
You say those things turned your car over. You think we can get it back on its wheels and drive it? Where is it?
Seems like it was pretty far away. Seems like we ran.
Forget it. It's at least a mile.
Johnny has the keys.
You're gonna carry that child a mile through that army of things out there?
I can carry the kid. What's wrong with her? How'd she get hurt?
One of those things grabbed her.
Bit her on the arm.
What's wrong?
Who knows what kind of disease those things carry? Is she conscious?
Barely.
She can't walk. She's too weak.
Well, one of us could try to get to the car.
You gonna turn it over by yourself?
You can't start the car. Johnny has the keys.
You have a car? Where? Where is it?
You won't be able to start it.
Yeah, I know. But where is it?
Good Lord.
Being monitored closely by scientists at all the radiation detection stations. At this hour, they report the level of the mysterious radiation continues to increase steadily. So long as this situation remains, government spokesmen warn that dead bodies will continue to be transformed into the flesh-eating ghouls. All persons who die during this crisis, from whatever cause, will come back to life to seek human victims unless their bodies are first disposed of by cremation. Our news cameras have just returned from covering such a search and destroy operation against the ghouls, this one conducted by Sheriff Conan McClellan in Butler County, Pennsylvania. So now let's go to that film report. All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls. The Survival Command Center at the Pentagon has disclosed that a ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull. Officials are quoted as explaining that since the brain of a ghoul has been activated by the radiation, the plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
anything from the supply wagon, Cuss?
No, we're all right. Hey, Cass, put that thing all the way in the fire. We don't want it getting up again. All right, I got you.
Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Oh, things aren't going too bad. Men are taking it pretty good. You want to get on the other side of the road over there?
Chief, do you think we'll be able to defeat these things?
Well, we killed 19 of them today right in this area. Those last 3 we caught trying to claw their way into an abandoned shed. They must have thought somebody was in there. There wasn't, though. We heard them making all kind of noise. We came over and beat them off, blasted them down. Chief, as soon as you're finished, can I see you here? Yeah, okay.
Chief, if I were surrounded by 6 or 8 of these things, would I stand a chance with them?
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot them in the head. That's a sure way to kill them. If you don't, get yourself a club or a torch. Beat them or burn them. They go up pretty easy.
Well, Chief McClellan, how long do you think it will take you until you get the situation under control?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. We don't know how many of them there are. We know when we find them, we can kill them.
Are they slow-moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Well, in time, would you say you ought to be able to wrap this up in 24 hours?
Well, we don't really know. We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. We're working our way toward Willard, and we'll team up with the National Guard over there, and then we'll be able to give a more definite view.
Thank you very much, Chief McClellan. This is Bill Cardill, WIC TV 11 News.
Thank you, Bill, for that report. Official spokesman declined to speculate just how long it may take to kill off all the flesh eaters, so long as the heavy rain...
Is the fuse box in the cellar?
I don't know. It isn't the fuse. The power lines are down. Helen, I have to get that gun.
Haven't you had enough?
Look, 2 people are dead already on account of that guy. Take a look out that window.
baby. Baby.
Vince, Al. You want to get about 4 or 5 men and a couple dogs? There's a house over here behind those trees. We want to go check it out.
Right.
You still here, Bill?
Yeah, Chief, we're going to stay with it till we meet up with the National Guard.
Where'd you get the coffee?
One of the volunteers, you're doing all the work, you take it.
Thank you. We should be wrapped up here about 3 or 4 more hours. We'll probably get into Willard then. I guess you can go over there and meet the National Guard. Nick, you and the rest of these men want to come with me?
Well, Bill, I'm going to check in the office, see what's happening. All right, Steve, tell them we're going to stay with it, and everything appears to be under control.
They need you down there by the barn. Some of these guys can follow the wagon down. I only need a few men to check out the house. Somebody had a cookout here, Vince.
Yeah, sure looks like it, Cal.
He's the dead one. Get up here. Nick, Tony, Steve, you want to get out in that field and build me a bonfire? You, drag that out of here and throw it on the fire.
Nothing down here.
All right, go ahead down and give him a hand. Let's go check out the house, man.
There's something there. I heard a noise.
All right, Vince, hit him in the head, right between the eyes. Good shot. Okay, he's dead. Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
All right, send the wagon through directly out. Over.
More torches. Keep those dogs back off of those things.
Go more quickly. Come ahead with the motorcycle, please. Let's go back there. That's the way.
Hey, Randy, light these torches over here. People in the back, way in the back.
And there is Night of the Living Dead. As mentioned, a truly shocking, powerful ending. Obviously, George Romero closes out a movie that was filled with a lot of tension, with images that very much invoke the racist and tragic lynchings that happened very much in the South during this time, during the Jim Crow era. But obviously, Night of the Living Dead now lives forever as one of the most iconic horror films ever made. And once again, as you saw here, it is an absolute tried and true classic. And I think it might be my favorite of the Dead movies. Dawn of the Dead is a lot of fun, and Day of the Dead I recently rewatched, and it was pretty good. I think Tom Savini's best work is in Day of the Dead, but Night of the Living Dead stands the test of time. And some would argue that a lot of the tension between the characters is more relevant than ever. But again, Night of the Living Dead, a tried and true classic. But now we have two interviews coming up here on the show. Our very first interview is with Patrick Bryce. He is the director of Creep 1 and 2, which you can find on Netflix, as well as the Netflix original, There's Someone Inside Your House. So we are going to talk with Patrick here and see what he has to say. So let's go into that interview and see what comes next.
So I grew up on 7 acres of forest in the middle of the woods in Northern California. I was the only child, and we had a TV with maybe 3 channels on it. Introduction to film and filmmaking in general was through watching VHS movies with my dad. I mean, we would go to the theater sometimes, but it was, you know, in terms of consistency and in terms of like, you know, exposure to a lot of different stuff, it was definitely found at the video store. But there was this section in the video store that had all these box covers with these insane images on them. The first real, like, visceral, scary, insane experience I ever had watching a horror movie was watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I think I was 11 or 12 at a sleepover with I think I might have been 11 actually, or no, I was 12. I was just so struck and kind of mortified and repulsed by how, like, the sort of, like, rather than that movie being, you know, a movie where its strength lives in like jump scares or whatever, it's really this, like, you know, there was the prolonged dinner sequence in that movie with the family, when you know, when I forget her name, but the final girl is trapped in there. Mm-hmm. And sort of how long that scene goes on for, just fully traumatized me. But I was also, you know, kind of inspired and titillated by it.
When it came to the first Creep, you mentioned that you you worked with Mark Duplass. That's how, like, you two kind of brainstorm. So you mentioned about found footage. So when you were coming up with the ideas, was found footage, was it immediate, like, yes, this is how we tell this story? Like, you know, like a standard narrative?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Creep was always going to be a found footage movie. And it was really important for me because I think I'm someone who, you know, probably considered themselves a much more visually precise director before I ended up making that movie, and being forced to make a movie where the visual choices are coming from, you know, out of character decisions in the movie, and a lot of those end up naturally and feeling messy in a good way. Like, that was a real great learning experience for me, because then it sort of reminded me of what's important. You know, I think as a first-time filmmaker, you can kind of get lost in, like, wanting to make your first movie this perfect thing, and it was nice to have this totally specific to that movie set of rules that were applied to making both Creep movies, that sort of were able to guide everything and remind us of you know, what's important from moment to moment.
Obviously, on top of directing the film, you also star in it. You're one of the 2 actors in the first one. So just kind of general questions about that, more or less. I'm assuming Mark Duplass was always kind of like, he was always going to be in the film, but
Yeah, I mean, that literally came about from us saying, how do we make this movie with just the two of us? Yeah, I mean, I think initially Mark was talking about an idea that he had where he wanted to make an entire movie where he was just filming himself, where it was just one character filming themselves. And I don't think he had necessarily fully cracked it yet. And so then it was through us talking that we came up with this concept that meant the both of us would be doing it. And you know, I am not necessarily an actor. I never acted before. You know, I'd been in like community theater productions in my hometown when I was growing up, but never like, other than that, it was never something that I necessarily strove for. And so I think, you know, I've taken that experience and that dynamic and that feeling throughout all my movies, like, you know, going from that movie to like working with like Demi Moore or Ed Helms or you know, whoever, you know, actors who've like worked with great directors and all that stuff. Like I just go back to like what helped me out when I was sort of, you know, struggling or trying to find a scene or find what's important or find the truth in it. And that's just like relying on instinct, you know. And so it's a weird movie for me to watch because I'm not only watching myself sort of learn how to make movies and make narrative movies making that movie, I'm also watching myself learn how to act during the movie.
You didn't really have like a script. It was more sort of a Blair Witch situation of you had a basic outline of what needed to happen from scene to scene, and then you just kind of let, like, you and Mark just kind of did your own thing. What was that kind of like? And like, as a director, were you giving a lot of direction towards Mark, or were you just kind of letting him go and do his own thing, and then on top of it being more improvisational?
I mean, I was never actually scared. I mean, you know, it was definitely all sort of thought out and controlled. I mean, there were moments when we were sort of filming these longer takes that Mark would throw things out there to like kind of throw me off. And what was nice about that was it was the nature of the dynamic of these two characters is that I was in a position to receive that because that was, you know, what my character would be going through. And so it was nice for me to sort of get those cues. It had been this movie where like 25% of it I like really hated, you know, and was really struggling with and didn't know the answer to fixing this issue. And then once we did that, it was like, oh, this is the movie that I want to see. This is the movie that makes more sense to me. But we really had to like do it and try it and fail, you know, and go back and adjust in order to make it work. And it also felt even more euphoric once we got to the point of it working, having gone down that road and done the work, you know.
So obviously, even though there was some stress, some anxiety on your end about, you know, how the film would turn out, obviously it garnered a lot of critical praise. Audiences really enjoyed the film. So once you kind of saw the positive response, how quick were you to start considering the possibility of doing a sequel?
We had no intention of making a sequel when we were making the first movie, and sort of the discovery that we had opened ourselves up to a sequel, and you know, with the way we finished the first movie was a great one, because I think you know, it was a language that horror fans obviously understand. You know, there's the you know, the cold open, but then there's also the idea of like this ending that's sort of ending on a question mark, or giving you one small piece of information that maybe opens up the world a little bit. And that was, you know, ending the first movie with this you know, cupboard filled with VHS tapes. Being able to make a sequel, I mean, part of our decision to make a sequel was Netflix coming to us and saying, you know, we can't tell you how many people have watched this. I mean, that's, you know, one of the things that folks are striking about right now is that you know, the sort of transparency when it comes to the streamers, and they're notoriously cautious with that, with letting that information out. And I don't actually know the number of people that have watched the movie on Netflix or otherwise necessarily, but you know, they basically said, you know, if you guys want to make a sequel, like we'll pay for it. You know, we liked the idea of kind of taking a meta approach with this movie, whereas like the cat was out of the bag at the end of the first movie. Part of the question of the first movie is this guy a real killer or not, right? We sort of like exhaust that question as long as we can for 77 minutes, you know, in the first movie and before the reveal. And so now that question has been answered, like, where do we go from there, and how do we make this movie feel tense and scary knowing that? And so we did the same thing where we have this character announce himself as a serial killer, you know, in the first 5 minutes of the movie, and then have her essentially not believe him, you know, and then sort of make the movie then be about these lies that he's telling. I think even with the first movie, I was super nervous, you know, because I didn't really understand the thing about genre fans, which is that like this is a genre that, you know, it's had so much repetition, you know, in a good way and a bad way. And anytime you're able to bring something new into the mix that throws people off guard, I think it's appreciated. And so that was what the great sort of realization of the first movie, which was like, you know, even up to our premiere at South by Southwest, I was like, people are going to hate this movie. There's no blood in it. It's just two dudes being weird with each other in the woods. Like, we're going to like they're just going to hate it, you know? And then like having the nice response that it had there was a real motivating factor. And then obviously developing the kind of cult following that it developed by nature of being on Netflix and being this weird ass thing that people could discover in their homes, gave us a little more confidence, you know, going into the second movie and like letting the second movie be ourselves, you know, and be this like reflection of like all the goofy ass stuff that's in the first movie, and sort of like that being the thing that we ended up shining a light on a little bit more, like, you know, obviously trying to make it still scary in some ways, but definitely like wanting to amp up the sort of the humor of it.
What was kind of like your mindset going into a very different kind of production, and then instead of doing found footage horror, kind of doing more of a slasher? I mean, the other thing that I didn't mention in terms of like my entree into horror was I, you know, came up going to the movie theater with my friends in the late 90s and early 2000s. And that's when the sort of slasher revival movement was happening, you know, starting with Scream and then all the other movies that followed. I Know What You Did Last Summer, Urban Legends, you know, all these kind of movies that, you know, mid-budget level horror movies that were being made at the time. And so I was watching a lot of those movies. And then to go in and actually be able to design these kill sequences, and, you know, specifically like the cold open is one of the things I'm most proud of having made. You know, this sort of like slow burn of a cold open that ends with this gnarly ankle slash, and, you know, being able to go in and actually storyboard that, having ideas that I had instinctually coming to life on screen at the end of all that, and then being able to cast actors who were super naturalistic. And so I got a lot of freedom to sort of be able to play with that movie. And yeah, I really love it and love sort of what we ended up with. What's kind of a horror film that you always recommend to somebody?
Yeah, I mean, this is like a totally boring answer. I apologize, but like, you know, it's definitely The Shining. I would say that is the one that I will absolutely recommend to mainly folks who are not horror movie fans, first and foremost, you know, because I think it is a nice sort of bridge or like entry point if it's something that you're interested in. Like that's a movie that I've definitely shown to friends who are like, I'm not a horror person at all, but I've like made them watch that movie, just because I also think that film exists on another level outside of horror. It's almost like got this crazy metaphysical element to it, and then it's a movie where I also always find myself noticing something new in it every time I watch it, whether it's, you know, a prop that's in the background or a subtle performance thing or whatever. I just find that movie to be an endless gift.
Welcome back, everybody. Patrick Bryce, again, terrific filmmaker, wonderful person to talk to. He had a lot of great insights. I should also preface with all the interviews that you're seeing here tonight, if you want to see the full extended interviews, they are currently posted on my personal YouTube channel. It's just Adam Beam. If you look it up, they're linked in all the descriptions of all the interviews, but then you will most likely also find them on SUTV later here in the month and in the following month of November. But again, Patrick, terrific guy. So glad he was willing to join us for this wonderful event. And everybody go check out Creep 1 and 2, and also check out There Is Someone Inside Your House, which is based on a book, which is a really great book that I think people should read as well. The movie and book, a little different, but that's just how adaptations go. I should also say, since he mentioned The Shining, if you stay tuned long enough, I will most likely look like Jack Torrance by the end of this, so you'll definitely want to see that. But coming up, we have another interview. This time around, we're getting a little action-packed because I got to talk to a stunt performer. That stunt performer is, of course, Keisha Tucker. She has worked on films such as Captain Marvel, Black Panther, and Black Panther Wakanda Forever. And she has also worked on Jordan Peele's Us, which is why she is out here on the show tonight. So that is the interview that's coming up here right now. Join us, and then after the interview, we are also going to have the trivia question that will be giving away the free passes to Feel the Screams. So you'll definitely want to stay tuned. But right now, here's Keisha Tucker to tell us what it's like as a stunt performer right now.
To start things off, so as mentioned, you've worked on tons of stuff outside of just the horror genre. You've done dramas, you've done action films, you've done comedy. So I guess I just have to start off because you're very different from other guests I've had who are mainly focused in horror. Are you a fan of horror films? Like, do you enjoy the genre?
I am. I love horror. I actually was, I was going to view some horror movies after this, now that you speak of it. But yeah, I try to watch all genres, but I love horror movies. Especially right now, my significant other loves horror movies too, so we're always watching those. I don't know if it's my parents exposed me to whatever, but my father also used to watch horror movies, but I've watched movies that stick out that I was actually going to rewatch recently is, stuff like Village of the Damned, Pumpkinhead. I don't know if those are a little bit older, but
But then sort of what led you to get into acting? Was stunt work kind of something that you wanted to do first, or was acting kind of what you wanted to do and then you realized, oh wait, stunts are also something that I'm really passionate about. This is what I want to do.
Acting was my first love. I went into this being like acting, but then I didn't even hear of stunt people or stunt work until I moved out to LA and started pursuing my acting career. And all stunt people are basically actors too, because, we have to do the scene as the actor would, except put the action into it, So, and I grew up doing gymnastics and a lot of sports, and I've always been physically orientated. So it was just up my alley, and I heard through the grapevine, like I started, my friend told me about this thing called stuntkids.com, and I just reached out to people, and I wanted to learn things like high falls and learn what ratchets were, or just whatever. And I went to this guy named Mike Cassidy and helped train him and the kids, like in exchange for actually learning the stunts myself. And it just started from there, and then you get to know another person, and you get to know another person, and it's a small industry, but once you're meeting, it just grows. It's like a snowball effect.
So when you got started out and you were doing these first couple projects and doing stunts, what were typically the type of stunts that you were doing?
Starting out, just little small fight scenes here and there, just little falls, and so one time I did a stunt was just to be surrounding the actor and near explosives, so that if anything were to go wrong, I guess, like, we would get the grunt of the fire instead of the actor or performer. I'm not into these kind of stunts yet, but I hope to get into motorcycle riding, and just anything can be a stunt. If you know how to ski, that can be a stunt.
What was it like working on a production? Because Marvel projects, those are on a completely different level in terms of like the scale. What was it like working on a Marvel movie and, like getting to stand alongside some of like the most prolific Black actors working in Hollywood?
Mind-blowing. You feel like you want to pinch yourself because you're in a dream, and it actually still feels like that. Like, even today when I'm working with these top name people like Angela Bassett and Michael B. Jordan and stuff like that, it's like, you have to be like, am I really doing this? Like, and they're just so cool and so humble, and I still get nervous of people like that. I'm just, I'm like that person that forgets their name when I'm just trying to have a normal conversation. So yeah, it's overwhelming sometimes, but you got to stay focused.
So then when it comes to, after Black Panther, you had then gone on to do a couple other Marvel movies. You've done stuff with Ant-Man and the Wasp. You've done Captain Marvel. You've also done other superhero projects like Black Lightning. Sort of, when it comes to projects that are similar like that, so like the Marvel movies, are you working with a lot of the same crew in between each movies?
Well, I do meet a lot of different people, but yes, I do see a lot of the same people on projects when I'm, for example, going from Black Panther to Captain Marvel. It was a lot of the same crew, like the same, people working on the cameras and everything, and you just become friends with people, and it becomes like a little party because you're playing and you're seeing the same people that you're used to seeing, and you get friends with people on Facebook and keep in touch here and there, and like, how's your family, and you learn about people, and that's a good part of it. I love it.
You at that point then were also doing stunt work in some horror projects. And I think kind of like the biggest one has to be Us, directed by Jordan Peele. After seeing a film like Get Out, what was it like? Like, did you ever think that you would get to work on a Jordan Peele movie? And then once you were able to get on, like, as a stunt performer for Us, what was it like?
Well, I didn't know if I ever would work on a Jordan Peele film, but I was a big fan of his from his comedy, Key and Peele, and Get Out was one of my favorites that he's done. But doing Us, I would just like stare at him and watch him work and watch him direct, and I just really looked at him like he was a genius, and he's really inspiring, because I come from a comedy background. Like, I've tried stand up, and I used to be like the class clown in school and everything. So it's inspiring to know that people can and will take you seriously if you're doing it right, but I did more than I thought I would on that film. Basically 2 different people, but as herself, and I was always opposite. Sometimes when they did the split screen, they had to have somebody else being the other character, so a lot of the times that would be like the back of my head, and and I had to do a lot of acting for that, so to give the actor something to feed off of. So it's a lot of acting, a lot of fun, and I learned a lot. There's a lot of stunts in horror films because people are constantly getting killed, so I've been stabbed in the neck, I've been pushed down the steps, so that's more of what I'd say I've done on horror films, as opposed to like a fight scene. I've never really done, well, except for in Us, I did do a fight scene, but you're doing more, there's more blood and gore and stuff like that. People are trying to kill you, and as opposed to you fighting somebody.
Out of all the stunts that you've done, what is probably your favorite stunt that you've ever got to do? And then sort of similar to that, out of all the stunts you've done, what was probably, I don't want to say like maybe the scariest, but probably the one that you had to like maybe hype yourself up about, the one that you were maybe a little nervous about doing?
Some of the scariest stunts are the most fun, which I don't know if that makes sense. the one of the most memorable also is the first Black Panther. I got to ride on top of a car in the middle of South Korea, and it wasn't scary. I had to, you know, just picture it, and I was kind of outside myself, you know, just it is just really fun, but you don't think of the danger until afterwards, like, oh, somebody could have hit that car and I could have been like squashed underneath it if it flipped over, you know what I mean? But you don't think about it at the time, and it was just one of the most memorable and most fun. And Black Panther 2, we had to do a stunt where we jumped off a high place, like it was supposed to be the boat, but we jumped off of the building in real life, but we were on wires. But I do have sort of a fear of heights, even though I jump from them. It sounds crazy because people are like, you can jump from there and you're scared of heights a little bit. Yeah, I just gotta like prep my mind, and then it ends up being exhilarating, like a roller coaster, you know, like people go on roller coasters and other people are like, are you insane? I'm never gonna go on that. But it's like a thrill. It's a thrill ride, but a professional one, because you still have to know technique and focus on what you're doing so you don't get hurt.
Ah, you startled me. Sorry, didn't see you there. My apologies. However, if you do want to be scared, up next are the prizes here, are the Feel the Screams passes, which I know a lot of people want to win here. In the meantime, though, I just want to briefly talk about Keisha Tucker. She was so lovely to talk. Everyone I talked to was lovely to talk to, but Keisha was really great. I have so much respect for stunt performers. They do tireless work, not just on action films, but as you saw, horror films, even just simple dramas. Stunt performers are always there. They are the unsung heroes when it comes to filmmaking. And frankly, stunts, along with every other person working in Hollywood who isn't an executive, union strong. Shout out to everyone on the picket line for SAG-AFTRA. Hopefully, the studios will learn their lesson and they will give you the proper money you deserve. But stunt performers deserve recognition at the Academy Awards. I'm also a very firm believer on that. Stunt work is spectacular, and Keisha's work is no exception. But now, obviously, we are coming to what everyone has been waiting for, the Field of Scream passes. That is what everyone has been waiting for here. I know that's one of the big prizes. I want to thank Jim Schaaf, who you're going to see later because we got to go behind the scenes at Field of Screams. So you're going to see that later. But he was so generous, and he was a great person to chat with, and he very graciously donated these passes. So if you want to win the Field of Screams passes, here is how you do it. Here is the question. The question is, what is the only horror film to ever win Best Picture at the Academy Awards? There have been other horror films that have been nominated for Best Picture, but this is so far the only film that is a horror film that has won Best Picture. There's the number, there's the extension. Call in right when the movie starts. And now you're probably wondering, what is the movie that's coming up here? Well, Night of the Living Dead got a little heavy there. Obviously, it's a bit more of a serious film, but now we're going to go into a bit more fun territories because we got one of the films by the great William Castle, who I'll talk about a bit after we get into the movie a little, and that movie is House on Haunted Hill, starring Vincent Price from 1959, a tried and true fun B-movie, and you are going to have a real fun time with it. So let's get into House on Haunted Hill, directed by William Castle, starting right now on It Came from the Television.
I introduce myself? I'm Watson Pritchard. In just a minute, I'll show you the only really haunted house in the world. Since it was built a century ago, 7 people, including my brother, have been murdered in it. Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent 1 night there, and when they found me in the morning, I was almost dead.
I'm Frederick Lauren, and I've rented the house on Haunted Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party. She's so amusing. There'll be food and drink and ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000, or your next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars. She's so amusing. Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man. But don't you think you can be much braver if you're paid for it? And I happen to know that Lance needs the $10,000 I'll give him, if he's brave enough to stay all night. This is Ruth Bridges. You've no doubt read her column in the newspapers. She says her reason for coming to the party is to write a feature article on ghosts. She's also desperate for money, gambles. You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend another night here. I wonder why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria. But don't you see a little touch of greed there, around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work for me because she needed the $10,000 more than most. Supports her whole family. Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
Where's everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
Are we all strangers to each other? Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Lauren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No,
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about renting the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives, I believe.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
Who closed the door?
This thing's made of solid steel.
Annabelle, our guests are here, unfortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
Dust and dirt everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. And that's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why all these strangers? Why none of our friends?
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money. Now let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
And you call this a party?
Could be.
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
Would you guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
No, thank you.
Just a sip might improve your humor.
My humor is fine, thanks. And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good to know that. Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free. And your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days,
Think so?
if I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ate, the doctor said.
Yes, arsenic on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling, the only ghoul in the house is you.
And don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house, in places you wouldn't think. The funny thing is the heads have never been found. Hands and feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened her husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening. I'm your host, Frederick Lauren. Since we're all strangers to each other, let's get acquainted with a drink, shall we?
Mr. Lauren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What do you have?
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So if any of you decide not to stay for the party, you must let me know before midnight. Of course, if you leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this, party. Aside from the pleasant company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
That's cheerful.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Lauren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. A ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
See that stain? Blood. A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
I hope it doesn't come back.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house. All this belonged to a Mr. Norton, who didn't die here. He was electrocuted later. Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines, but his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in. She was supposed to stay down. But the bones came up. It's a funny thing. But none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and different. Look out! God, she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Destroys everything with hair and flesh. Just leaves the bones. My, it's dry and dusty down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on. How'd you get invited to this party? No. Oh, go on. I mean, what'd he tell you?
Mr. Lawrence said everybody'd get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in ghosts?
I don't know.
Well, I agree with what that doc says. You can spook yourself. I've done it in planes. Seen things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your $10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean, if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Ah, sure he will. 10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Does it go anywhere? Lance! Lance!
Welcome back, everybody. So obviously, House on Haunted Hill, we are in full things here. We are obviously getting spooky already right off the bat, and there's still plenty of movie to go. I will, of course, be talking about the legendary and iconic Vincent Price, who is an absolute legend of the horror genre, and I have so much I want to say about him. But in the meantime, I'll keep it basic right now, is that he is the #1 reason this film is so excellent. And I really love that this movie falls into the public domain so that people can see just how great Vincent Price is. You know, Vincent Price is kind of an expert when it comes to haunted houses, at least in this movie. But you know who else is an expert when it comes to haunted attractions? Bobby Rowe. And if you don't know who Bobby Rowe is, he is the director and one of the stars behind Houses Octoberbuilt and Houses Octoberbuilt 2. He is also one of the co-runners of the website Haunt Society, which connects every haunted attraction all across America in one singular place. And since we just talked about Field of Screams, and we're currently in a film set in a haunted house, I feel it is no better time than to go see what Bobby Rowe has to say about his films, The Houses Octoberbuilt, which is exactly what we're gonna go do. So here's an interview right now with Bobby Rowe. Sit back and enjoy, and then after the interview, we are gonna continue with House on Haunted Hill. Stay with us.
I grew up like everybody, you know, kind of slumber parties, watching horror. But what always stood out to me since I was a kid was the rules. And if the horror movie didn't have rules, I was not scared. Nightmare on Elm Street to me was such a smart, just smart log line alone that Craven did, that he attacked something that nobody can avoid, sleep. And I thought that was such a cool way in, that no matter where you're from, what you do, you have to go to sleep. And I think that that's always been the difference to me from Freddy and Jason or Michael Myers, is that Jason and Michael Myers, the rules kind of don't apply. It's pretty straightforward, which is a fun little ride, right? It's a roller coaster ride. And I still have fun with those movies, but Nightmare to me was always, the imagination was boundless. But I just loved how that kind of sparked such imagination, even in horror, which at the time, some people put their nose up at it. And that drives me insane, because the storytelling in horror is fascinating.
As you got older, college age, you eventually ended up at UCLA. And I think definitely, you know, you were a pitcher for the baseball team at the time, you were an All-American. What kind of led you to decide then that filmmaking was the career path you wanted to go down?
It was secretly there for me all along since I was 5. I was fortunate enough to be good at baseball, and I had opportunities at LSU, Florida State, Texas, so really great schools. I had a pretty good senior year in high school, and what I secretly was trying to do is kill 2 birds. So secretly, that was the plan all along, whether my coach and my parents and everybody else knew. That's what I was trying to do. And I think what's funny is, in doing that, pitching taught me a lot about directing in a way, because to me, it's always been, as a pitcher, either the team wins the game or you lose the game. And I've always been fine with that. Take as much as you can on your shoulders and do the best you can, but you are responsible for what happens that day. And I kind of take that approach the same way to film, and I think it's helped me.
You pitch a couple of scripts around, they don't really get anywhere. So you and Zach, you eventually land on the idea for the Houses Octoberbuilt.
Well, what happened right before that we were frustrated in a way, because Zach and I had written together since high school, back and forth, and tons of scripts along the way. When I had left school, I got offered free agency with the Rangers, and I wanted to take it, but I just knew that I could be 30 years old, still in the minor leagues, and I'd be so far behind what I really wanted to do. We had gotten close to selling scripts. We had sold one, actually, that never came to fruition, never was made. So that was a way to still be involved without doing what we wanted to do yet. When we had the idea for House Octoberbuilt, what we wanted to do, nobody had ever put a haunted house really on the big screen. Tobe Hooper's Funhouse in 1980, but that's Carnival. That's not what we were doing. And at the time, Paranormal Activity had just come out and blown up. So every exec was like, okay, so when the ghost comes, when? And I'm like, no, we're doing the opposite of that. We're gonna make this as grounded as we can be. So we decided, Kevin Smith ran credit cards, and we were like, we are in a lot of trouble if this doesn't work. But we believed it. And what's funny is it took it back to basically the same execs that told us no after the fact, and Fox and New Regency ended up buying it. And we got to open for Eli Roth. He was winning the Horror Director of the Decade award in an LA film festival, and we got to open for him, which was cool because it was a sold-out theater. There was 400 or 500 people, but they were all there to see him. Nobody knew anything about the movie, but they had to sit through our movie to then get to his presentation. The credits, well, there's no credits, it's cut to black, and we were supposed to do a Q&A after. And I was like, this audience feels like we're dead. They don't know what they watched. And I grabbed the film festival director, and I was like, we're not doing the Q&A, cut it. I promise you, cut it. And Zach and I and the rest cast went up into the projection room and hid. And at the end, we had glow sticks everywhere for people under their seats. So we turned off all the lights in the theater. They had to get their glow sticks to even get out of the theater. That made me feel really good.
Yeah, so obviously once the movie releases, it kind of makes a pretty big splash. I know that it's a movie that is often now played every October. People try to get it in every October, which I imagine is a really cool feeling, getting to have a movie that is almost kind of essential to a lot of people around like Halloween, around that time of year.
Am I grateful and stuff that's in people's rotation? 100%. Like that makes me feel awesome. Like every time I see that pop up, because a movie that's fantastic can still die away in 3 years and never come back, right? So having that is great. But I hoped that it would be in a rotation, because I thought there was at the time not a lot of movies around Halloween. Like even the movie Halloween isn't really about the holiday. And so kind of that was the intention, and I'm glad it's, that it still resonates with people.
And with the first film ending in a way where it is essentially a cliffhanger for a continuation, moving on to the sequel, kind of when did the ideas for the sequel start coming about? Was it like towards like the end of the production of the first one, you were like, okay, if this is successful, we are going into a sequel?
We had always kind of envisioned the 3 to 4 movies, 3 for sure, and have this big story arc that we were going to do. That idea to me was the only way I think that, to me, that you could scare somebody again, especially this group that has gone through, they were numb to a lot of things, right? And I thought the interactiveness, akin to like David Fincher's The Game, that kind of flip-flop on you, it's just literally one of those things that I wanted to be able to give people a haunted house experience without being in a haunted house. And because I always say that we're kind of desensitized, it's why we now have 4D theaters. Because now we need it to rain on us, because 3D is not enough.
Obviously the first one got around with the haunt community, so when it came time to make the sequel, did you have a lot of haunts reaching out to you being like, hey, we think our haunt would be a great feature for your movie?
To make the first one, we had to beg. Nobody knew what we were doing. Some people had their guard up, like, what are these guys doing here? And then with the success of the first one, with the sequel, it's funny, it came with its own problems, but then it came with its own perks. We were probably contacted every other day by haunts, which was awesome, trying to say, well, okay, will you please come shoot here? Because they knew we'd shoot at probably 4 or 5 of them. And it was important to me for part 2 to try to find as many different Halloween experiences. We had done haunts in the first one, and so with the second one, I wanted to find as much a variety as I could, because as awesome as a haunt is first person, some of them on screen start to turn into a dark labyrinth, and I didn't want them to start blending together. Thematically, whatever the haunt was, I needed it to be out there. That's why and 2, we go to that adult haunt, the zombie pub crawl. Even there was 30,000 people dressed as zombies in Minneapolis, and then trying to shoot within that was tough. And so it was hard. We didn't have the same anonymity we did with the first one. But with it, like, we got to do, like, I got to go toe to toe with Kobayashi in a brain eating contest, which is, I got my kicked, but it doesn't matter. Like, to go toe to toe with the best in the world, that was really, really cool. And then the 5K in Georgia, that was a 1 million square foot facility. You do a zombie marathon, zombie 5K, and to be able to use that facility, the subway, we were up in an Army helicopter, all those experiences, to me, it was just important, because I could have gone down the normal list of amazing haunts, but I just wanted to make sure that we were having a little bit of a different vibe and kind of expanded the scope.
What are sort of some of the haunts that haven't been featured in the movies that you would like to give like special shout outs to, or just really give like the haunts that have just really impressed you over the years that you've been able to visit them?
When COVID hit and we were like, okay, haunt community is going to be super impacted by this, right? I mean, that's about as up close and personal as you can get, and a lot of them had to shut down. And so instead, Zach and I figured out, we were like, look, how can we showcase these haunts? If we're not filming part 3 right now, we started a site called Haunt Society, and what we wanted to do is showcase, our featured haunts, some of our favorite haunts, and kind of give them a platform, not a directory type thing, but a showcase, like give them their whole page like a baseball card. And so we started getting these featured haunts that we kind of endorse around the United States. So I think that to kind of answer your questions, like, there's some really cool ones. If you've ever heard the 17th Door, they just changed to a new location in Buena Vista, California. But that's 17 doors, and you're signing waivers, but not in a McCamey way. Still scary, but unlike anything I've ever seen. In Ohio, we went into Terror Town. So it's All Hallows Eve has this they had bought this giant Western community. So it was almost like could have been an amusement park, but it was this full-on Western town. And they bought it and flipped it into this whole narrative about zombies, cowboys, witches. So when you go there, it's not just walking through a haunt. You are walking through a town. Things happen along the way. There's like a witch hanging. Somebody's burned. Like, they try to keep as 1880 as they can with this whole supernatural kind of tone that's you don't know who's real, who's fake, that kind of thing.
When it comes to recommending horror films, what are kind of horror films, or if there's one specific movie that you can cite, what is a horror film recommendation that you will always give to people?
I love Lake Mungo. It might be the most authentic, like I'm pretty sure this was real found footage movie. And I think it's great. And I hope that filmmaker keeps making more movies. I haven't seen anything since, to be honest. But all in all, that's kind of my favorite go-to, because I don't like recommending anything obvious. But I think for a lot of people, they've never heard of it. And I think it always goes over well because it's great. Barely see it streaming anywhere. And they showed a lot of restraint, which is really hard when you're doing a studio film, because at the end of the day, they want that roller coaster ride, and that slow burn is not what a lot of people are in the business of. And to be honest, they're not completely wrong. A lot of people change the channel, right? Like when streaming, you're not. I was trying to tell somebody the other day that when I was a little kid and you went to Blockbuster, it was like $5.99, so it was $6, and whatever you rented, you watched, even if you hated it. You finished it because you were like, I spent $6, I did it. And you may even watch it again and hate it because that was your night. And there's been an interesting thing. I read some article they're talking about that cult movies are completely dead because no one will stay with the film long enough if it's a slow burn now, because they're not invested. They didn't pay for it the same way, and they can just move on to the next one in 5 minutes, without any repercussions. So I commend a lot of those movies that kind of took their time. You know, I remember I had to pull blood.
Please, Lance is gone, and there's a ghost.
See what I mean?
Please, come on.
Did she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
We'll have to break it down. It's locked.
Locked? You all right?
Nothing that money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
And the only way you could bump your head in here is to run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they didn't kill him.
Who?
He didn't bump his head. They hit him.
They?
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
Well, then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc. Wait for me in the hall.
The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and. Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
You in a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
There you are, my dear.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
That sound different to you?
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet. Three, 6. Now, I'm gonna knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall.
Tap lower down.
Where'd it come from?
From in here.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run, it just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
Well, how can I?
I'm Annabelle Lauren. You must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up? This is your room. Depressing, isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party. Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
How long have you known my husband?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger. We all are.
But who?
I hope for your sake you never find out. I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else that happens here tonight.
Now, don't tell me you're taking all this seriously.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance. If I need help, may I count on you?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out 50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
Well, what can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money like his can get away with anything. You know, of course, that I'm his fourth wife. The first simply disappeared. The other two died. Lance, I don't want to join them.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then. Please be careful.
Would he hurt you?
He would kill me if he could.
you're missing all the fun. Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go and console him, as you do most men, in your fashion?
You're so clever, Frederick.
Yes, I lie awake nights wondering why I married you. It was rather a mistake.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
Would you adore me as much if I were poor? No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end. It's close to midnight, Lance.
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd. I'll be right down.
Come with us. Come with us before he kills you.
Where's Nora? Miss Manning.
Don't want to stay here.
Nora, what happened? That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
Well, Doctor, it looks like we have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Good evening.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
May I have your attention, please? I think you all remember the bargain we made about staying all night. $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait. It isn't midnight yet. Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now. I was going to ask you whether you wanted to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins. This is my wife's idea. I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor? Lance? Nora?
Go ahead, take it.
Miss Bridges? And here's yours, dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness.
Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well then, just follow me.
Darling, I really don't need this.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look. But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
Welcome back, everybody. So we are chugging along here with It Came From the Television, and we are also chugging along through here with House on Haunted Hill. Again, like I want to quickly talk about the film's director as well as the star, Vincent Price. Now, William Castle, he was truly one of a kind. I wish that film directors nowadays would still do the kind of stuff that William Castle was up to. This man was all about making the movie theater a fun house. He put buzzers in the seats. He would have actors planted in the audience to make it truly feel like a real-life experience. And with House on Haunted Hill, he would have a skeleton that would fly over the audience, but the problem was a bunch of the local kids, whenever this would happen in movie theaters, knew it was coming, and they would go and pelt the thing with rocks. But nevertheless, William Castle was truly a one-of-a-kind artist, and you know, don't you kind of wish that maybe like someone like Martin Scorsese would do something with Killers of the Flower Moon? You know, I don't know, put buzzers in the seat for that every time Brendan Fraser shows up. I don't know, just something exciting like that. But obviously I'm still excited for that movie. But I wish that movies were more proud of gimmicks like that. The gone or the heyday of stuff like that. And I'm talking about that like I was living through it when my parents weren't even conceived when William Castle was out there making movies. So take that at what you will. But I also want to, of course, talk about Vincent Price, the star of the movie, the man who, as I mentioned, made this movie as iconic as it is, because himself is just iconic. As you see, his sarcasm, his performance is on point here throughout. And I specifically want to talk about Vincent Price because he has what I think is one of the great ideals when it comes to actors in horror films. Now, I feel like nowadays, while horror is definitely a popular genre, actors still don't really respect horror films, and especially the Academy doesn't respect horror films. And I truly do not understand why that is the case, because horror is a great jumping off point, and Vincent Price is a perfect example of why horror is a perfect jumping off point. Now, Vincent Price, in multiple interviews, said quite bluntly that he would do horror films and films similar to stuff like House on Haunted Hill because he knew that they were films that were enjoyed by young people. And he knew that those films were enjoyable to them, so when they would grow older, their kids would end up enjoying those films as well, thus securing his legacy. And now, for most of the younger people watching right now, you're probably wondering if you don't recognize Vincent Price, but the voice sounds just vaguely familiar to you, then you should know that he is the voice at the very end of Michael Jackson's Thriller, who gives that great monologue and that iconic laugh, which we also use for our promotional video. So Vincent Price is a true horror legend, and really, any film that he is in is automatically elevated 2 or 3 stars simply because of his presence alone. Now, we are just about here at 1 o'clock, which means we are giving away prizes. And that prize is, if you were upset you didn't win the Field of Screams passes, do not worry because we have tons of other great prizes coming up here. The first prize we have here is, honestly, this is a wonderful prize we have here. The Career Center here on campus graciously donated all these wonderful prizes, and now we're going to go through them here just because there's so much cool stuff, and I really want our viewers to know what they have the opportunity to win. So before we get into the trivia question, we're going to go through all the contents of our bag here. I'm going to try and put this at a convenient spot as not to mess with anything. So starting things off, we got this real nice, oh no, the bag's caught in the cap. It says it's a Career Center water bottle. The bag is sealed in with the lid. Unfortunate, yes, but still, it is a really nice water bottle. Let's see, what do we got here then? Big red pop socket for anyone who enjoys, did I say pop socket? Excuse me, fidget toy. What do they call these things? Anybody want to help me out? What do they call these things here? What? Was I right? Was it his pop sockets? No? I'm hearing someone yell in the control room. Pop it? It's a Pop It, sure. All right, but it's of Big Red, so you have the opportunity to win that. Let's see, what else? We got a Career Center plan. Ooh, look at this. Little notebook. You got sticky notes here, and you also got a fun pen that also has one of those little push things there at the top, so you can also work on a tablet. Hi, Joe Bob. He's right there in the corner just so everyone can look at him. What else we got here? Another notepad with Love Ship. Holding it upside down here, so if we ever want to see that, there we go. Love Ship, that is, of course, right there. We also got some notepads in here, a cup, and then I think the coolest thing we have in here is a pad folio. Look at that. Look at that crisp embroidery right there in the leather bound. Oh, yeah, look at that. perfect thing for anybody looking to get that business start early. Truly beautiful. Thank you to the Career Center once again for putting this basket together for us to give away. So if you want to win all these wonderful prizes here in this basket, here is, I'm saying basket, it's a bag. If you want to win all the great stuff here in this bag, here is the trivia question to do it. So here's what you can win. In Host, the film from 2020, a group of friends accidentally summon a supernatural force by doing what over Zoom? There's the phone number, there's the extension, you know what to do. So we're not going to return to House on Haunted Hill just yet. No, we are going to be going into an interview with a director of someone who is also familiar with haunted houses. His name is Stephen Cognetti. He is a PA native as well. He filmed the film here in Lehighton, and that film is Hell House LLC, of which he is the director. He directed Hell House LLC 1, 2, and 3, and he is the director of the upcoming Hell House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor. So we are going to go into that interview, and once that starts, you can call in to win this Career Center basket. But now, let's see what Stephen has to say, and then Stephen is going to send us straight into the movie, so let's keep it rolling. Yeah, I'm at the place now. Yeah, the Abaddon, right? Yeah, no, it's a beautiful place. It's going to be real spooky. Going to make for a great place for the special. What? Carmichael Manor? So Hell House just isn't here anymore? Well, then what the hell am I supposed to do for an interview? All right, fine. We have one pre-recorded. We're going to go to that while I figure out the location situation. Apparently, demons are in the housing market all of a sudden.
It's a funny question because being a horror fan, consumer of horror films, is completely different than how I got into horror filmmaking. And so I've always wanted to be a filmmaker since I was a little kid, but I've always watched horror movies since I was a little kid too. I loved scaring myself in the 80s with The Exorcist and the Friday the 13th, the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I couldn't get through because they're just too scary for me. But I love a good scare. I think scary movies are so much fun. I just love that feeling, that adrenaline you get just watching a good horror film. But then when I realized, when I really wanted to sit down and like really make my first feature film, everything just all kind of made sense to it. It should really be in the horror genre. It's a genre I know very well. I think it's a genre that is very, it has a built-in audience that you don't need A-list actors to be in. I think horror fans are very accepting of low-budget horror films as long as it scares them. People just want a good scare, and they don't care if you spend $1 million on it or $1,000 on it.
Was it something, because obviously it's a trilogy now, it's a series, with a prequel film coming out. When you wrote that first draft, did you always kind of think that it was going to be a trilogy, or was that something that with each subsequent draft you were like, there's more story here, there's a lot more that we can tell?
Yeah, the first few drafts of the film were narrative, not found footage. So, but they weren't good. I didn't like the first few drafts of Hell House. I had the basic concept. I wanted to make a film about a haunted house gone wrong. I think it's concept because if you're in a haunted house and something goes wrong, how do you know if it's wrong? It's not part of the show. So I started with that concept, but it was told more narratively. And the group of people that they came out of New York, they did take over an abandoned place, and every subsequent draft, the story got deeper and deeper. I never intended to make this into like a trilogy, but I knew that it could possibly do that, and I was like, and I would always joke like, well, I'll tie up that loophole when we do the second film, which I always said that as a joke, never really thinking I would ever do it. And then I had the opportunity to finish up the story, tell more of the story that was originally there, through the found footage lens, staying in that world of found footage. But it's just all the subsequent drafts, I lost a little bit more of the story and just had to really focus on found footage. You can only tell the story of what's there. I tried to fill in a lot of other stuff through doing it like a documentary, which allows you to fill in some gaps, but not other gaps. And I left things purposely vague, and I wanted things to just be hinted at without really being answered.
Initially, it started off as a narrative, and then eventually it moved to found footage. When it came to the script, how did the script kind of change dialogue-wise once you got to found footage? Because was it a mix of you let the actors maybe improvise a little bit more, or was it a lot of, you know, just working with them and trying to make the written dialogue a little more like natural?
When you switch to found footage, you can do more improv, obviously, because you'll have one camera setup. So it's way too, you really can't venture into too much improv when you're shooting something traditional narrative style, because you have all the camera setups, the continuity's got to stay the same. So when we switched to found footage, obviously that allowed more improv within scenes. So everything's scripted. Every scene is scripted out exactly the way it was supposed to be. So what I did is we would shoot the scenes a few takes as scripted, exactly as it was, and never like word for word scripted. It's generally like if they have like a paragraph of dialogue, they're getting out the gist of what that paragraph is. If they change a few words, you know, I always tell even on this newest film, I tell the actors never worry about word for word line of dialogue. You can venture off here or there, you know, go for it on this, like what I would call a wild card take. And we would sometimes, I would sit in the edit room and I would be able to get a good blend of both takes, the scripted takes and the improv takes, and kind of mold them together to make the scene.
You know, on top of like budget stuff, you know, found footage also creates its issues. What were sort of some trials you had to face when making these movies, whether that be like having to change maybe some stuff in the script because the budget didn't permit, or maybe, you know, like some scenes were a little more difficult to shoot given like what like you could do with the found footage concept?
Found footage is a curse and a blessing. It's great because you only have one camera setup, so we really can shoot these films pretty quick. Average on all of them have been around 12 to 14 days. I think the original was like 12, 13 days, something like that. You don't get coverage, and I love coverage. I went to film school. I love just mapping out a scene and mapping out different ways to cover a scare, and you don't get that, and you just have to pick out one way to shoot each scene, and that's it. That's all you get. And I hate that, but it works out because it makes some scenes very scary, but also it's just the challenge of like, how are we going to get everything out? But then also you have to justify in found footage, why is the camera on? You never have to justify that in third person, just traditional narrative, because it's just, you know, fly on the wall. There's some scenes that they were tough to film. I think one of the toughest scenes to film in the original was the Sarah death scene. It's just not because of logistics. Logistics, the toughest scene in the film is obviously the chaos with all the extras and everyone running out of the hotel. That was logistically the toughest one to film, but just in terms of being in the found footage world, the killing Sarah never worked the way it was scripted, and she was supposed to die on camera. Paul was supposed to actually like stab her to death, and it was actually Danny and Gore, who play Alex and Paul, who were talking about the scene, and they brainstormed on the way, and they came to me. They're like, "Hey, we're thinking, what if like since Paul has got the camera the whole time, why doesn't he just use the camera as the weapon? And he just bashed her in the face with it." And I was like, yeah, great idea. Let's shoot it that way. And we found time in the script to reshoot that scene. And that's another thing about found footage is if you need to find time somewhere to reshoot something, you can find it in found footage, you know, because it's like we can speed up shooting another scene because it's, again, that one camera angle just helps so much.
As someone who is from PA, I have, of course, actually seen the building that was used as the Abaddon Hotel.
And the way I was going took me through Lee Heighton. And literally, I slammed on the brakes so goddamn hard, I had to pull over to the side of the road because, hold on, I am literally outside Abaddon Hotel. Literally drove right past it. I'm speechless and terrified.
So as I was writing this, the story just came from my setting. I'm looking out across this river from over the Hudson River into this area over there. And so I said, these characters are going to be New York-based haunt players that are going to leave the city for whatever reason. I'll come to that. You know, we always say upstate. It's not really upstate, obviously. It's just across the river, but it's just a beautiful country out there. And then I came upon this abandoned house that looked so creepy and so awesome, and it was just like kind of tucked back in the road a little bit. But I just coming upon that abandoned house. A lot of my stories are inspired from abandoned locations and abandoned photography. And in Hell House, finding that house really just, you know, lit the fuse. It just sparked a lot more imagination in the story and got the writing going quicker. And just I just said, well, I found this house in Rockland. This is where the story is going to take place. And in the fictional town of Abaddon within Rockland County. I realized this is like a logistical nightmare to try to shoot in an actual abandoned place. So then I started looking for haunted houses that actually have an abandoned look. And so I started emailing all these places, and there's a lot of cool haunted attractions take over places that have that really cool look. It you know, looks like it hasn't been touched in years. But this one woman, Angie Moyer, who runs the Waldorf State of Fear, and Lee Heighton, she was enthusiastically was like, yeah, come check out my haunt, I'll give you a tour. I sent her the script, so when I met her, she had a good idea of like what I was looking for, and she would show me, she's like, the scenes maybe you could do this scene here, this scene there, and it fit perfectly. And then meeting Angie was probably the best thing that happened for me, because she was such a great asset for Hell House, because she found us so much, she found us local crew, some local actors, all the extras we need for that scene. And she's a haunt. That's what she does. She does Alex's job for a living.
So, of the 3 Hell House movies, obviously, speaking again of my roommate Emma, she does not scare easily, but the Hell House movies did freak her out, and there were a couple jump scares that really got her out of her seat.
Oh, that's great.
But when it comes to the scares that you've had in the movies, out of the 3 that you've done so far, which scare is your favorite?
From what I hear from people that watch the film and reach out to me, their favorite scare, the 2 I hear the most are the little girl in the bedroom, in Paul's bedroom when he turns on the light. And yeah, I think that worked out really well. And then the one with the clown's at the top of the basement steps, and Paul turns the camera away and turns it back to the clown, the clown's facing him. But for me, my favorite, I have to think, is the one where Paul wakes up in the middle of the night, hears a noise, and looks out of his bedroom, looks down the stairs, and the clown is standing at the bottom of the stairs. It's probably the first scare I've ever thought of in my life in terms of script form. And I'm happy with the way it came out. I think it was creepy, and just the way they approach it coming down the stairs, it worked out. But I think not from a technical standpoint or anything else, more just just from the heart. This, like, I just love that scare because it survived from the first one on. And the strobe light scene in the first one, it was probably, I think it was like the second scare where that never changed from first draft of the script to the final draft of the script. That was exactly the way it was scripted to be.
At the end of it, Paul, he throws up, and I heard a rumor from a podcast I listened to that the actor who plays Paul, it wasn't in the script. He just threw up after that scene. Is that true? Kind of, was it because of the strobe lights? Was it just was it like, what kind of led to that?
1000% true. It's hilarious that happened. And obviously when it happened, but it happened because he and the other cast members, the Hell House crew, they did a lot of partying while we were out there. And there's a bar right next to our hotel. And that just spells trouble, because you're done for the night. You know, you got most people would just go to sleep, but they went, but they were very close. They bonded over the shoot, and they're still to this day good friends. So, and they went out and partied a lot. And they stayed out very late that night. And I remember, I think that was the night where Gore Abrams, who plays Paul, at the bar won the dance contest, because there was a dance contest, and he just drunkenly entered it, and the drunk guy in the dance floor, the DJ was like, all right, he's the winner. And I'm like, sorry, Corey, you got to jump over this bar for a bunch of takes. And then finally in that take, I forgot how many he had done so far. That was the one that was just like, I can't do this anymore. And he just threw up just from being hungover.
So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that rumor finally confirmed.
Yeah, and it shocked Tony too, Jared Hacker, because he comes and meets Gore as he comes out, and I don't think you could tell Hacker was genuinely like, whoa, what the hell?
Hell House LLC Origins. just kind of what can you tell us about this prequel film? You know, like, is it found footage? You know, how much is it going to connect to the first three? And just kind of what can you tell us about this new movie?
So a few things. It is found footage, yes. It is not actually a prequel.
Okay.
It is set modern day, while exploring and answering a lot of the mysteries of how some of the things that we knew in the early franchise came to be. When I decided to burn the Avedon Hotel to the ground at the end of 3, because I thought that was a good conclusion. But I was also like, great, because I'm stuck out of ideas for what to do in that hotel. Like, so when I started writing this film, I was just excited about the ideas to having a new, it's like an original concept, original story, in a whole new original location.
So would you say that there is zero chance that your friend behind you could possibly reappear sometime in the future?
Yeah, I don't know what I can and cannot say. There's going to be friends from the past that we'll see in this film, and learn more about their past, and that's really all I could say. But I think we're going to get a lot more into things, the things that people liked about 1, and is kind of give a lot more depth to them. But all in an original story, not really sequel. I think it got confused online about it being a prequel. I think that was because the distributor said a few things like it explores prequel ideas, and I think that means a lot of people said like, oh, it's a prequel, and
yeah.
I wasn't going to go around correcting everyone, saying no, it's a sequel. It's not a prequel. But it's not even a sequel though, and that's the thing. We want to move away from just saying this is Hell House 4, because it's not. It's really just a whole new original film, and that's what I've been so excited to do within this world of Hell House, is make something completely original in the world and not be tied to the Avedon, and that's what this is.
What's that go-to horror film that like you can always kind of recommend to people, whether like fans of the genre, beginners, people who just looking for a good scary movie? Kind of what's the one that you recommend?
If you like Hell House, you're gonna love the movie Lake Mungo.
Steven, you have no idea how happy that makes me.
It's nothing about that is over the top. It's just perfect, and it's so realistic in a documentary sense. I tip my hat to the filmmakers of that movie so much, because I think seeing that film really inspired me to want to tell the story in doc format, and knowing that a documentary, a foul documentary in the horror genre could be scary, because Lake Mungo, they nailed it.
Definitely agree with most. It is still probably one of the scariest films ever made, though Lake Mungo and Hell House are kind of up there as well for, I know, a lot of people, including myself. They're always good for to creep you out right in time for Halloween. But I want to thank you again so much for sitting down with me, answering my questions, and getting to be a part of this really great cause. And yeah, I just want to thank you so much.
No, thank you for inviting me. Yeah, great cause, and just when you reached out, I was happy to be a part of it. So thanks so much.
All right to leave her by herself, Doctor?
I wish she'd taken the sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1 million people around her. And if they wanted her, they'd get her.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder. I'll join you in a minute.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
But would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
Thanks.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts, nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
Nora? 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 Nora! Nora! What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Nora? Where is she?
It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Let her down.
Nora?
She's dead, Mr. Lauren. Your wife hanged herself.
Suicide.
Nora!
Hide me, please, hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Lauren is dead.
But how?
Lauren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him?
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute. I've got to go downstairs. Now, you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it. So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here?
Wait. Don't wait.
What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Look, Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Where's what's-her-name? Nora.
I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Lauren, isn't there some way we can get out of this house now?
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone. We gotta stay.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget. But I am afraid. When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Lauren. So far tonight, one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria, and one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who will be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of you? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Lauren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Lauren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
We were all strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What husband hasn't at some time wanted to kill his wife? What husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Lauren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Another murder?
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Lauren, we know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent, okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
You really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed?
Oh, I wish this night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet. What's the use of saying goodnight?
Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Welcome back, everybody. We are starting to get into the graveyard shift here at SUTV, but we still got a long ways to go, and we still have plenty more surprises and fun along the way. So even if we look absolutely drained, again, I'm telling you, we're going to get into a real Jack Torrance moment with me up here at some point tonight, but not right now, because we're still having a lot of fun here with House on Haunted Hill. You want to know something about House on Haunted Hill? and this usually just goes for most of the work of William Castle. A lot of people consider his films so bad they're good. And I tend to disagree with that statement. Obviously, his films are not masterpieces, but at the same time, they're a lot of fun. So, I don't even think some of them are bad. Obviously, some are better than others, but stuff like House on Haunted Hill, I would consider a genuinely good movie. But I think someone who is a true expert when it comes to movies that are so bad they're good is a man named Cecil, or as you know him on YouTube, his name is Good Bad Flicks. He is a YouTuber that specializes in looking back at the films that critics often considered bad, whether they were poorly received, did not do well financially or critically, and reevaluates them. And you know, he is responsible for turning me around on a lot of great films that I probably wouldn't have checked out given the poor critic or reputation that they once had. So Cecil was a wonderful person to talk to. A lot of the next couple interviews that are going to be coming up are people that I've been watching since I was a kid, and getting to talk with them was kind of a dream come true. And Cecil was one of the first people that I got to chat to. And he also was tuning in here. If he's still tuning in, it's great to hear from you, Cecil. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being part of this great endeavor. So we are going to go talk to Cecil right now with this interview. So stay tuned. And then as we continue, we are going to be going into the interview. And then we will be back because we have another trivia question along the way. And that is to win our Halloween Squishmallow over here. His name is Lester, and you're definitely going to want to take him home with you. So stick around. But here now is Good Bad Flicks with a quick little interview. Let's see what he has to say. What's kind of your history with the horror genre? How did you kind of come into the genre? What's kind of your relation with it?
I guess it really, I have an older sister, and growing up, she was really into horror. And when I was very little, I was an absolute chicken. And she used to subjugate me to all these, horrible horror films, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street and all this. And I was just an absolute coward. Once I got past the initial, I'm supposed to be afraid of this factor, I started to really understand that, no, I'm not really scared of this. I enjoy these. These are actually pretty cool. And just like once I got past the initial I'm supposed to be afraid of this factor, I started to really understand that, no, I'm not really scared of this. I enjoy these. These are actually pretty cool. I got into a lot of stuff that actually went kind of beyond my sister. So she more or less stayed with like kind of the mainstream stuff. And then her introducing them to me made me want to go and look into more variety of stuff. So now that I'm older, I actually find myself introducing her to a lot of stuff that she's missed, because she likes like Insidious and The Conjuring and all that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but those are more of like the mainstream. And I'm introducing her to Old Boy and Tale of Two Sisters and a lot of the stuff that is fantastic, but is not hitting with mainstream audiences. So really, it's entirely her fault.
Speaking of horror films, so with the channel, Good Bad Flicks, you cover a lot of horror films, but you also kind of cover tons of other films and tons of other different genres. I know you've started covering TV shows as well now. Sort of, how did the channel come about? Like, how did the idea for covering movies that are so bad they're good sort of happen?
Back in the late 2000s, around like 2009 or so, there was this rise of what a lot of people say was like the rise of the review-averse, which was people like the Nostalgia Critic and to a certain degree Angry Video Game Nerd. But what happened around that time was that people were just taking notoriously bad movies, but they were movies that I really didn't think were necessarily bad. I thought they were enjoyable, but they just had a bad reputation. And so what I wanted to do was come at this from more of a loving perspective. So I started uploading my videos there. And I noticed that I was getting comments from people who I didn't know. Like, that was, for me, the first hint that this was something bigger than I had initially anticipated. And originally it was just, hey, great job, love what you do, from my from my friends. But then it was just random people that were watching this and were like, hey, I love this. Oh, I grew up with this movie. This is great.
I can certainly say, thanks to your videos, your channel, you've definitely introduced me to a lot of films. Just for example, like the movie Disturbing Behavior. I think your video on it is fascinating, and I've come to really enjoy that movie. When it comes to covering movies that the consensus for most people is usually that they're bad, has there ever been a movie that you've covered where you've kind of gotten pushback? I'm sure most fans have been pretty supportive, but have you ever covered that one movie where it's just like, your opinion is wrong, like I don't know how you could see any value in this movie, yada yada yada, stuff like that?
I think the only other video I did, it was an experiment. I did a video on I'm trying to remember okay, I did a video on a movie called The Host. Now, The Host was the lady who did the Twilight movies. It was basically Twilight with aliens. But I did that when I was like, look, I know this is out of my usual wheelhouse. I kind of thought the movie was fun, and I had fun with it. The audience liked it, but that was one where they were like, all right, guy, you're going a little too far off of your wheelhouse. And I was like, okay, cool. I just wanted to try something different and see if it worked. I mean, I wasn't going to start doing 50 Shades of Grey or something, but it was just an experiment. So that's probably the only one that I got pushback from my audience.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, is there any movie in particular you can think of that is usually universally praised that you yourself find maybe not terrible, but you just don't get what everyone is talking about?
I always go to my go-to movie is The Hangover. I thought I've only ever seen the first one because the first one was so bad I didn't want to see the other two. I grew up with Caddyshack and not Animal House. Animal House was, but I saw that when I was probably too young, but and that was already long since out of theaters when I saw it. The Hangover for me is just what I felt was kind of wrong with comedy. There was too much. Everything was set up, joke, set up, joke. Like, so I could see where every joke was going, and it just was not funny.
When it comes to, say, maybe recent horror releases or just kind of horror in the past couple years, what is sort of like a film that you always recommend to people?
A lot of people think that just because I like bad movies, quote unquote, I like garbage. Like, I don't enjoy something a little bit more intelligent. I would probably say, if I had to tell somebody to watch something that I would really definitely be firm on, that I think that they would enjoy. There's a movie from 2012 called Resolution, from Justin Benson and Aaron Moorhead. It's about a friend who his best friend has turned into a junkie, and he wants him to be able to get off of the drugs. I think it's been a while since I've seen it, but I'm pretty sure it's meth. So he takes him, he kind of kidnaps him, more or less, takes him up to this cabin and chains him inside the cabin to try to force sobriety on him. But while they're at this cabin, they're being manipulated by some sort of external outside force, and it is just a fascinating movie. It culminates in another film that comes later, but it's one of those, if you see this film, it's a complete film, you can see it, but if you want more story, then there's another film called The Endless that comes back around on this, and it's just fascinating. The Faculty is a big one that I really want to do. That's one I've gotten tons of requests for. I've had a lot of people asking me for Masters of the Universe, which was one that I actually was able to do at the end of last year. I did an updated video on that. I've had a lot of people asking me to do an updated video on Dread from 1995. And that one was a little bit rough, but I did manage to talk to some people that worked on it that gave me a ton of information that is not out there already. So I feel like if I can hopefully do it this year, that would be good. But they, as you can imagine, even getting all the information, they still take a really long time to put together because I'm just one guy. Like there are certain channels that have a lot of they have their own editors and writers and all that stuff. And me, I really like to do everything myself because I have the voice, I have the editing skills, and I really think that puts my personal touch on it. If I had somebody else doing it, I don't think it would be quite as good. And also, I'm kind of a pain to work with, so it's all just so that way I'm just working by myself. So, but yeah, there's a lot of videos that I would love to do, and I'm really happy that I get to continue to do them.
I'm glad your content's great. I know, speaking for myself, I'm a big fan. I hope you keep it up. Speaking for everyone else, but that is going to do it. Thank you so much for sitting down with me and chatting with me a little bit about your connection with horror and just kind of your experience in general. It's been really informative. It's been great. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, man. I had a good time.
Welcome back, everybody. So, if you've been watching House on Haunted Hill and you've been following along with us, then you know that one of the main characters of the film is continuously screaming throughout the majority of it. And as we get into the late hours here, those watching might be starting to doze off or, starting to fall asleep. So, as a courtesy from SUTV, here is your little bit of a wake-up call. Anywho, in the meantime, hope everyone's awake now. Hope everyone, I apologize to everyone out here who just had to witness that. But that's what we like to do here. We like to have fun. Because when you're here, you're family. Is this an Olive Garden? No, it isn't. That really hurt to do, and I don't know how that actress does it throughout the majority of House on Haunted Hill. And I don't want Cecil to feel bad and feel like I'm screaming because of his interview. No. It's because of House of Haunted Hill. Or you could interpret that scream as, I'm just so excited to give away our next prize. Even though it's hard to say goodbye. As you know, I'm going to get up here so I can show him off. This, my friends, is Lester. Lester is a new member to the SUTV family, but sadly, Lester needs to find a new home. And look at him. Isn't he adorable? Come on. Who wouldn't want to take Lester home with them? I mean, look at this thing. But if you want to take Lester home, you're probably wondering, how can you do it? Well, it is quite simple. If you want to win Lester, here is the question on how to do it. So, the question is, name the 3 Paranormal Activity films that do not have a numeric title. So there are 3. So you need to name the 3 movies in the entire Paranormal Activity series that do not have a number in their title. They have subtitles, but they do not have numbers. Speaking of numbers, there is our phone number, and there is the extension. So if you want to take Lester home with you, you have to answer this question once our movie starts. And that movie is, once again, House on Haunted Hill, directed by William Castle. And we are coming now here to the conclusion of House on Haunted Hill. So we are going to keep things going. We're going to keep things rolling here. Stick with us. There may or may not be more screams coming up. We'll find out. We'll see how everyone's feeling after that first one. But stick with us. Somebody take Lester home with them as House on Haunted Hill wraps up right here on SUTV.
okay? They've all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, asked me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
But if he finds out you're alive... No, Nora. You're safer here than any place else. Now, just lock yourself in and keep quiet. If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
And admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time? It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. But after you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
But they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we've planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
It's taking too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
David? David?
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me. Was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
There must be some way to get in here.
It's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Loren. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so. It's him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Now they're 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
Welcome back, everybody. So, real quick, I just want to mention, did anybody notice there in the credits that that said the skeleton was played by himself? So, props to that skeleton, I guess, the best skeleton actor I've seen in a movie. But that was House on Haunted Hill, a really fun time there at the movies. Would have loved to experience that in the theater the way William Castle intended, but you know, time machines aren't a real thing, so unfortunately we aren't able to get there just yet, but nevertheless, we still have one more movie that we're going to be showing here tonight, but we are going to take a break from the movies for a little bit. We're going to be taking a break from the movies here just for a little bit because we have a lot of really fun stuff coming up in terms of we got some really cool behind the scenes stuff, which I'll explain here in a little bit, and then we got tons of really great interviews with a lot of our guests, so you're going to be seeing those back to back to back to back. But obviously, we're going to be giving away another prize, a $25 Sheets gift card at 3 a.m., so stick with us for that. But coming up right now is our behind-the-scenes look at not only Field of Screams, but also the Mahoning Drive-In located in Lehighton, PA. So, thank you to both of them. They are the koozie that I currently have here for my Celsius here. Yeah, Caleb, get a nice good shot of that. Look at that. Yeah, the Mahoning Drive-In. Gotta love it. But anyways, we are going to be coming back here. We're going to be seeing some behind-the-scenes looks at Field of Screams and the Mahoning Drive-In back-to-back, so stay with us for that. We're going to go right into it now, and we will continue with It Came from the Television after this.
My brother and I started Field of Screams back in 1993. That was 31 years ago, and I was a sophomore at Millersville University studying to be a secondary education teacher. I mean, a lot of words. Thrilling, it was rewarding, it was exhilarating, it was a lot of fun. You know, I would moonlight really doing Field of Screams while I was a full-time secondary education mathematics teacher for about 10 years and a wrestling coach. So I would be teaching school, and then in the fall I would come home and you know, turn into a monster at Field of Screams.
I'm actually a chainsaw actor. I have been for about the last 4 years or so. Being around other people that are a lot like me, being really kind, really happy, just outgoing, getting a little bit of that aggression out that kind of builds up over the years.
I love just embracing a character and just acting in general. It's just really fun. It really lets out something that I don't really let out to normal people, if that makes sense.
The camaraderie, it's fun. It's really, really fun.
My favorite part about this really is it's opening night. It's all the hard work in the off season finally coming to fruition. Customers are here, and we're open for the season.
We rolled ourselves out here to Lehigh, PA for KyotoCon, located at the historic Mahoning Drive-In, and there are plenty of movie fans here that are excited and eager to check out these awesome flicks on the big screen. Let's go talk to a few and see what all the festivities are about.
Mahoning Drive-In Theater is truly a one-of-a-kind in the film industry, certainly in the drive-in culture. We're the only 100% 35mm retro classic drive-in in the entire country. There is a freedom about the drive-in experience that I think is infectious to people who don't know what it's all about.
There's just something cool about being at the drive-in because you get to watch movies that you normally wouldn't be able to see in a regular theater setting. And we're surrounded by all these awesome people that are here for the same exact thing. And what better place to clown around than the Mahoning Drive-In?
The community, the environment, the atmosphere. It's vintage. It's that classic feel in the classic car.
The idea that you can truly come and experience a film on your terms versus, you know, what an indoor situation is, which is pretty much renting a seat for an hour and a half. So the idea that you can come, get themed eats, get photos, get themed posters and t-shirts, it very much is more like a cinematic rock concert than a traditional movie-going experience, which, you know, I see it every single day. People fall in love with what this is, especially what the Mahoning does, and it's infectious. They become regulars, and it's not hard to love the drive-in culture for that opinion.
What are you doing? Movie's on. Get back to the show. Rude. Welcome back, everybody. So like I said, that was a behind-the-scenes look there at Field of Screams and the Mahoning Drive-In. Cannot thank them enough. They were wonderful people, and they were so welcoming. And again, thank you to Field of Screams in particular for donating those passes. Hopefully, whoever won those is a very happy person. But I also want to joke about myself a little bit here, because if you noticed, both with my intro to my interview with Stephen Cognetti and my little video there at the drive-in, I am wearing the exact same outfit. No, that was not coordinated. No, I was not trying to fool you into thinking that I teleported. No, no, no. I simply only have so many outfits I think I look cute in, and this just happened to be one of them. And I thought, I'll wear my spooky shirt and my spooky flannel, and that ought to do it. But alas, it was not quite the case, and thus I look like a fool. Anyways, though, speaking of flannels, we have 2 interviews coming up here. We're going to be doing a couple of interviews here now, and then the last interview that we do here is going to roll into our final film of the night, which is The Screaming Skull. But for right now, we're going to have these next 2 interviews back to back. So those interviews are with the comedy podcast We Hate Movies, the 2 members, Steven Sadak and Andrew Jupin. They're my favorite podcast out there, so getting to talk to them about horror films was great. And then up after that is Zoran Gavoyich, which, if you know anything about him, he is the flannel man that you always see on the Dead Meat channel. He is also the creator of Low Carb Comedy, and he is also responsible for the music videos, Social Media Masochist, which hopefully I mispronounced numerous times during our interview, but thankfully I edited those out, so you're not going to see it there. But like I said, we got We Hate Movies and then Zoran back-to-back interviews, and then we'll come back to chat about the interviews that are coming up after them, so on, so forth, and then The Screaming Skull is going to be coming up. And then as well at 3 a.m. we are going to be giving away one of the $25 Sheets gift cards. That's right, we're giving away 2, so you're going to want to stick around for that as well. But right now, let's go into our first of interviews here with We Hate Movies, then on to Zoran, and thus It Came From the Television continues after this.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you so much.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, totally.
Of course.
Yeah, we were supposed to have Eric and Chris, but I think they're in a haunted elevator. Is that how that works?
Yeah, dealing with the devil right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The M. Night Shyamalan's devil with the one going down, I think is how that worked.
Yeah, so normally with the questions, I kind of go in chronological order, starting with like how you began. But I do, since I mentioned it here at the beginning with the Scream 6 thing, I just want to quickly ask. So obviously, posters for the podcast were featured in Scream 6. For fans like me, it was a really cool Easter egg. Just kind of, when did you guys find out that that poster was in there? Did they contact you at all before the movie was released, or was it sort of you found out when the movie was released and people kind of let you know?
I can take this, Steve, I guess.
Yeah, that's when you do that.
Yeah, no, we knew about it well in advance. Jamie Vanderbilt and Guy Bissek, the guys who wrote Scream 6, are fans of the show. So the production company Project X reached out and said, "Hey, we would like to license some artwork from the show," and we acquiesced immediately. You don't say no to something like that.
That was art by Philippe Sobrero and Chris Walton, two different posters. Chris Walton did one for us a long time ago for a show poster, and then the logo, which is done by Philippe Sobrero. Which, by the way, the Chris Walton poster is the Friday one, which is really fun. The logo, which is big and important, is the only thing Jenna Ortega was tall enough to obscure in that one show. You know what I mean?
Yes,
She's
that's right.
the shortest actress going. She's amazing. She's really great. I can't wait to see her in Beetlejuice 2 and all these things. But she is just tall enough to obscure our poster. I'm like, could you just, Jenna, just.
And we can expect to see you guys again in Scream 7 this time.
Oh yeah, yep. We'll be getting butchered on screen. Absolutely, no. I wish, man, that would be rad. But
yeah, I think if we agreed to that now, we might be scabs. So I don't want to do that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get into horror? I don't know if it's your favorite genres, but if it is, or if it's a genre you like. How did you get started with it? What was kind of those early days with it?
Andrew, yours is going to be longer, so you should go first because mine's much shorter. It is.
No, I don't know. When I have a distinct memory of being in like the 5th or 6th grade and going to a buddy's house. And it was one of those classic, like, negligent parent things that we had in the 90s where, like, you could just watch stuff and like the mom was in the other room sucking back the cigarettes and like did not pay attention at all. So this was the kid that introduced me to like the X-Files, which is another one of my like lifelong favorite things. But one night, we were hanging and Friday the 13th 6, I think was on TV. And I was like, holy, what is any of this? And so it was kind of like, from there, totally obsessed, geeky horror hound guy, raided video stores looking for stuff. Like I could not get enough of it. I wrote my senior thesis in college around horror movies, so I've been in the game for a while.
Yeah, I was sort of famously really like, I was just a scaredy kid. I did not care for horror. I mean, I was a big movie kid, so like I would go to Blockbuster and like, what do you call it there? Like independent video stores and just always see these really intense VHS covers and be like, that is not for me. You know what I mean? And just sort of walk around and like, I remember very clearly like Return of the Living Dead, that cover always freaked me out. Like even dumb stuff like Ginger Dead Man, I'd be like, I don't know, dude, it's kind of making me nervous. The first real big spooky movie I saw was Event Horizon, which I think I was about 14-4. And then like that kind of, for lack of a better word, kind of broke the cherry. And like you get into your teens and I just started kind of creeping into the horror genre. I didn't really get into like franchise stuff until I met these guys, Andrew and Eric and all those guys. And like kind of, we just started sitting down and just watching a ton of movies together. And now like I met my wife, who's a much bigger horror fan than I am. So like kind of she introduced me to her favorite stuff, and like kind of now it's one of my favorite things to do is just check out a new horror movie. We just saw Talk to Me this weekend or the other weekend, and I was like, it's going to be one of my favorite movies of the year because it was just so fun.
When it comes to then those early days of horror, just because I've heard you guys joke about it a lot on the podcast whenever you're talking about movies that aren't horror or, like those early horror movies you saw, is there any specific moment from either a horror film or a non-horror film that you remember like scared you as a kid?
I recall one of the first movies I ever saw in theaters was the second Ghostbusters, and one of the first times I think Vigo the Carpathian comes out of the painting, I was scared of that. I remember like physically leaving the seat and like kind of crouching behind the seat in front of me as like a little, whatever I was, 5 or 6 year old kid seeing that movie, which like for the most part I think is a fine movie for a young lad to see, but that big German hulking man was absolutely terrifying to me.
I'm sorry, I have to pull it up because I want to get the title correctly. Sorry, 1 second.
It's Flintstones in Viva Rock Vegas was the movie.
Thank you so much. No, it is
Danny DeVito as the Penguin in Batman Returns.
No, yeah, that was. I mean, actually,
that's
yes,
pretty terrifying.
Two things. My dad would, my parents got divorced. My dad was like movie dad, so we would not just go to movies, we would theater hop in movies.
With your father, dude?
Oh yeah, dude. My dad was really encouraging of that, of stealing movies.
That's awesome.
So one, to your point, 89's Batman. I was a comic book kid, so I was like, oh, this is cool. This is going to be terrifying. And the Joker was the scariest thing that I've ever seen, and like I remember watching that movie like this as a 6-year-old kid.
Just kind of quickly, how did the podcast get started? When did you guys decide that, hey, let's get a couple mics, let's sit down and let's just riff on some terrible movies?
Well, we'd kind of been doing it sort of off mic for years. I met Steve in 2002, and I've known Chris since high school, and Eric I guess also met in 2002, but I think it sort of started to really solidify when the three of them were living together up the street from me in Queens, and I would bop up and we would indulge in various beverages and substances and whatnot, and just kind of watch stuff and make fun of it just sort of openly in the room. What if we recorded us doing what we're doing right now? And that was, I guess, sort of like the intro of it or whatever. And then it kind of just, it went from there. But that was sort of like the earliest part of it.
But when it comes to doing the podcast, are horror films kind of your favorite type of bad movies to cover? Or is there other types or genres of bad movies that you would prefer? But what do you enjoy most about covering bad horror movies?
I do think we need to it's weird to say like we need to hold back on horror, because I do think of all the genres we could do 52 weeks of horror if we wanted to. You know what I mean?
Oh,
We
yeah.
really without 52 weeks of comedy we'd probably kill ourselves. 52 weeks of drama might be a stretch. 52 weeks of action I think we could probably do as well, but like 52 weeks of horror would be so easy to do. We've been so reticent to do horror movies, we don't do it any other time. So now we're actually starting to do it more during the year, because again, it's one of those things where like we like it, doing it so much we almost feel like we're not allowed to. Does that seem right, Andrew? Is that correct?
Yeah, totally. I mean, also because like the Spooktacular, which is what we do in October, is so popular that I think, part of it was like, oh, geez, we're going to take away from the Spooktacular. And then I think at some point we sort of just reevaluated that as like, well, this is our show. We can do whatever we want. Who gives a shit? So yeah, I think because it is, like Steve was saying, it's really easy, I think, to fall into like, we could just be doing horror all the time, and not just like bad horror. I mean, I think that is another interesting thing about doing this show for, going on 13 years now, is like, just about 13 years, is, we kind of just use it now as a platform to talk about whatever movies we want to. So like good movies, bad movies, whatever. It's all kind of like blurred lines at this point.
When these people meet their untimely demise, you can kind of talk about the, morality, lack of a better word. It was like, oh man, it sucks that this poor lady got it, or man, was I so thrilled that she got stabbed in the heart by Jason Voorhees.
The Halloween Spooktacular, Obviously, by the time this airs, you guys will already be well into the Halloween Spooktacular, and I know you're on break, but out of curiosity, have you started giving thought to what movies you might want to start covering for Spooktacular this year?
Yeah, we were talking about this today a little bit, actually. We're definitely doing, is it Exorcist Dominion? Is that correct?
No. We're doing Exorcist the Beginning, the shitty
there's-
thing that Paul Schrader got fired off of.
Got it. Exorcist the Beginning, which I think also the other cut
is Dominion. I'm pretty sure
Yes,
Beginning is
yes.
Dominion.
Yes, they're both, but we're doing
because-
the beginning cut, I guess is the answer.
Yes.
Yeah,
to tie
Dominion.
it-
Dominion prequel to The Exorcist is the Paul Schrader movie. Exorcist the Beginning is what's his face who did like Die Hard. It's a Rennie Harlan.
Rennie
movie.
Harlan, yes.
After Schrader
but-
got fired off of it, and it sucks. But yeah.
But we are doing that. We're doing that as sort of a tie-in. We love to do this when franchises come out with a new now it's all reboots. So when this new David Gordon Green Exorcist reboot, which looks terrible by the way, that trailer looked
Yikes.
I'm not. So we'll see. Will be much more poignant. We will be doing. We were going to do this anyway. We're going to do we also like to do like, oh, if we're doing a franchise on the H feed on our Patreon, we do an L feed, which is the love feed. Let's do the original Exorcist, which is one of my favorite movies ever. And now today is the day that William Friedkin
I
sadly
wanted
passed
to
away.
mention you guys also do live shows. In fact, you also have a live show coming up, which I'm going to plug right here, December 7th at the White Eagle Hall in Jersey. They are covering the Santa Claus starring Tim Allen, which everyone should buy tickets for. I don't know if they'll still be available by the time this airs, but if they are, go buy tickets. What is it like doing a live version of the show compared to a recorded episode that goes up on the main feed? Like, do you guys have to plan for that differently, like what you're going to say? Or is it just kind of like, just do what we do, but there's probably like hundreds, thousands of people out there?
Sometimes we try to do the thing where it's like, oh, it was set here or shot here or something like that. But barring that, it's really like, would this be better in studio? And that's like a various number of reasons. But it's like, what is, and this isn't really like cheating, but it's like, what are things that like the audience likes about the show that if we were to bring it to the audience and be able to do those things, it would make the show better. So a lot of times that's like, oh, do we have like a dumb voice with one of the actors that's in the movie? Okay, that's a benefit because people like to see that stuff live. So that stuff kind of does go into it.
I think also, and also just sort of like notoriety of titles, you know what I mean? Sort of, we wouldn't want to go super obscure because people are buying a ticket to the Weekend Movies thing, but you want them to bring their friend, and it's like, what are they talking about? And like when you answer like Star Trek 4, like, okay, I kind of know what you're talking about, or like, you're talking about something like, I don't even know, a letter from death row, like that's never gonna happen, you know what I mean? So like there's that. And I think the other part, and we're still learning a little bit, I think Andrew will agree that we would never do Fatal Attraction again. We did Fatal Attraction in Salt Lake City, an erotic thriller, the heart of Mormon country. The audience was with us a little bit.
Well, speaking of horror sequels, hope you gentlemen are ready for Saw X.
Oh, you bet your ass we are.
Even though it's apparently set between 2 and 3. But
he's looking so old these days, and I mean, God bless him. It's Tobin Bell, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just time, dude. It's been 20 years. It's
kind of the genius thing, though, right? Because it's like, oh, he's getting older. What can we do? Because like, Lionsgate will certainly not throw out money for aging or whatever, but like that's the genius of the grift, right? Is like, and setting it between 2 and 3, he's dying of cancer. So if he looks like a little more gaunt and old, it sort of doesn't matter. And I gotta give him that. It's like, you found a really like dumb but also kind of clever way to keep this going, because I think like they looked at Spiral and were just like, no, absolutely not. That can't be the direction. What can we do? Insert movies between the other movies. Excellent.
Why not?
Just make him a ghost. We've been advocating about this. We advocate for women to have control over their own bodies in this country, and we advocate for Jigsaw to just be a ghost. You know what I mean? Like, just cut the middleman out and just
Totally.
make him a ghost, and he's making ghost traps, and that now we have sequels forever, and it's totally fine.
Well, speaking of Tobin Bell, I saw it on Twitter. I'm sorry, X. I saw it on X today.
Please, yes.
If you want to see a really funny picture of Tobin Bell, he, I guess, was in a made-for-TV R.L. Stine movie. I believe it was, I can't remember what it's called. I think it's The Haunting Hour. And he is just wearing the rattiest, like, mop wig. He's got, like, this long hair. He looks like Raiden.
Okay, I can get into this. I'm gonna look into this right after we're out of here.
Zoran, thank you so much for sitting down with me.
It's great to sit down just at any time in life. It's just really good to sit down. And I have to say, I feel very flannelist right now. I think actually if I was wearing a flannel right now, it would be a little too much, but your setup is phenomenal.
Oh, well,
Love it
thank
all.
you. Thank you. How did you exactly get started with horror? What was kind of your introduction and kind of how you started out?
Well, I'm going to blame my mom solely for that. She showed me so many things that I should not have seen. And just, she found so many cool movies that happened to be R-rated that she said, you'd enjoy this movie, watch this movie. But she always had me cover my eyes at certain parts. So she'd watch it, she'd know where to like cover the eyes and everything like that. And I, trusted her for so long. One of the nice things of having divorced parents was that my dad would let me watch things that probably I wouldn't have watched if my parents were together. It was lovely in that respect. I remember he rented me Little Shop of Horrors, and that one freaked me out so much that I had to stop it.
Was it the musical one or the...
It was the musical. It was the
Okay.
musical. I was not scared by the inanimate plant that just kind of went like this from the black and white Roger Corman. No, it was the fully moving one when it like grabs a chair and pulls like Seymour to him and starts singing in his mouth that I'm like, he's gonna eat him. He's gonna eat him. I can't watch this. I can't watch Rick Moranis die.
Well, you only had to see it in the director's cut, so you were safe for a couple years.
I watched that fucking director's cut, which is amazing. The kaiju nature of everything like that, but I am very glad he did not kill them because that cut, I watched it and I was depressed after watching it.
Well, that's the whole reason. Well, that's the whole reason they changed it, because the studio was like, this is too sad for audiences. And I'm sure if little Zoran had saw the Audrey 2s taking over the planet, I'm sure that probably wouldn't have.
I mean,
ended
the
well for him.
Audrey 2s is cool. It's literally just like the getting sucked into the planet and just watching Audrey and Seymour get killed.
Besides, obviously, you've mentioned like Little Shop, Aliens. Was there any one specific movie that you can recall where you were like, this, I love horror?
Well, I mean, when I was first watching horror, I wasn't thinking of making films or anything like that. I was just really enjoying it. And I will also credit my buddy Mark Kleinfelder, his dad, for getting me into the slasher world. So he would rent things, we'd watch them there. And then the one that I always remember is Army of Darkness. I didn't know there was an Evil Dead 1 or 2. I just knew Army of Darkness was just like, I love this movie. I love the comedy, the horror, the effects, everything about it. Later discovered the Evil Dead movies and went, oh man, Evil Dead 2, blood is funny. Blood is funny. And I took that into pretty much everything that I've ever made is, hey, if there's blood in there and someone gets stabbed, that's funny. Why not? These things that are supposed to be horrible. And then, of course, I did have also a formative experience watching Tremors on a family vacation because my mom's like, it's fun. It's not that scary. Some of my cousins were very scared.
Bacon. Fred Ward. Tremors.
I knew that I could make people laugh, and that was a really good feeling, and it was something that I'm like, I'm pretty good at this. And so I started taking improv classes at Second City and things like that. And then I think iMovie, when iMovie became a thing, that's when I went, oh, you don't just film like in order and use the start stop as your like edit point. You can actually cut things together and add music and make chase scenes and do all this. So I made a a feature with my friends called Mondo Monkey Episode 2, which was a story of Alf trying to kill a guy in a gorilla mask.
Is there an episode 1?
It was called Mondo Monkey A Go-Go, and basically that was a mini DV camera and my friends during a summer just walking around and putting on the gorilla mask and filming random things. And so the sequel was the more like, let's try and do a little bit more of a story, even though it was really ridiculous. And again, it was mostly chase scenes. And that's also where I learned a lot about, I would just replicate. I think in early filmmaking, it's great to do parody, like Terminator chase scene with the T-1000 in the parking garage. I replicated that shot for shot in a parking garage in Naperville, Illinois, with a guy in a gorilla mask.
Now, I'm assuming the person in the monkey mask was using the same tactic that Robert Patrick used, just didn't breathe at all while he was running.
Well, you couldn't in the mask. We sealed it airtight, taped it up. So we went through a few of my friends passed away during that, which is not true. But we did get the cops called on us. That was fun because we were firing just a compressor, like BB gun things, but it was still making a noise, and people saw a gun in the parking garage in Naperville, and so like, ooh, okay, we have to get permits, I guess that's a thing, or let people know, or don't fire.
Another valuable lesson in filmmaking.
There it is. Yeah, let people know. So my buddy Morgan Foster is in a band called Common Shiner, and we were originally going to do a music video for another one of his songs called Sharks, and that was going to be a recreation of Jaws. The entire movie in 4 minutes for Sharks. I storyboarded the whole thing, had it all set. We started scouting like a boat out in Michigan and all of these things, and things kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed till it was like October, and we're like, I don't want to go into Lake Michigan in October. I did that once to Mark Cusper, one of my actors, and almost killed him in Jason Voorhees' personal trainer. So we decided we need to do another music video, and I love teen movie, like John Hughes style teen movies, like not another teen movie that makes fun of all of those. And I was like, I want to do a teen movie, but none of us are teenagers. And then I realized that I had purchased a Freddy Krueger mask, and went, oh, what if we were all in masks and all slashers? So it was a slasher high. And from there, the ideas started flowing, and I don't even know what the impetus was of how I figured out that it would be Carrie and Jason or anything like that. I just started listening to the song and just meeting, like, here's how it would start here, and then we'd see the best friend, and who's the best friend character, who's the jock, who's the bully, who are these characters, and kind of put them together. And then we're like, who's a female slasher? And there aren't a lot, so I guess Carrie was good, so that we would be like, the misdirect is, oh, it's just there's some human girls at this school. Oh wait, no, blood dump. There we go, we got that.
Social media masochist part 2. I don't think it is what it is.
You got it.
So once moving on to the sequel, how did that idea come about? Was it a similar situation where you heard this song and you were like, I think we can do another one of these?
The impetus of that one was Morgan had, Common Shiner had broken up, and then Morgan had released a solo album under the name Foster. And I think we were talking and being like, oh, could we do another music video or anything like that? And I was listening, and there were like 2 songs in there that I was like, oh, these could be potential sequels. Oh, I listened to the lyrics, and the lyrics are more about kind of the love, regret, I think it fit really well with the high school sweethearts that get married and be like, is this the right thing for me? Oh no, we're in this together. And I also at that point started dating my now wife, Megan Gorman, who helped me through all of that as well, who wasn't officially a producer, but was on set to do all these things and helped me keep my sanity. I just fell into like a clenched jaw, like my jaw was so sore. I was like grinding my teeth at night from stress of just organizing everything, because I didn't have a costume department. I did actually. I had Gina DeVivo, who was the Maniac Pixie Dream Girl, do a bunch of costumes and everything and things like that, but I still had all the props and all the stuff that needed to come to set, so I just had boxes of things that I needed to always keep track of and bring everywhere, and so much stuff.
But now moving on to Dead Meat. So you mentioned that you had met James at the Killer Clowns from Outer Space concert. After, you know, that first interaction, when did like James start being like, hey, like I would really like to have you come on board?
He was never like that.
Oh, of course.
I had to pursue that man.
Okay. Well,
I had to pursue. Before that meeting, I think my friend Brandon had turned me on to the Dead Meat channel, and I started watching Kill Counts. I'm like, oh, this is really a fun YouTube channel. So I cold emailed him saying, hey, I'm an editor. If you just need any help with any of the kill counts, I would love to be a part of this because I love what you do. And heard nothing. Met him at that concert because he knew John Massari, the composer of Killer Clowns, who I'd become friends with. And that's how I got involved with the concert. And then, you know, it was just nice to meet him. That was it. Then I happened to tune into one of his live streams where he was editing. And in it, someone had asked him, like, what do you hate the most? He's like, this right here, where I'm having to do coverage. Basically, you know, I record my audio file, and then I have to find the clips in the movie that fit. And the timing works and all that stuff. He's like, I hate that. And then in the chat, I literally went, hey, I could do that for you. I mean, years of hard work and suggesting jokes, working on the kill count trailers, and then They Talk was kind of the first kind of thing that he was looking for new shows, and I pitched that one, and he really liked. I mean, James loves They Talk, and I also love They Talk, but I can't remember. Like, he was just getting, I believe, he was just getting burnt out, and he was going to take a break, just no matter what. And I think I offered to do the Tremors kill counts, and from there it. You know, it worked out, and it was very scary because, you know, this is the first time anyone has not hosted. Also, the first time that anyone has not, anyone other than him has written a kill count. It happened to be that during that time, also, he was dismantling the kill count set, as you see in the first few Tremors. Like, I'm on the set, and then the set's gone, and I had to build my own set in my basement, and then he premiered the new set after he returned. So that was another thing that he wanted to do, is take time to create that. And that set is awesome, aside from being swelteringly hot, as I mentioned many times in end cards, because he doesn't have the AC on when you're recording, so you don't hear the vent, and so it's just lights in a carpeted room, and just like so just think that anyone who does a kill count, just know that they are very sweaty and very keeping that energy up is a big thing.
When do you foresee any possible return to the hosting duties in that very, very hot room?
It's all up to James and everything. I mean, I just honestly, something happened with the way that the channel was, you know, because there wasn't regular content happening with everything that was going on personally, and then James was gone for a long time. Then it was suddenly me, and not everyone is a fan of me. That's okay. I get it. It's his channel, but he, you know, he, at this point, like the Critters kill counts, I now have the, you know, the highest kill count number, but I also have the lowest viewed kill counts. Some of my favorite, actually James has stated, like Critters 4 and Critters Attack are some of the best scripts that I've written for the kill counts, and they're some of the lowest viewed kill counts. And so he just needs to come back, get the channel back up to, you know, a regular setting, and then I could potentially come in at some point. Who knows? I'm just there to support, and you know, it's his baby, and he's got tons of movies that he wants to cover himself too. So he loves doing it, and he's really excited to do it. And all of these terrible things keep happening that stop the channel from continuing on.
When it comes to horror movies, in particular, recommending horror movies, and whether that be to someone who's pretty well versed in the genre and they're just looking for something new, or someone who maybe isn't familiar with it, if you like this movie, then you're set.
Behind the Mask: The Rise of Leslie Vernon. Most people have not heard of this movie or know anything of this movie. His mask is literally sitting next to me right now. And I've taken an acting class with Nathan, the actor in it, and he's just delightful and a great acting teacher as well. And then I will also recommend Tucker and Dale versus Evil, which I think more people have seen, but also just a brilliant subversion of things. When it comes to like actual scary movies, I've watched so much that it's very hard for me to find anything scary. anymore. So it's hard for me to recommend what's scary. I don't recommend ghost movies. I don't like ghost movies. They're not interesting to me. I will say that Conjuring was the last one that I was like, okay, that one worked. And Paranormal Activity, the original one, I liked 1 and 3 because it was a demon and not a ghost, so I accept that.
Welcome back, everybody. So you just obviously saw interviews there with Zoran Gavoyich and We Hate Movies. Special thank yous to them. Again, it was great getting to talk with them. They were wonderful, and I really look up to them. And that's what a lot of these interviews are going to be. You're going to be seeing here coming up are people that I really look up to, people that I think are great influences on the horror genre, and were definitely huge influences on me as a young, aspiring horror fan. But obviously here right now, we still got a lot along the way. There's still tons of interviews. We still have a whole other movie we want to show you. So after we ask this trivia question here, we're giving away a $25 Sheets gift card, one of two. After we do that trivia question, we are going to roll into the next 3 interviews and then the first part of The Screaming Skull. So you will not be seeing my ugly mug here live for another hour, sad to say. But we still have tons of great interviews, and we still have tons of fun movies coming up here. But in the meantime, we are going to get started here with the next trivia question for the $25 Sheets gift card. And that question is, what was the final zombie film directed by George Romero? So like I said, George Romero, he made a couple zombie movies, the Of the Dead movies, if you will. And again, this is for the $25 Sheets gift card. What was the final zombie film directed by George Romero? There's the phone number. There's the extension. Y'all know what to do. If you've been tuning in and you've been keeping up with us, there is the way to win. So we are going to roll right into the interviews here. And then once the interviews start, you will be able to call in. So let's get into the interviews, and then we're going to get started with The Screaming Skull. You won't see us here in a bit, but don't worry. We're going to be sticking around. We're sticking to our 8 a.m. end time. Do not worry. We are in this for the full 12 hours. We're not giving up just yet, so stick with us. There's plenty more along the way. So now I'm sitting down with, I'm going to say it, internet royalty. He's a massive inspiration to me. He is best known as the Angry Video Game Nerd, but he also runs the website cinemassacre.com. He is also a filmmaker as well as a published author. I have the honor to be sitting down with one James Rolfe. James, thank you so much for doing this and sitting down and chatting with me about horror films, something that I know both of us really love.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
What was kind of your introduction to horror films? What really got you into the genre? And then sort of what were the films in particular that really kind of impacted you both as a filmmaker and just as a lover of movies?
Oh, well, I suppose, I mean, the earliest horror films I must have seen as a kid, I mean, in the 80s, I saw Gremlins, Ghostbusters, which are this sort of horror film. They have some horror elements in them. Really started getting into Godzilla and the classic monsters, all the black and white ones from the 30s and 40s. And then I kind of like chronologically went forward in time. So then as I got a little older, I started renting the Nightmare on Elm Street movies from the video store. And I kind of just like worked my way up to the modern era. Yeah, Monster Vision was a huge, huge influence on me. And then when Joe Bob came into it and introduced me to a lot of the Friday the 13th movies and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that was one of the first times I think I've really seen like a TV host of that kind, somebody just who's a fan talking about these movies and giving you some information, but also giving you some good laughs and entertainment to go with it.
You've obviously gotten to meet Joe Bob Briggs on multiple occasions, even sit down and interview him, and kind of what was that like? And did you ever think watching Monster Vision and watching Joe Bob that one day you'd get to be sitting right across from him and chatting about these kinds of movies?
It was definitely surreal, but it also was very natural. But what was more surreal for some reason was when on the last drive-in, when they mentioned me a couple of times, and for some reason, whenever that happens, it's like it gets me really excited. I'm like, oh wow, that's crazy. just to think that when they're on the other side of the screen, it's always more surreal in some way. But when you actually meet the person, it's like, okay, it's real life. Things are just normal. You know what I mean?
So obviously, filmmaking was your passion. You started making movies since you were a little kid, but you mainly worked doing horror films. And what was kind of like your favorite thing about making horror films in particular?
Oh, I suppose I was very like awkward and not very social, but all my friends in the neighborhood just made me feel like I could be whoever I wanted to be. So I think it was that making movies might have been sort of like my social outlet in a way. So I don't know why I gravitate towards it, because I did painting, I did like drawing, and I was thinking about doing animation, but that was kind of like a lot of long, lonely hours. The Deader the Better comes to mind, since we're on the horror topic. Like that one was a zombie film I made a while ago, and that it was very knew that it was pre-YouTube, just barely pre-YouTube, and it was just it represents a different era for me.
You started doing The Nerd not too long after you had graduated from college. And right away, once you were doing the Nerd episodes, you started doing Halloween episodes. And you did stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street, you did Friday the 13th, you did Halloween. And while you were doing them, you were also sort of trying to recreate a lot of the stuff that goes on in those movies, in those series. And kind of what was that like, getting to essentially do your own version of these horror franchises that you had grown up watching for so long?
I always wanted to go farther with it, so it starts with a really big idea, and then you sort of just have to scale it down to like, what can you actually do? So I remember when I did the Halloween episode, I wanted it to open originally with a scene of the nerd as a child when he first plays the game. It didn't even have to be the Halloween game, but the first time he played a bad game as a child. And it's all done in POV, just like the opening scene in Halloween. And where he puts you see Michael Myers put the mask on, in a POV shot, where he puts on the glasses. It's the first time the nerd glasses come on. And then I didn't fully develop the idea. I didn't figure out exactly what happens after that. Like, does he like stab the game to death or whatever happens? But and I'm starting with this really big idea, and I'm like, okay, what can I do in a month and a half, basically? So let's see what I can actually accomplish. So it's going to get scaled down, but it's still going to be like one of those, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or the Halloween episode, Friday the 13th, any of those,
But similar, then, you've also done Halloween episodes since then where you weren't parodying a movie, or you weren't trying to recreate scenes from movies. You were very much kind of creating your own mini horror film. And one that I think is really interesting is the Polybius episode. I think that one is a really great example.
Todd had a fake Polybius machine, and knowing we had the arcade area and the where we did a lot of B-roll with the warehouse, which had all the like pinball games and everything. They do all these like pinball repairs and all this stuff, and it's a really cool place in general. But we had that as a location. I started there. That's where I started to writing something that could be filmed.
But obviously, when it comes to Halloween or horror films, especially over at Cinemassacre, the biggest thing is typically what I associate with it is Monster Madness.
Yeah, I mean, basically it just starts with just looking at a bunch of movies and deciding what I want to do. Like, what is it that's going to interest me the most to talk about, and then I just start from that. The first year, how the whole thing started, it was just I wanted to introduce people to these movies, because the first year they were only like these 1 minute, like 2 minute videos maybe, because it was back then I always thought of the internet as like a short form entertainment where it was like quick. Everything was always quick, like stuff you could watch like on your lunch break, whatever. It was basically like the movie of the day. Like that was just the idea. So, but then after that, I was really pleased with the response. And a lot of people to this day still tell me like, oh, I was introduced to those movies because of your videos. And that was like, that's what I wanted. So mission accomplished. whenever it was 31, those were the most difficult. I'm most nostalgic for the first year, because that was like just the first time doing it. But I think I like the sequel ones where he did like a whole bunch of sequel, like one franchise, and then just went through the whole thing. Especially the Hammer ones. I had a lot of fun doing the Hammer ones for sure.
When it comes to circle back to filmmaking a little bit, so as mentioned, AVGN the movie, it's your biggest production to date. You've never done anything to that scale before that, but if you had the opportunity to do, say, a horror film, I know that you've had a video kind of talking about your idea for a horror film, and I'm sure there's other ideas. Would you ever do a production like that to the scale of the AVGN movie if the opportunity presented itself?
I mean, the only thing, it would have to be like the main thing then. It would just be like, okay, I'm just working on this for like years now. You know, it's like that's going to be it. And they're also, it's also kind of more fun in a way to do shorter content, because then you get the relief of finishing it and then putting it out in the world and having people see it. Whereas a movie, you got to wait years and years before it's going to be done, and before anybody can see it. So in all that time, it's just like, you want to tell people what it is, but you don't want to spoil it. It's just like, hey, you know, I'm working on this. You'll see it eventually, but you know.
I want to thank you again so much for sitting down with me. As kind of a dream come true for me, getting to chat with you and talk about horror films. You can find James and all of his great work over at cinemassacre.com, as well as on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all those social media handles. You can pick up his book, A Movie Making Nerd, wherever books are sold. And you can also check out his band, Rex Viper. I'm pretty sure some of the songs and stuff can be found on Spotify or wherever you listen to music. There also, I believe there are some tour dates or concert, like you guys do have some performance dates.
Yeah, we have one on Friday the 13th coming up, and also we're focusing on the album mostly. So hopefully you'll have that soon, where you could hear all the songs, because they sound so much better now. I can't wait to hear the production on it is really good.
I definitely owe a lot of credit to, because she really, I think, really emphasized the importance of like Halloween and spooky things to me as a kid. And she would always bring me around to like the local Halloween stores and Spirit whenever it was the season, and take me around to look at all the animatronics and everything. But she also made sure that I watched, you know, the Munsters and the original Addams Family and Scooby-Doo as a kid. And ever since, I've just been obsessed with like any kind of scary content that I could get my hands on. So definitely that. Carrie was one that I watched really young, and that like I was hooked on horror after that for sure.
Well, I find your blog really amusing when you're about to, because you do have that photo of you dressed as Norman Bates, I think around that same age. So Carrie, you said, was kind of a big influence on you. Did that get you, as well as horror, kind of explore Stephen King as well?
Yeah, definitely. Well, my mom introduced me to Carrie as, you know, like this story of a girl getting back at her bullies. And so I had no idea what to expect. And it was not what I was expecting at all. Because my mom presented it as this like fun girl power movie. I watched it because it came out when I was, I think, in middle school. And so that was really popular at the time, which got me into the series of It, which I loved. And then I watched The Shining, and then the Shining series, which I also loved. And yeah, I love a lot of Stephen King's content. I think I didn't get to experience it most of it until I was a little bit older. But he has a lot of really amazing gateway horror, I think.
So when did you decide you wanted to start writing about horror?
I started writing like a horror film in middle school in 6th grade because I wanted to. And then I sort of became, as I became more obsessed with horror and more hyper fixated on it, I just wanted to talk about it all the time. And I didn't really have like an outlet to do that because not many of my friends were really into horror like I was. And in 2019, I went to this USC summer program where I took a horror film class from Dr. Rebecca McKendry, who is incredible and such an incredible filmmaker. And she really specified like just getting any kind of work out there, and like even if it isn't necessarily like film work, like writing about film and the importance of that. And so that really inspired me to start my blog. And I started that right around the time that COVID hit as well. So it was a really nice tool for me to have to kind of deal with the isolation and still be able to talk about all my interests.
What's kind of your favorite subjects to cover in relation to horror? Reading through your blog, you often touch on LGBTQ plus representation or issues in horror, as well as people of color, women in general. So kind of what's your favorite topic to really explore in horror?
That's tough. I think it definitely changes from time to time. Right now, it's definitely horror films that have been overlooked because of the way that they were marketed, like films like Jennifer's Body or Ginger Snaps, like films that were specifically marketed towards teenage girls, I think often get a lot of criticism because they're for women and they get overlooked because of that. But I think the horror genre as a whole, the thing that really draws me to it is the fact that it's able to have all of these really important social messages and touch on social issues so well and so like metaphorically, and that's I think what drew me to horror in the first place. And so anytime I can talk about that or any kind of like social issues within horror, that's what I'm most passionate about, because I think all horror really does do that, and I think all horror is definitely political.
And you know, like your writing started getting like noticed by more and more people. What was that feeling like? You know, like you were suddenly like, people are coming to me and listening to my opinions on these movies that I just wanted to write about because I really like them.
It's been really crazy. I definitely started this blog like just so I would have an outlet to sort of talk about the things that I was interested in. I really didn't think that anyone was going to read it, and it has been amazing. And I think I owe so much of its success to Phil Nobile Jr. and Fangoria, because they really, really helped me and really helped promote my blog. But it's been really amazing. It's just, I'm really passionate about it, and so the fact that people are reading it and responding to it it's so crazy.
Speaking of Fangoria, did you read Fangoria a lot when you were younger? Was that a magazine that you tried to get your hands on?
I had like one issue of Fangoria as a kid. It definitely was very hard to find, but anytime that I saw it, I definitely tried to get it. But I was so happy to see it come back, and once it came back, like now I'm such a huge Fangoria fan, and I read every issue, obviously, because it's amazing, and I think it's such an important magazine and such an important company. I still can't believe that they let me work with them. Like, it's so amazing.
You've also been able to do a lot of other really cool things. What are some of those things? Like, I'm assuming you've got to meet a lot more people in the horror industry,
yeah,
and the film industry in general. And we could talk about how kind of I came across your work and stuff, but what were kind of some of like the really cool experiences you got because of your work?
I think just I've been able to meet like some of my heroes and been able to talk to so many amazing people. I think one thing that was really exciting is last year, or in May, I got to go to the Salem Horror Festival for the first time, which is such an incredible festival. And I got to meet Hannah Mae Cummings from Monstrous Femme Films, who's amazing. And I have loved her work for so long, and to finally meet her was so incredible. And I got to meet the amazing filmmaker Alice Maya McKay, who is like that's exactly who I started my blog for, you know. And so to be able to meet her and and sort of become friends with her was really cool.
I've seen you talk a lot about is Welcome Week, which I believe is an anthology film that you are that you got to do a segment, you got to direct and write a segment for. Kind of talk a bit about, or I guess again, like those strikes and everything. Talk about what you are.
It's a fully independent film, so we can
okay.
talk about
I'm
it. Yeah,
pretty sure I know independent films are.
we got lucky with that. Yeah.
But sort of, how did that project come about, and then how you got involved, and we can kind of talk about then like what that experience was like. But initially, how did you get involved?
I'm so proud of this project, and I'm so excited that it's finally, like, we finally just wrapped, so I'm like wrapped post-production, so I'm really excited to talk about it. But so the guys at Screenager Productions, who are awesome, they had made a film in quarantine called Satan's Servant, which they made when they were in high school, I think for $2,500 maybe. Like, it was made for very little money, and it was so good and so much fun, and it was just a really refreshing thing to see, especially while we were in the pandemic. And so I had interviewed them for my blog, and because one thing that I really stressed a lot on my blog was like, teens in horror should have a voice, and like young people and kids in horror should have a voice and should be able to like make the content that they're watching, you know, like and I think that's really important. Like, I think kids should at least be consulted on kids shows, you know, and the way that they're represented. But so we had kept in contact because of that, and they brought Welcome Week to me, which is an anthology about the horrors of college, and we were all freshmen at film schools in different states, you know, in different places around the world, and we all specialized in horror, and we thought it would be really cool to have an anthology where each segment was a different film student, you know, at a different school somewhere with a different subgenre. And so Ethan and Jack, who are the Screenagers, they brought that to me, and then along with Noah Levine, and we all produced it together. So we were all the producers, and we each brought in like one person to also work on making their own segment. So I ended up producing the whole film and then directing and co-writing one of the segments, which was called Falling Into Place. And the whole film was so much fun. It was really cool to get to connect with all these filmmakers from all over. We have a filmmaker in Scotland, we have filmmakers, you know, in Texas and LA, I'm in Boston. Like, it's been really, really crazy. I was definitely nervous, but I think I was more excited, and so that was sort of what helped me kind of overcome that fear. And I also I got really lucky with my team, and I was very selective about like who I had help me on the short, and everyone that was working on my short was so amazing and so helpful. And my co-writer Katie Jordan was amazing, and like I could not have done that without her. She was awesome. And so it was really everyone that worked on it, and Jack and Ethan and Noah gave us so much support. And so it was really about trusting the process and trusting everyone on my team, and just, you know, being like, this is what we're doing and this is what we've written, and it's gonna be good. Like, it's just trust the process.
When it comes to recommending horror films, and you even have a section of your blog where you do have recommendations, what is kind of your go-to film that you recommend to people, whether they're newcomers or they're experienced horror fanatics? What's the film that you're like, if you have not seen this, you need to check this one out, this is a must watch?
Because everyone has different fears and phobias, and so what's scary to me isn't going to be scary to you. And I think it really depends on the person, like what you're going to recommend them.
Edited, produced, he's done it all. He is also the possessor of a really great mustache. And I'm of course talking
Takes one to know one.
I'm of course talking to the director of the WNUF Halloween special and other films. I'm talking with Chris LaMartina. And I also want to say to you, Chris, before we get started, you have a very special honor. This is the first interview that we are recording with my blonde hair. So if
That's a big deal. Yeah.
So if you're watching live right now, chances are my hair is going to be changing greatly throughout some of the interviews, depending on what order they go in. So just don't be too alarmed. Don't adjust the settings on your TV. Everything is just fine. I can tell by your shirt and by some of the decorations you have behind you that Halloween, horror, all that sort of stuff you're a big fan of. So kind of what is your background with it?
Yeah, so how I got into horror was from a very, very young age, right? So I grew up in the era of the Ghostbusters, like animated TV show. It was one of the first shows that I really like watched religiously. And then speaking of religion, I was I spent a lot of time growing up with my godmother, my very superstitious Italian Catholic godmother. At a young age, like watching Ghostbusters and like old Hammer horror movies on Cinemax, you know, I started getting really attracted to the horror genre, and my aunt would actually I would dictate scary stories, and like I have all these stories from when I was like a young kid of they're like mostly they make no sense because they're written by a 4 or 5 year old and she just wrote them on the typewriter, but they're like non sequiturs. Like, it was a dark and stormy night, like the hand came out of the grave. It's just like me just reciting imagery that I'd seen on like watching too much TV unsupervised as a kid. Milestones and what made me want to make movies, right? So I mean, I saw Toxic Avenger when I was 5 years old, and that probably ruined my life, or made my life where it needed to go. It was like I'd seen the Toxic Crusaders cartoon show, and I was like, oh, they made like a live-action Toxic Crusaders. It's got to be like the live-action Ninja Turtles, right? No, obviously this is a much different, like, that was wild. Like when that kid gets his head run over, it was definitely a life-changing moment. You know, if something was any like illicit or felt like I shouldn't be watching it, obviously as a kid you're like, oh hell yeah, if someone tells you not to do something, you're gonna do it. Probably around 1993 or 1994, our cable channel locally in Baltimore got the Sci-Fi Channel, and they were showing a very, very severely edited version of Sam Raimi's Evil Dead. And I was like, what the hell is this movie? It's insane, and it looks so rough around the edges. This looks like something that I could do, which is, you know, it's a joke because, like, of course not. How I was like 9 or 10 years old when I watched this. There's no way you could make a movie that good. But I thought, compared to all the sort of like glossy Hollywood horror movies that I'd seen, like it felt like just like this otherworldly entity.
Going into it, was there any point where you were like, so once you got into filmmaking, you were like, I want to make horror movies? And how did your like first movie come about? Because going off of your filmography, your first listed film, you mentioned Amerikill, but your first listed film is a film called Faces of Schlock.
So it's funny, Faces of Schlock was in a and that's one of those things where it's like a buddy was making an anthology, excuse me, and I made it a segment, and it's very, very lo-fi. Like it's only like 20 minutes, so it's not really my feature. Like I just made a segment to it. Basically, that process was me deciding, could I make a movie that I could sell to a distributor? Because at this point, like this is probably 2004 to 2005-ish, 2003 to 2005-ish. And then we sold it to a company called Brain Damage Films. No advance. They sold a couple territories. I mean, one of the best moments of my life at the time was watching, it got sold to Russia. And there was a version of a scene where my aunt, Mary Lou, that I talked about earlier, gets attacked by a werewolf, and it was all dubbed in Russian, and it blew my mind. It was like, oh my God, like someone took the time to take my crappy little $300 movie and dub it for a Russian film market. It was crazy.
A lot of people, I think, would point how they were introduced to your films is the WNUF Halloween special. Mm-hmm. However, I was introduced to you through your 2010 film, President's Day. So I kind of want to ask, what was that like? You know, instead of an anthology film, you're making a full narrative, 3-act structure, you're making a slasher movie.
Yeah.
What was kind of the process of making that movie like?
So I love slasher movies. My favorite slasher movie is probably Sleepaway Camp 2. I just think it has that sense of humor and just over the top, like everything you want in a slasher movie, like a very unique killer, really gory, creative kills, occasionally some nudity if it's appropriate for the story, I should say, because there's like the tenets of a solid slasher movie, or at least like an 80s style slasher movie. So The thing that made President's Day tough was a couple things. So one was we had originally written President's Day for my high school because my principal at the time, I mean, I was 24 when we made it, but like my principal was so happy with the local notoriety that I got making these horror films. She was like, "Oh yeah, you could totally shoot a movie here." So when it came time to like clear everything, she was like, "Oh no, actually the school board needs you to sign off. They're not gonna let you." And they had just denied this athlete, this guy Michael Phelps, who was an Olympic swimmer. He was denied to shoot a commercial at his local high school. So she's like, "There's no way they're gonna let." If they deny him for like a Gatorade ad or whatever, they're not gonna let you shoot this gory horror movie. I ended up writing the school's closed now, so it's not a big deal. I don't feel like bad talking about this, but we ended up making a donation to the principal's fund, buying the school new exit lights, and like we got it for a song, like super cheap. The whole budget of President's Day was $5,000, and the irony was the Archdiocese of Baltimore at the time, we wrote a fake script just in case they wanted to see the script, and the script was literally, it was probably the most boring thing you'll ever read in your life, because we cut out all the murder, we cut out all the sex, so like people just disappear and the story just keeps going. So like the script we made, we sort of like, you know, bullshitted our way through. It was like a 40-page script, which just like, you know, really funny. But it was one of the hottest summers on record at the time. I mean, now with climate change, every summer gets hotter. So we shot that July and August of 2009, and then it came, and then it came out in 2010. Or I mean, actually it didn't come out on DVD till 2012, but it was shown and we shopped it around 2010.
I would say probably your biggest film. I don't know if you consider it your biggest film, but I know how a lot of people came to know the WNUF Halloween special.
So we were coming up on a year. I think the first year it was the first year we hadn't made a feature film in quite some time, and I was thinking like, man, it breaks my heart that we're spending a summer not making a movie. And I was like, how can we make a movie fast? And I was thinking, well, the only way to make a movie fast is to make a found footage movie, right? Like, because the other movies just take too much time to produce. And I was like, and the process of thinking about, but for the most part, I didn't like found footage films, right? Like I thought they were kind of like, I literally wrote a list of like all the things I hated about found footage movies to try to figure out, and this is an important lesson, like storytelling is the reversal of expectation, right? You want things to surprise you. That's good storytelling. So I often wrote the things that I hated down, like in the context of like a story or a type of movie, to be like, okay, how do we flip that to make it fun or work for me? So I wrote down all the things I hated about found footage movies, like, okay, like one location, very few actors to keep costs low. That seems awful to me, right? Two, they're very monotonous because they're found footage, right? Like three, like the reason is, you know, why are they filming this? So as I was thinking, I was like, okay, so why are they filming this? Well, maybe they have to film this. Maybe they're being paid to film this. And then I was like, well, if it's one location or minor locations, okay, well, why are they there? Maybe it's a broadcast, maybe it's like this TV thing. And subsequently, I was inspired by this thing. The Edgar Allan Poe House here in Baltimore, I've been hearing about this for years, had a live radio broadcast where they did a call-in seance, or not call-in seance, a on-air radio seance at the Edgar Allan Poe House. And I've always wanted to find a copy of it, but I've never been able to find it. And that was always sort of percolating in the back of my head, like what happened on that radio show, right, at the Poe House? But I don't know, it's lost to time. And I was thinking, like, okay, it could be something like that. And then I was like, oh man, because if they stop filming, they lose advertising revenue. If they turn the broadcast off, they have to film because it's tied into the money and the sort of business side of film. So then the other part I thought about that was the game changer, that truly was the game changer. I was like, holy dude, if it was a TV broadcast, it would have to have commercials, and we could make all these fake commercials. And I was like, oh my God, my advertising background, like I could totally write a million commercials, like this would be great. When I was, I guess in my late teens, I was at a car convention. It was right around the time The Ring was out, and to promote The Ring, they had a cardboard box with blank VHS, like no label on these VHS tapes, just in a corner of this horror convention. Everyone was like, what the hell is this? You take one, and I got it. It's like the first 30 seconds of the tape from The Ring. So that always stuck for me as a great viral marketing campaign. So when we finished the movie, you know, my then girlfriend, now wife, Melissa, like we drove around, we threw the VHS tapes out the window. We literally left them at like horror conventions and thrift stores, hoping like people would find the movie and be like, what the hell is this? And I think WNUF, it's a comedy, right? So like you realize very quickly that it's all kind of in good fun. However, what I will say is, like, at that point, you're smiling ear to ear and you're enjoying the experience as an immersive experience, that you're not going to go and take it out and be like, well, this is fake.
You not only had to capture it with the commercials, but like you also had to capture it with the news element of the movie. And as you know, I'm a journalism major. I've seen a lot of newscasts from like the 80s, 90s, stuff like that. And they have a very distinct look. So like, was there any difficulty in like capturing that kind of, like making it really authentic?
The problem with a lot of times when people spoof the 80s or any era, they do it in the sense that like, ha ha ha, look how much like, how smarter we are than them or how dumb they were, right? And it doesn't come from this place of love or even realism. It's very self-aware. And I think that's the issue that I tried to fight against with WF. Like I wanted to make it seem very era appropriate. There are plenty of times where like I still wanted it to feel like genuinely, like at least the aesthetic be genuine, right? So that was the most important. The tampon ad was shot on DSLR because that would have been shot on film, and obviously I'm not going to shoot on film. I don't have that kind of money because the whole WF was shot for like, I want to say like $1,500 ish. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Yeah.
So another question regarding it. So I mainly want to ask about another mustached fellow. Paul, I feel like a lot of WNUF, why it works, is your main actor, Paul, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name.
Fahrenkampf. So what I'll tell you about the casting process. So when I always joke about my actors, like I always joke about the movies like they're summer camp, right? Like next summer, some of the kids might be back, some are not, but ultimately they're my filmmaking family. And I started thinking about WNUF and I was like, you know what, Paul, the part I imagined for Paul would be this really pissed off, bitter, but very funny still newscaster. And I wrote the entire part of Frank Stewart for him, like knowing that's got to be Paul Fahrenkampf. It's just great. Largely, I mean, it was a full script, sincerely. It's you know, start to end, it's full script. Some people were true to the dialogue more than others. The gentleman who plays Father Matheson was 100% true to his dialogue. Like, I don't think improv more than like a line or two. The Burgers, Helen Mary Ball and Brian St. August, they improv a little bit, but not like, it's sort of a healthy mix. Paul, I would say he remembered most of his monologues, but his interplay dialogue could be fast and loose sometimes. And it was really more about the whole thing with that was do it what makes you feel like your character's voice. Like it's not like just add in jokes. I'm always very careful when people add in jokes because they have a tendency of like upstaging beats of the story sometimes. I mean, some people don't do that, but it's just a tightrope to walk. But no, Paul is fabulous, and I mean I think obviously Paul takes direction very well, and he understands them too. I mean, I think none of the people that were like main characters in that movie tried to make it jokey, right? Like they tried to play it straight, and that was very important.
What was the production of this latest one like compared to the first one? And just for those who haven't seen it, like myself, what can kind of be expected with this?
I will try not to spoil anything because it's a much different movie. The making of it, and I'll pivot back to the reason why, but the making of it was actually vastly different than the original because we made it during COVID. It was a really tough experience. Our biggest shoot was going to be like a fake 1990s talk show, like a Jerry Springer, Ricky Lake, and that was supposed to be Easter 2020. But obviously, as we all know, Easter 2020 was the like lockdown period of COVID, so it was a massive bummer. Ultimately, what ended up happening was, 2 years later, I was like, I wonder if there's this same type of nostalgia for the 80s that I feel, could that exist for the 1990s? George Romero, made Night of the Living Dead, he made Dawn of the Dead, he made Day of the Dead. He made sort of like a zombie movie for 3 eras in a row, but very distinct to those eras. The statement he's trying to make, right? 1960s, there's clearly some intense like Vietnam, racial conflict that feels like bubbles up under the surface there. 1970s consumerism, all that stuff. Like it's really interesting when he taps into those eras. Now, the luxury I had looking at the 1990s was I'm, 30 years removed, right? So it was like, okay, so let's look back at the 1990s like I looked back in the 80s and like what was, if we're looking at the 90s as a sequel to the 80s, what did that really mean? Like, and I think ultimately my idea about WNUF and what the sequel is really about is 2 things. One, how we dress up culture. Everything exists like thematically decade upon decade, but how that is dressed up in a certain era really changes. And I think, you know, the 1990s in my head were really got more sensational and more cynical, but very over the top, and like, and playing into that from a sense of humor. It was a really fun experience, and honestly, I'm really happy with the sequel. I like the sequel. It's not. Here's what I'll tell you about the sequel that's really important to know. It's a Halloween movie, but I don't know if it's a horror movie. There's weird stuff to it, but it's not like, it's not a haunted house film. It's not about ghosts.
When it comes to horror movies, what is one that you will always recommend to people, whether it be they're big horror fans just looking for something new, or maybe they're new to the genre, maybe not like super big on horror movies, not super familiar?
Horror is a very wide lane, right? So I kind of have to, and as someone who like devours horror movies and seen a ton of them, I kind of you gotta kind of pick your battles and say like, who's this person? Why? If somebody's like looking for like a truly just scary horror movie, and like they want to see something that'll just like creep them out, the one of recent years that I've really recommended a lot is Autopsy of Jane Doe. I think if somebody is looking for something that's atmospheric and just powerful, the one that I think is an underseen gem, my wife and I both love this movie, is The Devonsville Terror. The Devonsville Terror was a Uli Lamel movie from the early 80s. It's based, I think it's clearly the inspiration for Rob Zombie's Lords of Salem, but it's like light years better. Not to say Lords of Salem is bad, but it's more just like, this is like, it's very clearly like some like through lines there. Devonsville Terror is really good. And then, I mean, I think those are probably my two top recommendations.
The Screaming Skull is a motion picture that reaches its climax in shocking horror. Its impact is so terrifying that it may have an unforeseen effect. It may kill you. Therefore, its producers feel they must assure free burial services to anyone who dies of fright while seeing The Screaming Skull.
Welcome, Mrs. Whitlock.
It's lovely, Eric.
You look disappointed for a moment.
I did not. It's really lovely. Oh, look. I bet that's the den there.
That's right.
Is that a bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Gonna be ours?
You'll need some fixing first.
It was her room, wasn't it?
Yes. Come on along. I'll show you the rest of the house. It's rather forbidding now, I suppose, empty like this. But it was usually this way. Shortly after Marion and I were married, she removed all the furniture her parents had left her. This is our home, she used to say, and we must choose everything carefully. Well, we didn't get very far before she died. But now that you're here, it's going to be lovely again. I'll get the things out of storage tomorrow. They're all down at the warehouse. And I'll take care of that, too.
You have candles?
Sure.
It'll be twice as romantic.
Speaking of being romantic. I got to carry you over the threshold.
I love you. I love you.
Jenny. I thought life had died out for me.
What's that up there?
Oh, that's where Mickey keeps his gardening things.
Who's Mickey?
The gardener. He's kept it up the 2 years I've been away.
By himself?
That's right.
Must work awfully hard.
Oh, he and Marion would spend hours on end working here in the gardens and up in the greenhouse back there. See, he loved her very much. Sometimes I used to wonder who she was, my wife or Mickey's nursemaid. You know, I don't think he quite believes she's gone. I think he expects her to show up one of these mornings and scold her for neglecting the gardens.
You still love her, don't you? No, I'm not jealous. I'm grateful to her. I think to have loved once, really loved, to learn how to love always. Learning it from her, you give again to me. I wish there was some way to thank her. Who's that?
I don't know. They're driving around the back. Come on along.
Eric!
I see Eric.
Please stop by to meet your new wife.
Oh, Eric, this is a wonderful surprise.
It's been a long time.
It has.
Reverend.
Good to see you, Eric.
Jenny, this is Mrs. Snow.
I'm very happy to meet you. Jenny, this is a lovely surprise.
And the Reverend Mr. Snow.
Hello, my dear.
Oh, she's sweet, Eric.
I know.
I happened to be going into town. I ran into Mr. Mauer. He told me you were getting back today.
And we thought we'd just drop by and bring you something for your dinner.
Oh, nice.
And it'll save you all the bother of shopping while you're trying to get settled.
Then why don't you stay for dinner?
Oh, no, not tonight.
Oh, no, we wouldn't think of that.
Oh, now, please say yes.
I'd like for you to.
It would be like old times.
All right, on the condition that I do the cooking.
You don't have to.
You know, I know that, but I'd love to.
Well, there's Mickey. Excuse me, honey. Mickey!
Ah, poor Mickey. He keeps this place up like a shrine.
Eric told me how he loved Marion.
Mickey's father was a gardener here when Marion's mother was alive. Mickey and Marion grew up together here. Jenny, this is Mickey.
How do you do, Mickey? I hope we'll be good friends.
Well, Mickey.
Thank you, Mickey.
Well, shall we all go inside?
It's a good idea. Mickey, remember you promised me some of those rose cuttings.
Nice seeing you again, Mickey. I'm going to have to get you down to the barber shop one day very soon. Excuse us, Mickey. All right, that's done.
Now, please, be careful. Oh, Edward, now, don't break your neck.
You're doing great, Reverend. Don't worry.
Good enough, heavens. Honestly, the two of them are just like children.
Well, that doesn't look too bad, Eric.
Jenny, I hope you have more luck in getting your husband to mine than I've had with mine.
You know, you've got to admit it does make the room look better.
Very well, Tyson. For penance, you can come and help me with dinner. Now, come on. Edward, you keep Jenny company?
Yes, dear.
No, Mary, no. Send them away.
Huh? No. Oh, she's so very nice, Eric.
Jenny?
Yes.
Isn't she wonderful?
Yes, she's not at all like Marion, and I think that's for the best. You know, so many men, when they lose a wife, they try so hard to deny the loss they marry someone exactly like the first wife. It hardly seems fair using the living to bring back the dead, does it?
No, I suppose it doesn't.
We make a prison for ourselves out of the past, at least our sentimental, wished-for pasts.
Mrs. Snow,
Yes, dear.
there's something I must tell you and the Reverend.
Well, of course, Eric. What is it?
You see, Jenny has not had a very happy past.
Oh?
And talking about it or about something that might strongly remind her of it, she's very impressionable.
Is there something wrong, Eric?
No, not really. You see, she lost her parents many years ago in a very tragic way. And talking about unhappy past only, she's very impressionable. See, I want her to be happy, Mrs. Snow.
Of course you do, and so do we all. Now, how did she lose them? Well, look, I'm not prying, dear. It's just that Mr. Snow and I can help better if we know something about it.
They drowned in an accident. Jenny saw it all.
Who's Mr. Mauer?
Mr. Mauer? Why, he's a lawyer in town.
I thought no one knew we were coming. You said you heard from Mr. Mauer?
Well, Eric wrote him. He takes care of the estate, or what's left of it.
Oh, that's right. Eric has to see him tomorrow.
Well, Eric's co-executor of the estate along with Mr. Mauer. You see, Marion's death was so sudden that, well, all that was left to Eric was the house and these grounds. Mr. Mauer told me that Eric had found someone very sweet and very kind, and with whom he was very much in love. He didn't say enough.
How did Marion die?
Didn't Eric tell you?
I think the subject's rather painful to him. I don't like to make him talk about it. Would you mind telling me? I'd like to know.
It was a rainy day. She and Mickey had been working up there in the greenhouse. She left him to go back to the house for a few minutes. The way we pieced it together after the accident is that while she was coming down this path, apparently it began to rain very hard. She must have run along here. We don't know, of course, what happened then, Perhaps she slipped on a leaf. Base of her skull was smashed. It was thought that she hit her head on the edge of the cement wall where we're sitting. And she fell in there. She died in the water. That's where Eric found her 10 minutes later.
Marion, you said, Mickey, wait here. I'm going down to the house for just a minute. Wait here, Mickey, you said, and then you went away in the rain, and you didn't come back to play. Marion, why did you...
And don't forget that you and Eric are coming for lunch day after tomorrow.
We'll do better than that. We'll come to church on Sunday as well.
Oh, getting Eric to church is like moving a mountain.
He'll come.
Come along, my dear. It's getting late.
Eric, thank you very much for bringing Jenny into our lives.
Thank you for the dinner.
It's a pleasure. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Edward, did you know that Jenny's very wealthy?
Oh, yes. Mr. Morrow told me in town today.
Well, she's not at all like Marion. You know, she's so gentle and timid, as if she were afraid of something.
I knew you'd like my friends, dear. What's this? Huh?
Just happy, that's all.
Come.
So happy.
Come on. How are the cots?
Fine.
What are you reading?
Something Mrs. Snow sent over.
Interesting.
It's called Beast in the Jungle. It's all about a man who waited all of his life for something great, wonderful to happen to him. He had only one good friend. It's a woman whom he confided. And she died. At her grave, he suddenly realized that she was the great and wonderful thing that he'd waited for all of his life. But it's too late then. His memories, like a beast in the jungle, rise up out of the past, overwhelm him.
Poor fellow. He doesn't know what he missed.
Eric? don't think Mickey looks for her in the pond.
Jenny, now stop it.
I can't help it, Eric. That bad feeling's come back.
I forbid you to talk about it.
She looked like that, Eric. My mother looked like that.
Jenny.
I can't help it, Eric.
Darling, you're just talking yourself into those same old fears.
I've got to talk about it, Eric. I have to talk about
I
it.
forbid you to talk about it now.
Just that with you beside me, I'm alive again. I don't want to be sick anymore.
Honey, look. Now, you mustn't go on thinking like this. Besides, how could a very poorly done self-portrait upset you so much?
Welcome back, everybody. So I know it's been a while since you've seen us here, but you just saw some really great interviews with a lot of really great people, and now you are also forced to watch a terrible movie. I've been very gentle with Night of the Living Dead and House on Haunted Hill, because those are genuinely good and entertaining movies. The Screaming Skull, on the other hand, is about as low grade as you can get when it comes to public domain horror films. And I've tried to be supportive, of filmmakers and everything, but The Screaming Skull truly is a bad movie, as you've probably seen here thus far. And it is at least entertainingly bad. I will give it that. I will give them some credit with that, in that it is at least entertainingly bad, but it is a bad film nonetheless. But like I said, we had some really great interviews there. In particular, one of those interviews was with James Rolfe, and I got sentimental in that interview, but I edited it out for the broadcast, but I'll kind of go into it a bit here. James Rolfe is probably one of the biggest influences on me as a person. He is the reason that I'm into horror films at all. Cinemassacre Monster Madness was was a very important piece of entertainment in my childhood, in my formative years. So getting that interview was really a dream come true. And again, I edited out all the schmaltzy stuff from that interview. But again, it was a really, really important thing, and it was probably the highlight so far of this event in terms of planning. But speaking of interviews, we have more interviews along the way. We got tons more interviews coming up here. Upcoming next is Dawn Keatley, who is a professor at Lehigh University, who wrote a wonderful piece about us. They are one of the co-runners of the website Homeroom of Horror. We also have our interview with Mick Garris, the writer of Hocus Pocus and the director of films such as The Stand and Sleepwalkers, so you're also going to stay tuned. And there are a couple more interviews as well, and then of course those interviews are going to lead right into our continuation of The Screaming Skull, unfortunately. But before we go into that, I almost forgot that we also have a prize giveaway, because we're about 4 o'clock. We only have 4 more hours to go. Everyone in the studio, give a round of applause. We're doing great here so far. Same here in the control room. Everybody's been doing a great job. I'm so proud of everybody here thus far, and you'll hear me spiel about that towards the end there as well. But again, we have about 4 hours to go here, and so we're coming up here to another prize giveaway, and that prize is going to be, you know what, I'm going to pull it out here just because it's a very cool prize, and I want everybody to know what they have the opportunity to win here. So this is a prize graciously donated by Warehouse Cinemas in Leitersburg. Obviously, they are a chain of movie theaters, but the one in Leitersburg graciously donated this gift box filled with a lot of goodies. So we're going to go through this here super quickly. Like, look at that. Look at that. It's gorgeous, gorgeous. Let's get a nice good close-up on that, you know. Really take it all in. So see the Wizard of Oz here, which is funny because Frederick Hardman, who was here earlier, was talking like the Scarecrow, what and all that. But let's see, what do we got in here? So we got some fun Warehouse Cinema stickers, and then the highlight here in this is, look at these very nice Warehouse Cinema glasses. You know what I feel like right now? I feel like those channels that are just kind of always on cable, the ones that are always selling like cheap jewelry to old people with dementia and like using all their retirement money. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about, and I hope I'm not like that's too niche of a reference. But you know, it's just like, look at this beautiful golden necklace. Normally this goes for about $299. We're going to sell it for $45.95. No, but look at these awesome Warehouse Cinema glasses. There's 2 in this box. And then on top of that, inside these boxes, right here, we have 4 free movie passes to Warehouse Cinema, and these are eligible through into January until January 31st of 2024. So there's tons of great movies coming out soon. As mentioned, this weekend, Killers of the Flower Moon is currently in theaters. I definitely want to check that one out, directed by Martin Scorsese. And then, of course, also next Friday, you can check out the Five Nights at Freddy's movie if you want to go see it on the big screen. I know I'm very excited for that. But then on top of the 4 free movie passes, you also get 4 free popcorn vouchers. So not only can you go see movies for free, but you can also go get some free popcorn with every movie that you check out. Look at those right there. Aren't those beautiful? And similar, they are eligible through January 31st. Now, after seeing all these cool things, you're probably wondering, how do I win it? Well, it is quite simple. It's like we've been doing throughout the night here. We have a trivia question here for you. So we're going to put that right there on screen for everybody to see. Name the director of Plan 9 from Outer Space. There's the number, there's the extension. Reminder though, do not call into this number until the interviews start up. So if we are live currently right here in the studio like we are now, that means it is not your time to call in. But once the interviews start with Don Keatley, that is when you can call in. Remember, the question is, who is the director of Plan 9 from Outer Space? So there's the trivia question. This is what is up for grabs. It's a great prize. Thank you again to Warehouse Cinema Leitersburg and Warehouse Cinema in general for this gracious donation. And we know that it is going to make someone happy here. But like we said, we got 3 more interviews coming up here, and then we're going to continue with our coverage of The Screaming Skull. Stick around for more. It came from the television. We are in the home stretch, everybody. Thank you to everyone who stuck with us thus far, and let's continue with the show.
Sort of intellectually, as it were, until I was in grad school in my PhD program at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And even then, it was just, some of my friends and I really liked horror movies, and we were watching them a little bit more critically than I had done before that. That was in the 90s. But then, I finished my dissertation, which was actually not on horror at all. It was on 19th century American women's literature. But there was this cache of documents that I found that turned out to be fictionalized narratives of female serial killers in the 19th century. At first, I thought they were real. I was like, wow, were there really all these female serial killers in the 19th century in the US? But they were all fictionalized. And so I started getting interested in those, and then sort of in crime more generally. And I have to say that is all I write about, research, and teach at this point is horror. I guess one of my favorite, two of my favorite television shows from slightly different time periods. First was Doctor Who. And, for me, it was sort of John Pertwee and Tom Baker. There were a lot of Doctor Who narratives back then that were very horror adjacent. I was terrified of the Daleks, and I was terrified. There was this one Doctor Who serial from the 70s called The Green Death that was about these giant white slugs. And then Scooby-Doo. I think a lot of people would perhaps a little shamefacedly point out that Scooby-Doo, especially the original from the late 60s and 70s, was kind of a gateway into horror. It definitely was for me. I loved Scooby-Doo. Even then, I didn't really find it scary, but just loved it.
When did horror start to kind of cross over for you? Like you mentioned, you looked into more like the true crime stuff. You found, and like the female serial killers of the 19th century. But eventually, once you get your PhD and everything, when did you kind of start to think, okay, I think horror is something that should be taught. I think this is something that you know, there's
Yeah.
a lot of educational value to understanding the genre as a whole and stuff like that.
Probably quite a few academics start when they end up in horror, and that's with the Gothic, because you've got the Gothic and you've got horror, and the Gothic is somehow way more respectable. You know, it has a long literary and academic tradition. But then I started putting in some straight horror, and I really began to realize that there was nothing sort of schlocky or lowbrow or less complex, less thought-provoking about horror. And so I really disagree with that sort of highbrow Gothic that can be taught at university, lowbrow horror. Like, why are you teaching that at university? I really disagree with that distinction. I think horror films, and you know, like, there's some horror I won't teach, some I won't watch, but there's so much horror that's intellectually rich, thought-provoking, and should be in college classrooms, in my view. I won't teach horror films that are sadistic, focused on torture. Definitely, I don't teach any rape films, even though rape revenge is an interesting and sort of feminist subgenre of horror.
First off, that what is that class? And then also, when it came to making that class happen, I'm assuming that wasn't a course that was already there once you got to Lehigh University. So what was it kind of like building that class up from the ground, essentially?
Well, I've got 2 courses in the catalog now that weren't in the catalog before, and I'm fortunate that Lehigh and Lehigh's English department are very flexible. I mean, if a faculty member really wants to teach a class and there is student interest, there are really no barriers to you teaching it. So I teach Introduction to Horror at the sort of lower level undergraduate curriculum, and then I have a Advanced Horror Studies or something, which is a upper level undergraduate course. I mean, I do, with the Introduction to Horror class, I do want students to have a sense of the history of the horror tradition. I mean, most of them know horror, they've seen it, but you know, they mostly just know horror from 10, 15 years ago. A few fans have watched like 80s horror or something, but I want them to see the entire arc of the US horror tradition, those films that really changed the game. And so I want students to understand that horror, most important of genres, it thinks about humans' existential condition. It thinks about particular social and cultural and political anxieties at any given moment. You know, decade by decade, you can look at a horror film and see what Americans were worried about. You can see what they were worried about in the 1930s, in the 1950s, in the 2000s.
So I'm assuming you probably start the Universal monster movies, then kind of work your way up to like the Atomic Age of like the 50s B movies. Then eventually you kind of get into like 60s. What are kind of just some of the like main films that you really kind of focus on when you're teaching the class?
The game-changing films. I mean, well, I think you have to start with Dracula in 1932. I mean, that's generally considered sort of the first US sound horror movie. So I would say The Thing from Another World and Invasion of the Body Snatchers together encapsulate the fear of the bomb, the fear of alien invasion, the fear of communism, those things that seem so on the surface. You have to teach Psycho. You know, Psycho is one of those, 1960, everything changed in Psycho. You saw blood for the first time. You saw the threat being a really, you know, it was an American threat. It was at home in a safe space. The Blair Witch Project from 1999 was a game changer. And Get Out from 2017 was also a game changer. I would probably include Texas Chainsaw Massacre in there too. I mean, that's when exploitation movies started like full throttle. You know, the lowbrow gore. the film actually is not that gory. But obviously it has the reputation for being so, and it is terrifying. I think even students today, 50 years after the fact, find Texas Chainsaw Massacre very disturbing.
So with Get Out, so I think many would say that Get Out was obviously a game changer for many reasons. But one of the things was, I think it really helped a lot of people kind of reevaluate horror, because it's one of the few horror films that really got awards attention. So far in the course of horror history, really, only one horror film has ever won Best Picture, and that's The Silence of the Lambs. And then, like, it's a genre that is often frowned upon by, or was often frowned upon by, like, critics and audiences, as lowbrow entertainment. But now, like, you have movies like Get Out, you have movies like Talk to Me, you have a studio like A24 that's releasing these, I guess you could say, more esteemed, or what they qualify as more esteemed horror films. But why do you think, one, horror is why horror is or was frowned upon genre, and then why do you think that it's the contrary? It is important. Horror is a very important genre. There's a lot of really important, impactful things. You can look at it through the lens of Get Out. You could just look at it through the lens of, like, those films as a whole.
I think the reason horror has been sort of shunned as kind of low art, if it's art at all, is because it does center views of the human that we don't really want to acknowledge or recognize. I mean, Stephen King, who is, has to come into this interview somehow because he's, the king of horror. I mean, he has this great quote in his book, Dance Macabre, in which, he sort of writes about, it's a nonfiction book, but he says something about the reason we watch horror, the reason we make it, the reason we need horror is because you've got to keep the gators fed. And, he has this metaphor of sort of a trapdoor below the house, and it's full of, alligators swimming around in the dark. That's what horror feeds, the alligators swimming around in the dark. And King says you feed them with horror so they don't get out. And the implication is if there was no art that was horror that tapped into these impulses and anxieties, we'd act on them. And so King is like, that's why you need art that serves as a sort of release valve. But that's generally, like, lots of people just look away. Humans aren't like that. Humans don't have this darker side. Just like we don't like to look at death. And, finally, horror movies are all about death in some form. But we mostly like to live as if that didn't exist. Horror doesn't let us live in that sort of illusion that death doesn't exist. But yeah, I mean, I think horror has become more respectable. I mean, the term you're looking for is elevated horror. That's been the term, and Get Out was considered elevated horror. There's a bunch of others. But to my mind, there's always been elevated horror. It's not that Get Out invented it. There's always been really good, narratively and aesthetically kind of brilliant horror movies. I mean, how can you not say that Psycho is elevated horror? So most horror fans don't like the term elevated horror because they would say there's always been that strand of horror running along with the sort of lowbrow exploitation horror. It's always been both of those terms.
I was, you know, an outsider kid, even though I was one of 4 kids growing up. And then later my parents and my mother had 3 more children with my stepdad. I was still a loner. I was drawn to the darker stuff. I was reading, you know, scary stories. I was watching Twilight Zone when it debuted in 1959 when I was 7 years old. And, you know, I just was always, I identified more with the monsters than with the heroes. You know, all of the television that I watched as a kid, all of the old classic Universal monster movies, the Frankensteins, the Draculas, the Wolfman, and the Roger Corman Poe movies when I started going to movie theaters as a pubescent young man. And you know, all of those things just really had an effect on me. And the stuff that was on TV when I was a kid were, you know, really junky 1950s horror movies like the Four Skulls of Jonathan Drake, something I'm sure you've never heard of, and things of that ilk that were independent and cheap for the local LA TV stations to acquire.
Then when did you decide that filmmaking or, you know, writing, directing, when did you decide that that was the career path you wanted to go down?
You know, I've been naive about it my whole life. I started writing seriously at the age of 12. I was writing short stories. All of them were spooky stories. They had O. Henry type twist endings and the like. I never imagined that a kid from a working class kid from Southern California outside of San Diego, not Los Angeles, would be able to make a living doing such a thing. The more I wrote, as I grew up, you know, I thought I was going to be a rock star. I was a singer in a prog rock band. We wrote and performed our own music, but I loved movies more than anything. And I tried my hand at writing screenplays. And after writing several, I really loved the format, and I loved movies and television. And I grew up as a media kid, as well as reading and writing fiction and the words on a page rather than just on a screenplay. It didn't happen until I was in my 30s. So I was 33 when I got my first paying job as a screenwriter on Amazing Stories, and that kind of changed everything. Suddenly, King Steven Spielberg knighted me, and all those people who wouldn't touch any of my spec scripts before were offering me jobs without even reading any scripts, because I was okay with Steven, then I was okay for them too.
Then your first major film that you got to direct was Critters 2, The Main Course.
I don't know if I'd call it a major film, but yes, your premise is correct.
Major film.
Well, it was amazing. The reason I got it was because I started writing for Steven Spielberg on Amazing Stories. The original Critters was very Spielbergian. And when they wanted to do a sequel, I think Bob Shea, the head of New Line Cinema, his thinking was he could get a writer and director for the same price, and a guy who was learning under Steven Spielberg, writing and directing on Amazing Stories, and that maybe some of that Spielberg stardust would rub off on Critters 2. And everything that's difficult about making movies, kids, animals, special effects, outdoor shooting, elaborate stuff, everything difficult about making a movie was in Critters 2. And so, but not only is it everything difficult about making a movie, but it's in a very low budget movie. And so that was baptism by fire. I said yes, and there was no way I was going to learn better than that.
I noticed a Bates Motel sign just off corner there above your head.
Yes.
You worked on Psycho for the beginning. And when working on that movie, was it at all intimidating, you know, making a sequel / prequel to a film by Alfred Hitchcock? And then I also have to ask, what was it like getting to work with the late Anthony Perkins?
Well, that was the most intimidating part, because Perkins wanted to direct Psycho 4 himself. He had directed Psycho 3, which was not well received, nor was it successful. And so the studio was hiring the director of Critters 2. And so this is an actor who'd worked with Hitchcock and knew the Psycho story and characters better than anybody did. He'd worked with William Wyler and Orson Welles and all of these great filmmakers. And it was made for Showtime, Psycho 4, the beginning was. And I felt enough removed from the original, and there'd been a successful sequel and an unsuccessful sequel, that I would do it. And it was Showtime, which was way, way lower on the visibility scale than HBO was at that time. So I thought, if it turns out well, people will respond wildly. If it turns out poorly, no one will notice. But the script was written by the screenwriter Joe Stefano, who'd written the original Psycho. So there was a safety net there. My producer had been Hitchcock's first assistant director on the original Psycho. So I felt protected. He tested me a lot, but at the end, he ended up loving the sequel and saying, when we showed it to him at the Hitchcock Theater at Universal, just him and me in a giant screening room at Universal Studios. And he went on and on for 10 minutes about how great he thought it was and how he felt it was the best of the sequels.
And then, obviously, 2 years after Psycho 4, you come to your first big collaboration with Stephen King, that being Sleepwalkers. How did you get involved with that? Because Sleepwalkers isn't based on any novel. That's an original story by Stephen King. And then kind of, what was it like working with Stephen King and how that relationship between you two kind of blossomed?
It was a major turning point in my career. You know, the Spielberg stuff was very family oriented, and I was getting offered things like Hocus Pocus to write and things like that. So the King thing, basically, Steve had director approval. And there were two directors that Columbia was interested in hiring. And so I had a meeting with them and gave them my pitch and how I would do it. And it was a great meeting. And they said, we're sure you've got the job, but we have to interview this other director because his agent is somebody we're in business with, and out of respect for them. Then they went and hired the other director. So it was being developed and I forgot about the project, but the other director started rewriting Stephen King. You can't call a movie Stephen King's Sleepwalkers if he doesn't approve of the script that he wrote and is being changed by this other director. So they ended up firing the other director and hiring me after all. So we had a great working relationship during pre-production by phone. And I never met him until we shot the cameo scene with him and Tobe Hooper and Clive Barker together. And we were only together then for 2 hours. But when the film was finished and I took it to New York to a screening room in New York to show it to him, he just loved it. It's just me and Steve and his wife Tabby in this tiny little screening room called Magno in Manhattan. And he's laughing and whooping it up and screaming and yelling and had the greatest time. And so that worked out great. The movie came out and was very successful. It was the #1 movie the week it was released. When they were going to do The Stand, he contacted me and said, I would love for you to do this. If Brian De Palma says no, would you do it? Apparently Brian De Palma said no. And we did it, and it became the highest rated miniseries in history. So yeah, it's 6 hours without all the news breaks and commercials and all that stuff, but it was torturous. There were 126 speaking roles. We shot in 6 states. It was 100 shooting days, and it just went on and on and on. It was the ever ready rabbit of miniseries.
I'm sure you have to talk about it all the time around this time of year, so I only have a few questions about it, but I would be remiss if we did not talk about Hocus Pocus.
What's that?
Yeah, it's this little film. It's this little independent film I think you worked on.
Oh, yeah, it's that Halloween thing. I remember. Yeah,
not too many. It's kind of like a little cult classic. Nothing.
Yeah, cult, yeah. Well, I was working on Amazing Stories, and the producer, David Kirshner, who had the idea, it was a story he told his little girls at bedtime that he'd come up with, and he wrote it down for Muppet Magazine, and they published it as a short story. But David knew of me because of my work on Amazing Stories, and I knew of him because he was producing An American Tale for Spielberg's Amblin. So we hit it off great as a friendship and as a creative partnership. And so I was the first writer to come on and write the screenplay from his idea. So we both were credited for the story. And then I was the first writer. And then they brought in 11 other writers after me. And then they ended up going back to primarily my script, but made it a little older. I wrote about 12-year-olds and the movie's about 16-year-olds. And I was thrilled because with Bette Midler at the peak of her career, starring in a movie that I wrote and I was getting first credit for, was amazing. And then it came out and tanked. You know, it did okay, but the reviews were terrible. The box office was bad. And so you learn to just do your best work, hope the marketing and advertising and publicity people do their best work and are successful at it, and then keep moving like a shark. If you stop, you die. But that's what started happening with Hocus Pocus. And I'd start seeing kids wearing Hocus Pocus, Sanderson sisters costumes on Halloween. And then Freeform is showing it every night in October, for 31 days of October, every single day. And suddenly it's like a phenomenon. And I wrote it. And it's like, I'm not used to things being hugely successful that I'm attached to. I expect the worst. And if something good happens, great. But I've been lucky enough to be responsible, at least in part, for some things that maybe were before their time. You know, Hocus Pocus went on to be much more successful on home screens than it was in the theaters, even though just this week they released it again theatrically for its 30th anniversary. 30 years later, and it's more popular than ever by far.
When it comes to recommending horror films, what is always kind of your go-to recommendation for people?
Well, it kind of changes. Like I said, constantly evolving. You know, one of my favorites is David Cronenberg's Dead Ringers that a lot of people have not seen. It's really dark, but really beautiful and really intelligent. Most recently, I love Talk to Me. The Australian brothers, the Filippo twin brothers who made it, wrote and directed it, they've been on the show, the podcast, and they're just these bros, these dudes, these really wildly enthusiastic, seem like fanboy type guys, but the movie is unbelievably sophisticated and smart and scary as hell. So that's one, if you didn't see it in the theater, I think it's just become available now at home, and I love that movie, and that would be Mick's pick to click this week.
All right. So I got started with horror because we were like a horror family. So everybody was watching horror. Like my mom, my brothers, we sit around like Halloween. All the Halloweens are playing. We're sitting like this close to the TV, ruining our eyes, you know, eating buckets of candy, watching Halloween 4, 5, 6, all of them. Even the movie theaters, like my mom would take me. I saw Halloween H2O in theaters. I was 8. I saw Scream in theaters. I was 6. I was in theaters watching these movies, just in there like, oh, wow. So it was like a part of my upbringing. Also, we were a rental family. We were a Blockbuster family. So all those like random like Puppet Master 4, Pumpkinhead 3, like the like deep cut random sequels really have a special place in my heart, especially Demonic Toys. Although that movie is not good, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna watch it again. That would be a lie.
I'm crying like I don't know you, but we were also a horror household. Renting Friday night rentals was definitely a big thing in my household growing up. So hitting up that local Blockbuster, Hollywood Video was definitely our bag. My parents, shout out to the 90s, were, you know, we just watched whatever. My favorite marathons are very much like your New Year's or 4th of July's of the Twilight Zone. big favorite. I can watch that all the time. But yeah, horror was no stranger in my household outside of like, like personal horrors and atrocities and things that we all experience, which also shapes the horror genre. But I had an aunt at the time, before she dived a little bit more into religion, who would get those really, okay, look at your face, those really like deep cut international horror films. So stuff I know I probably shouldn't have been watching.
Girl,
I
like
was
Frontiers.
Now, Kat, you kind of touched on it a little bit. Yeah, so horror was definitely, horror oftentimes does reflect a lot of what's going on in the real world and the horrors of the real world. And obviously everyone's experiences are very different. Obviously my experience growing up with horror was very different than either of yours. Growing up as a person of color, were there any kind of horror films that you remember like watching and being like really kind of reflecting what was going on and kind of reflected to you like what it felt like to grow up as a person of color in the 90s or the 80s, or just like growing up in America?
Yeah. So one, I was a bit like at the time, I was more so just focused on what's happening because child and teen, what's happening in my immediate neighborhood. So maybe not really having all of the language and all of the things to really articulate like what I'm going through. I mean, like looking back on it, I know a lot of my peers had saw Tales from the Hood as kids. And for some reason, that was one of the movies my mom would not let me see, which, right, y'all can't see Jazz's face, but I'm just really interested about that. So I want to dive into more about like with her about why that was, but probably because it was too much like real life, like what I'm seeing in my everyday life. So I would understand why she's like, oh, no, we're not doing this today. But these were things that I kind of aligned with more once I had that verbiage, kind of like middle school, high school, very much seeing that horror is political. So even though people are like, it's not, like, no, it is. And then unfortunately, because I don't really want to see people that look like me die in real life or in movies. But unfortunately, due to lack of representation, there wasn't many things that would align with my personal life. Like I don't see myself, or it's hard to find people that look like where I'm from or relate to the people where I'm from that are relatable in general that are in these films at that time. So there was nobody for me to really align with. For myself and my friends, we would align with the villains. Now the villains are taking all the dumb people out, and the people that look like they could be really offensive or are really offensive in the films. So that is who I'm aligning with, the villain or the other.
I think Eve's Bayou is a good one. It's not, people don't always look at it as horror, but it's just really a Black coming of age story, especially if you lived in the South. So that one, I watched that like really, I was like 7 or 8. And Tales from the Hood, I was like 8, and I actually saw that and was like, ooh, this is a little too poignant. Ooh, I'm making a little bit of connections. But like Kat was saying, there's only a few in that sense, because a lot of times you get Black characters in that time, you were getting a caricature. Like you weren't getting like a real person. You were getting a sidekick. You were getting something like, but it's like Demon Knight. We know a few other, like there are some standout films, but we didn't really get the final girls like we're getting now. We're getting like 2 or 3 a year now. Oh my gosh, girl. Like this is a new era. But growing up, I only had like those 2 staples really.
How did you two meet? How did you two cross paths? And then eventually, once you kind of found that you both had this passion for horror films, when did the idea for the podcast come about?
Well. We met through a mutual friend because all of our friends have like become friends, or in our case, our friends have married each other after they became friends, and we just absorbed each other like a parasite. So that's how we're friends, and that is how we met. We lived together for a while. We used to work together, all the things. So things that usually divide people have made us stronger. We're also fire sign sisters, so there's that. And so one day, because random, I was just like, I think this is what you want to do, this thing. And Jazz was like, okay, cool, let's do this thing. So we like did it. That was literally it. And I know that sounds like, oh, that's so simple, but that is legit how the conversation went, plus or minus a few words.
So then when it comes to the podcast, you've obviously covered, you've been doing it for a while here now, and you've covered a lot of different types of horror films. You've covered
all different sorts of genres from all different like countries and all that. So what is kind of your favorite horror films to cover or discuss? Like, what are kind of your favorite, whether it's a subgenre or anything like that, like what are your favorite horror films to discuss?
I am the resident Giallo fan. I love a gloved killer who is just stalking behind a window and he's stabbing somebody with a really nice outfit on. Her outfit was popping. Unfortunately, she's dead. But I love Giallo films. French Extremity. I love those. Titan. I force people to watch that. Kids don't watch Titan, but adults, sure. And I think I really enjoy like demonic possession. I like demons because like they give it a little extra spice, you know. It's not gonna just be a stabbing, it's not just a human. No, they're changing reality, they're popping up through portals, they're impersonating you, you know, they're ruining your credit. I really just enjoy demonic possession films. They're a good time.
Come on, ruining your credit. I mean, not come on, but like for the sake of the story. Let's see, if I'm not forcing us to talk about some of my favorite subgenres, so whether we're doing vampires, zombies, or cannibalism, which is one of my faves that makes my skin crawl, but for some reason I can't stop going back. I actually enjoy talking about movies that I wasn't initially probably into, and then was pleasantly surprised or pleased while walking out. Like, I feel like those are some of my favorite conversations, because yes, I'm getting a kick out of talking about stuff that we enjoy, but I like we're lifelong learners. And so I'm always in like, oh, let's try something new. Let's do some discoveries. Let's get some information. So it's always a good time when you find out that the hour and 30 of your life and more or less was not wasted, and you can have a good dialogue about it. That's my favorite.
And then Kat, with your subgenre, or like you said, movies that you've kind of reevaluated and have kind of found more appreciation for, are there any like specific movies in particular that like that come to mind of like I was a little too harsh, or maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset, and rewatching it for the podcast, I was like, this is a really good movie?
I'm trying to think about, you got a good question. I'm trying to think about one that was recently. I think Don't Worry Darling, out of like ourselves and then our like a group of our friends, was one that just jumps out at me currently. That I was like, I don't want to say I thought I was gonna feel a different way about it, but I wasn't as insert emotion here as versus in comparison to my peers, because they had thoughts and I was like, well actually I like the way this is like I kind of like this and I kind of like that. I see where you're coming from though, but I feel that's one that jumps out at me right now. A few of them are probably like some, like, I don't want to say B-list, C-list, because that's not fair. We're all making movies, but you know, things that aren't like you would see on the main docket at the movie theater. Some of those movies have had some pleasant surprises, especially when you go on the internet and your Rotten Tomato score is like really one far end and the IMDb is like the opposite end. Those are your gems right there.
Since doing the podcast, you guys have gotten like some really cool opportunities. You've got to do a lot of really cool things with it. Most recent example I can think of, you got to be guest at Midsummer Scream. And got to like have your own table and everything at a convention and a panel. What has kind of been like the coolest opportunities you've gotten to do since the podcast has taken off?
Ooh, Midsummer Scream is a big one because it's like horror specific. Like, ooh, like all the horror fans are in here because, you know, horror fans, we're a little out of control and our fandom is aggressive. It is like just like anime fans and stuff. We come dressed up as the characters. We pulling up with 3 days worth of outfits. We spending $200 buying trinkets and toys. Yes, I am getting a trinket or toy. I'm leaving here with something. Okay, so it was just really fun that we were in a space, and then people. When me and Kat talk, we're friends, we're homegirls. We get on that call, we talk about a movie and we edit it and we push it out. We don't really consider, like, we know people are listening, but to have people come up and they're like, yeah, I know you, yeah, we listen. I'm like, huh? Because we don't, you know, we're not thinking about that. We are teachers, okay? We have full-time jobs. So it's like we're doing this in the middle of the night. We just go do this, put it in here. All right, y'all, bye. And it's like, oh yeah, y'all got me through this. Y'all got me through that. I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Or having other people go, oh, I started this podcast because I saw y'all look like me and I could do it. And that's really like that'll keep you going. Cause I'm like, all right, yes, for the community.
I felt like some of the most exciting things we did outside of Midsummer Scream, because Midsummer Scream was also exciting, but being able to connect with folks at like just the different cons like BlurCon, we've done a couple like live podcasts at the Alamo Draft House. That's really pretty freaking cool because what you could do that like and the sky's the limit. Like honestly, I'm just hoping somebody passes in somebody's Universal Studios so I can tell you about these roller coasters next.
This question is actually for Kat, just because I quickly want to talk about in the main image for the podcast, you are wearing a shirt that says, "Damn it, Janet." So I must ask, are you a Rocky Horror Picture Show fan?
The answer is always yes and then some, because if you look right below it, you see how I have "Don't Dream It, Be It" inked on my body forever. So it truly is blood in, blood out, to the left and to the right.
But Rocky is just so much fun. Like the midnight shows, which is kind of like it's literally the best thing ever.
Yeah, they had one at BlurCon.
Yes, and I hated it. I hated it because it wasn't a good time. I hated it because they cut the time of the movie and we ended right before the floor show began, as I predicted we would. So, right, exactly. I was sick, but Rocky is that girl.
But the floor show's like one of the best. That's like one of the most crucial parts.
I know. And then I couldn't figure out if we were watching the UK version or the US version. So that's also what I really wanted to see because, extra song in the end. So I'm just like, I need everything. And there was no shadow cast, but they're working on one for next time. I know.
When it comes to recommending horror films, like this question sometimes tricks up some guests. When it comes to recommending horror films, what is your go-to answer?
I gotta think about this because I was blindly about to say Titan, and I cannot just tell people to watch this. No, I cannot just tell people to watch that movie. I mean, I would just go with something probably plain. I mean, not plain, but I feel like, there is no blanket horror movie that works for everybody. But I just think, the OG Halloween, you can never really go wrong with the OG Halloween for me. It's Mikael Myers for me. We're here. I support him and all he does.
If I don't immediately say Martyrs out of my mouth, which is usually the first thing I see, there we go, because I think that everyone should see Martyrs. I truly believe that. It is a holiday film, just like Inside is also another holiday family-friendly film. Good luck, guys. So that's how I feel watching that. But a truly safe film, like you don't have to be scared about Mima, coming in and having a heart attack, is Night of the Living Dead. The one from the 60s. It goes up, it's effective, it's always gonna be bad. But my answer is always Martyrs.
I know it's only my own fear. It's my own guilt that I can't get away from. Eric, I'm sorry.
Oh, I want you to listen to me. I want you to believe me. Now, you were sick once, yes, but you were cured. Mickey caused this. You may as well know. He does look for Marion night after night down by that pond. And he probably comes here afterwards. I'm going to speak to Mickey in the morning. Now, don't you see? Simply, it's all explained away.
But if I also heard a scream, Eric, before when I went to the hospital, I was hearing things. I'm hearing them again.
What did you hear?
It was a high, strange scream.
High, strange scream. Like a peacock's cry?
What's that sound like?
Come here. Sound like that? You see? It's all very, very real.
Such a fool.
You feeling better now?
Yes.
Night. We won't be bothered with any of Mickey's nightly visits anymore. I've forbidden him to come into the house.
I was just nervous last night. I wish you wouldn't take it out on Mickey.
Now, he's a child. Must be disciplined.
I'd like him to feel I'm his friend.
Why don't you do some gardening with him while I'm in town? If he sees you're interested, you win him over quickly enough.
Wait a minute. Need a list of staples mostly.
Are you sure you don't want to come in with me?
You get more done without me.
Got to see about the lights, the phone, the bank, and the warehouse people about that furniture. You know, that cop's just about broken my back.
Don't forget to see Mr. Mauer.
I have to see him this evening. It's a bore, but I'll have to see him.
Will you be home in time for dinner? I'll wait for you.
Now, if I'm not, don't you worry, darling. Getting out of Mauer's clutches sometimes requires an act of God. I love you.
Hello, Mickey. Oh, look out. You almost cut him. He's a handsome one, isn't he? So cuddly and warm. When I was a little girl, I used to want to be a caterpillar. So I was a very little girl. There you go. Marion must have loved her gardens. We'll keep them lovely for her always. You know what I'd like to do, Mickey? I'd like to pick some of the nicest flowers and take them to her. Would you like that?
Yes.
Eric told me she was near here. Would you show me where? That all right, Mickey? I'm sure it was a great loss to all of you, Mickey.
She cries
Cries?
in the night.
Dead people don't cry, Mickey.
I heard her.
Heard her? Mickey?
I don't think he quite expects she's gone. She cries. She cries in the night. I think he expects her to show up one of these mornings.
She died in the water. The base of her skull was smashed.
She didn't want to die.
She died in the water. Jenny. Jenny? Jenny? Honey? Honey? It's all right, darling. It's all right. I'm right here. I'm right here. Just lie back. That's right. Just lie back. It's all right.
Eric, when you found me, what else was there?
What do you mean, what else?
A skull?
Jenny,
I know there was no skull.
of course not.
Mickey says Marion cries at night.
Why, that childish, stupid...
Don't blame him. We both hear the peacocks. He, out of his love for Marion, wishes the cry to be from her. I, out of my sickness.
Now, darling, we've been all through that nonsense last night.
Don't you see? I've never imagined seeing these things before. To just stand there and see it. Have it turn out to be nothing. Eric? I want you to call Dr. Ann tomorrow in New York. I want you to take me back.
No, Jenny. Now, it may sound selfish, but don't you see, having you to love, I'm happy too. I don't want to lose that. Now, in the morning, Mr. Snow will be here, and we'll tell him. He's very comforting. And I think he'll agree with me.
About what?
I think it's Mickey. You see, he hated me from the first. Marion was his friend, and when I married her, he thought I was taking her away from him. And now that she's dead, taken away from him forever, I suppose in that childish mind of his, I'm responsible for that. And now, because you're my wife, and in Marion's house, he hates you too.
I don't think Mickey's responsible. He's not quick enough or clever enough.
And who?
Myself. It's all in my own mind.
We do need somebody else, darling. We need somebody outside of the confusions of our love for each other. Now, the Reverend Snow will be here in the morning.
Who's in there?
Well, this much is real anyway. Look here, Jenny. You see, this is how you gouged your hand. You say you threw the skull down here where Eric is looking?
Yes.
Did you find anything, Eric?
Nothing yet.
Surely, Jenny, you must agree with me that anything as fragile as a skull would have been smashed to bits down there. And Eric has found nothing. And to assume that the skull would move of its own, all the way from there to the driveway door. Now, Jenny, there's no reason for that.
Don't you see, I agree with you. Did Eric tell you I spent over a year in a sanitarium?
Oh, Eric told Mrs. Snow that you were very impressionable, but that's all. I know lots of people needing a rest go to sanitariums.
This wasn't quite that kind of sanitarium. You see, I grew up loving my father and hating my mother. Well, she never knew it. Something I kept to myself. She was very beautiful. Very gay, like her. Very much. And I knew she resented that I was not more like her. I used to lie awake at night and wish she were dead.
Well, that isn't very unusual. I understand many children go through such a period.
I was no longer a child. And one day, I got my wish. They were both drowned. I could still hear her scream. I was all alone on the little beach. And all I could see was the overturned boat on the top of the waves. And I kept trying to reach them. And the waves kept throwing me back. And then I could hear her cries no more. And then hours later, the men came and searched for the bodies. They were never found. That's when this bad feeling started. This feeling that if I'd really wanted to, I could have saved them, but I didn't. That I really killed them.
No, Jenny. You tried. You tried your very best.
Did. But thinking, begging, praying couldn't make this feeling go away. That's when they took me to the hospital. They told me I was cured.
Jenny.
They told me I was cured.
Are you failing a class or don't know what you're doing? You're in luck. Shippensburg Primary Academic Resource Center is free to all SHIP students. The Student Success Center, also known as the Learning Center, is located on the first floor of Mallory Hall. The center provides a variety of services, including course-based tutoring, writing tutoring, and learning specialists. To schedule an in-person or Zoom appointment, visit the Student Success Center collaborative website, ship.campus.eab.com. I'm Will Nicholson with SUTV.
Are you having a hard time focusing on your work? Why not check out the Ezra Lehman Memorial Library? The library has many resources like the IT desk on the main floor. For computer assistance, see the experts. Need to print in black and white or color? Don't worry, the library offers both options on different floors. You can use the bottom floor for group work and the top floor for when you need silence. Don't forget to stop by Starbucks. Check out library.ship.edu for more information. This is a public service announcement from SUTV.
So here we are, everybody. Here we are currently here right now. So it is now officially 5 o'clock. It is 5 o'clock on Saturday, October 21st. We are but 3 hours away from our 12-hour live stream. It came from the television, coming to an end here. But just because we're 3 hours away does not mean the fun is going to stop. No, 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 because we have yet another prize we want to give away since we're here at the top of the hour. So this has probably been the one that most people are the most confused about. So allow me to explain a bit here what this is. This is a Lego mosaic set. Now, the Lego mosaic sets, how they work are you are given a set number of pieces that will be designated pretty much. They are the set number of pieces you will have for every single picture you want to make a mosaic of. Now, what do I mean by that? So, if you get the Lego app and you take any picture, you can make a mosaic with the app and then follow the picture on the app to make the mosaic on here, because there's a set number of colored pieces, so no matter what picture you put through it, it will always automatically link up with how many pieces you have here. And obviously, we have been advertising this as President Patterson. So whoever wins this Lego set, we will give you the image of which we have used of President Patterson that you can follow along once you start putting this together. However, you are not limited to the Charles Patterson. No, no. You will be able to pretty much make this whatever you would like. So if you wanted to make it of your dog, of your family, of your friends, it can happen with this set, but Charles Patterson was the one I thought would be the funniest on the advertisement, so that is the one that we went with. Hope everyone who's been paying attention here so far has been enjoying the Screaming Skull, because I know I have not. I mean, I don't think there's anything more terrifying than a skull just sitting there and doing absolutely nothing for an hour straight. And I also need to really understand how a skull, just a stationary skull, it's not like it has a skeleton body, it is simply the skull, is knocking on a door. I could not figure it out for the life of me, but also I realize if you want to win this Lego mosaic set, you have to answer the trivia question. So, the trivia question here for this Lego mosaic set is as followed. Which city were Alex and his classmates flying to when he had a disturbing premonition on the plane in Final Destination? This is a really great question that we ask here because coming up is our interview with Jeffrey Reddick, the creator of Final Destination. He was a lovely person to talk to, as all of them have been thus far. There's the number, there's the extension. We are going to roll straight into the interviews here. Now, we are going to get straight into our next couple interviews, and then we are going to close out the Screaming Skull, thankfully, for those, again, who are somehow still paying attention to the Screaming Skull. But we have more surprises coming up. We still have 2 more prizes to give away after this set is gone. But again, continue with us here as we are nearing the end of It Came From the Television. But here are the interviews and the rest of the Screaming Skull coming up now.
All right, so to start things off, I always like to ask this as a first question. What is kind of your relation with the horror genre? Is it a genre that you're a particularly big fan of? Is it something that, you know, you grew up watching? What's your relationship with it?
I suppose my first hit was when I was at art college and I saw Jaws. That was the big turnaround for me. I don't think I'm a horror fan like some people I know, but I do love to watch the genre, and I do love to. I love the precision of it. I love the precision of the scares and the language, and I really enjoy watching it. Yeah.
What kind of got you into filmmaking then? Like, what kind of led you to I want to make movies?
Well, again, at art college, I started to show films to the students, and I suppose that was my first journey into it. And then my best friend and I found a Bolex in the cupboard. It wasn't a college for filmmaking; it was an art college, and we started to mess around with film. In the end, they had to get a tutor in to help us because we were in a terrible mess with mag and film all over the floor. We didn't know what we were doing, but I graduated with 3 films from that college, and then went into the industry, and then to the National Film School, which was probably the big jump because it's quite a heavy duty school here.
How did you get involved with Ghost Watch? Especially if you weren't the biggest fan of horror films, how did this sort of more horror film get in your eye line?
I made a film previously for Ruth Baumgarten, the producer, and we were in the dub. I'd made a film called My Sister Wife. Anyway, I read the script, Stephen Falk's script, and I just thought it was blow away, brilliant. And it went from there. It was basically working with Ruth and doing stuff for her. That took me through, and I thought it was such a great script.
What did you kind of think of the idea of, well, we have to make this movie in a way where we have to convince anyone who's going to be tuning in that this is a real thing?
I was looking at ways to blur those edges, so the Vox Pop were real people. I interviewed real people, brought them on if they wanted to tell their real stories. That was cool. And the cameraman was a real cameraman from the studios, and the sound recordist was a real. So I wasn't getting an actor to play the cameraman. I wanted a real cameraman for the language. So there was everybody was everywhere with all their genres, I think. And we came out of film department in the BBC, and the executive was horrified when I said I actually really want to do this on tape in a studio, because they thought it was going to be on film and a nod towards reality, but I actually properly wanted to do it. So I wanted to use the cameras, the studios, the OB, the outside broadcast. I wanted to pursue it all. There were lots of occasions where we try and reach credibility and a documentary type credibility. And actually, in those days, way back in '92, drama was quite arch. I mean, you could always tell the acting was quite. It wasn't. Nowadays, it has a more, authentic, realistic feel. But then it was quite arch, and so it was quite a journey to bring it back, even with the trained actors. But the pinch point was really interesting. Was, as you say, was with the guys, Sarah Green and Michael Parkinson, who were. It was their job to be an announcer, but it wasn't their job to be an actor of dramatic situations. But with Michael, he came into rehearsal, and I'm sure you've observed this yourself, that when a presenter is reading autocue, it has a very different style from when they're riffing and interviewing someone next to them. That one's really natural, riffing with the celebrity or whoever's in there. But autocue has a rhythm and a sort of poetry and a slight sing-song nature to it, and it was really not credible for him to do that. And he started to do that with the script, and so we had to break that. So Gillian Bevan, who was the parapsychologist in the studio with him, she was word perfect, seasoned actress, and knew the script word for word. But with him, we pulled the script away and we said, look, you have to make this point, and then finish on this point. And then he was perfect. Then he was back into his comfort zone. And he was fantastic. He knew exactly what to do. His timing was brilliant because we were acting to gaps, because the wall was pre-recorded. It was all recorded over what we call what was a film schedule, which was at least 4 or 5 weeks. So the house was pre-recorded. So there were these gaps that they had to fill. He was brilliant at that. So Gillian had to learn how to riff with him, because she wasn't getting cue lines as an actor would expect.
As you were making it, there's one part of Ghostwatch. It's, I think, my favorite detail in the whole movie. There's a lot of really great details and stuff, but the one that I think is my favorite is throughout the movie, and especially towards like the end, you start seeing more and more appearances of the ghosts of the movie, Pipes. And there's a lot of times where it's blink and you'll miss it. He's hidden in the background of shots. He's hidden kind of obscured. Like, I think my favorite one has to be, there's a scene where Sarah and them, they're in the kitchen. They look at the sliding door, and just for a brief moment, you see the reflection of him. And I'm gonna ask, is that something that was in the script? Like, in the script, were there notions that Pipes is there on the screen, just no one sees him? Or was that sort of something that you had come up with while you were filming? You were like, if we like adding that as like a little extra like detail? Well,
I think I'd have to scour the script again to work that out. But really, if he was on set, and I would use him as much as possible. So there are definitely a few that are unscripted. It's interesting, the BBC didn't know what it was, and they didn't understand the language, so they just thought it was a really weird program that didn't make any sense. I sort of feel they didn't get past the first 10 minutes, actually, because I don't think they got to the scary bits. I'm not sure. I really don't know. Nobody asked us to take any scary bits out at all. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Ruth wanted to keep it because it was a drama that was being made over months. We didn't talk about it. We didn't want to show anybody. We didn't, because we wanted to go out on the night and everyone to go, to ask questions. We hoped our biggest, our dream, Stephen and I's dream, is that for 10 minutes people would say, oh my God, what's this live program? And then after that go, oh, okay, it's a drama, and then just settle down.
So how early on while it was airing did you start hearing reactions to the film? Like how quickly did anyone from the BBC contact you? Were you there in the BBC studio as it was airing and you were kind of hearing those reactions? Because I know a large number of people called in about the movie as it was airing.
Yeah, the phone lines were jammed. We put up a flag with a number for people to phone in, which was common practice in those sorts of programs. There was always a bank of telephonists taking those phone calls, but Ruth and I producer and I were very conscientious about that sort of thing, and so we put on a whole other bank with parapsychologists manning it in case people saw it and wanted to phone in and talk about other experiences or anything that might have scared them in the program or otherwise. So we manned. There were 2 stations completely manned and completely jammed. It felt like a bit of a car crash, and there was an awful lot of tabloid interest immediately after. I think people felt angry with the BBC for presenting something that wasn't what it seemed. In terms of the tabloids and the papers, yeah. I think there was one critic, I think it was Kim Newman, the BFI, who sort of got it and gave it a sensible review.
Have you noticed in any of the found footage movies you've watched sort of any kind of influences that Ghostwatch might have had? Do you ever feel like without Ghostwatch we might not have a lot of the found footage movies we have today in some way?
I think to be fair, I think it was in the zeitgeist and it was going to happen with or without Ghostwatch. I do watch something and I go, oof, that just feels so much like that little bit we did in Ghostwatch. Sometimes the hairs on the back of the neck goes, But I take it, I definitely take it as a compliment when that happens. Yeah, but to be fair, I just think, as I say, the language was getting muddled anyway between fact, news, documentary. Everybody was using everybody else's tropes, as it were. So I think it would have got there in the end. I do think we were one of the first, though.
Do you ever think that something like Ghostwatch could ever happen again, whether on the BBC or just, do you ever think something like a major broadcast outlet would get together, recognize news anchor, recognize faces, and do something similar to what Ghostwatch did?
I think there's 2 answers to that, really. Yes, I think someone is going to shock someone with presenting something that doesn't seem what it is. Yes, definitely. And I think in many ways, I really love Host. That I thought that was really cool presentation of new format. But I think audiences now are so sophisticated and also so cynical as well, I think, about the world and facts and fiction. Sometimes our world is a little bit tricky at the moment, I think. Not everybody seems to be telling the truth anyway, and where we used to feel that certain people would tell the truth, also there's there's the web that has layers of truth and misinformation and information. I think it would be probably quite easy to scare people, but I do feel I feel it's quite difficult to do it in the same way, because I made that during a time when there were only 4 channels. I mean, think about it now. That feels like the Dark Ages.
this is actually my first film-related memory, and it was when I was 4 years old. I have a sister who's 9 years older than me who forced me to watch Nightmare on Elm Street with her while she was babysitting me. And it's obviously, I was terrified, but that kind of was what sparked my love of horror. And obviously after that, I kind of went for more age-appropriate things like Hocus Pocus and Return to Oz and things like that. But luckily I didn't have parents who censored me a lot, so I definitely was watching a lot of extreme horror stuff from a very early age. But A Nightmare on Elm Street is for sure what started it for me.
Well, I mean, you could argue that something like Return to Oz is even scarier than A Nightmare on Elm Street. Like that whole room of the heads screaming at Dorothy, the Wheelers. I mean, I think those are definitely films that could turn most people into horror fans if they don't traumatize them. But then as you're kind of growing up and you're gaining more knowledge about horror, you're getting into more of the films and everything and exploring the genre a lot more. When did you start writing about horror? When did you start, like, I am so passionate about these films, I want to write about them for other people to, understand why these movies are so great?
Yeah, my writing about film career started in 2015. So it's been almost a decade. We're getting close. And it really just kind of stemmed from, I am the obnoxious person who, while I'm watching a horror film, I will mostly say something like, oh, how much you want to bet this is what's going to happen, or this is going to be the big twist. And a lot of the time I end up being right, and it annoys the hell out of my partner. So he was actually the one who initially said that he suggested I actually write horror films, but I did not feel comfortable enough with my skills at that point to do that. So I decided to start my website, The Blogging Banshee, and start writing reviews there. And from there it kind of grew. I eventually started contributing to other places. I think I started in like 2018 was when I started branching out a bit more. And since then I went back and got my master's degree in professional creative writing because I wanted to get better at what I was doing. And now I'm starting to dabble in, on top of film analysis and film criticism, also doing more fiction type writing and very early stages of dabbling in writing screenplays.
Okay. So obviously one of the things that you mainly focus on, you write for the Certified Forgotten. You focus on uterus horror, what is deemed as uterus horror. Kind of explain what exactly is uterus horror, what makes a horror film in that subgenre, and then why you enjoy writing about that subgenre.
Yeah, so uterus horror is essentially a subgenre of horror that obviously has always existed for a very long time, but I define it as films that focus on growing up with a female gender expression that kind of capture what it's like to become an adult and come into your sexuality, and using horror specifically to emphasize a lot of those elements. So things like Ginger Snaps, Jennifer's Body, Carrie, those are probably the three big ones that most people associate with it. And I wanted to focus on this because with coming of age stories, whether in horror or outside of horror, most of the time they focus on the male experience. And I've always been really drawn to these horror films, and I didn't really realize why until I kind of realized that common thread between all the films, and that's kind of what sparked my interest in wanting to write about them and kind of dive into the themes throughout all the films and the commonalities and what makes them different. And it's something that I also am very happy to say we're seeing a lot more of those types of films as well. I usually say Carrie is kind of what started this subgenre, even though there are some films that, whether they meant to or not before that, kind of have those same themes. And then Ginger Snaps was really what kind of re-sparked that subgenre of films. And basically, as soon as Ginger Snaps came out, we started to see an increase in those types of films, and we're only seeing more and more of them, which I think is awesome.
And then obviously you've written about other types of horror. When it comes to writing for horror, besides uterus horror, are there other subgenres that you really love to either write about or you just enjoy like watching? Like, or do you have favorite subgenres?
I mean, I love so many different genres. For just like personal, for just watching for fun, I always like to be scared, and for me, supernatural stuff like ghosts is always the scariest. So I love like haunted house type films. I also am a big supporter of found footage films. Like, two of the scariest films for me are The Blair Witch Project and Hell House LLC. Absolutely scare me to death no matter how many times I watch them. But then I also just like, I really enjoy aquatic horror, especially, even though this is probably a polarizing film, depending on who you talk to, like Underwater, I love that movie. I love that kind of like claustrophobic feeling that you get. And my undergrad degree was in archaeology, so I am also a bit of a sucker for archaeological based horror films like As Above, So Below, movies like that. I also love those.
No, I agree. Found footage in particular. I love that subgenre. Hell House LLC is one of my favorites. Talking with Stephen Cognetti was a really cool experience, getting the chat with him. And like, yeah, that first one in particular is terrifying. But you are also a published author, or an upcoming published author. You are the co-author of a book called Queer Horror, a Film Guide, which is available for pre-order wherever books are sold. So everyone should go pre-order that. But can you kind of talk about how you got involved with this book and kind of your experience of writing it?
Yeah, I was brought in to the project by a friend of mine, Tyler, who is one of the editors, and he also writes for Dread Central. And he just kind of reached out to me to see if it was something that I'd be interested in. And I met with Sean, who is also one of the editors on the book, and he's amazing. We had a really great meeting, and I kind of did like a tryout write-up. I think the first thing that I wrote was for the 2018 Suspiria, which is another one of my favorite films, and it that kind of was how it started. And it was a really interesting project because we each, there are multiple writers on it, and we each wrote a minimum of, I think, 50 entries, and each one was about a different horror film, queer horror film. And it was a very long process. And even like after the writing was done, it's been a very long process. And so we're very excited that the end is near and the book is going to be coming out. We actually don't even have like a firm date yet. Like you said, it's available for pre-order. We're thinking it's either going to be late 2023, early 2024 is when it'll actually be released. But it was a really good experience. Like the other writers that are on the book are so amazing. I actually have only met two of my fellow writers in person, so I'm also excited for when it comes out and we start like doing signings and stuff. I can finally meet the rest of the team. Like I haven't even met Sean yet, but and it's just, I think it's really cool, and it was great because I've personally always kind of felt like in the queer space, I've never been like queer enough. I usually use queer to describe myself, like bisexual, pansexual, whatever. It's all of those apply, and I use she, they pronouns. But even then, like I always feel like I'm almost intruding on those spaces, especially since I'm in an outwardly straight looking relationship. So the fact that they brought me on, it made me feel really good, and I like the people that I got to work with are amazing, and the films that we got to write about are amazing. And it's something where even since we finished writing, so many more amazing queer horror films have come out. So even after this comes out, it's not going to be an exhaustive list, but I think last I saw it had well over 900 entries in the book. It might have even crossed 1,000 by the time we finished. I'm not positive. So it's going to be a very comprehensive book, and even then we still weren't able to fit everything in.
So with your contribution to the book and everything, what were kind of the films that you really focused on, that you kind of touched on as like queer horror? Because when it comes to queer horror, I always find it fascinating when it's movies that maybe were not intended to be queer horror, but over time, you know, people kind of reanalyze them, and it's like it wasn't intentional, but the themes and like the messaging is kind of like right there. So kind of what are the movies that you focused on really?
Yeah, well, like I said, the first one I did was the 2018 Suspiria, which I had such a blast writing about. Anytime I get a chance to write about that film, I'm going to. But it's actually funny that you talk about the ones that you kind of have to, like, in hindsight, see the queerness in it, because one of the ones that I actually fought to be included in the book was The Old Dark House. And because it's one of those ones where when you watch it, it's not necessarily immediately recognizably as a queer film, but when you dive into the themes of it, and it definitely seems like there's a lot of like queer repression going on, and like very subtle queer relationships and characters, where if you actually really pay attention to what they're saying and their relationships, you kind of put the pieces together. But also the fact that it's James Whale, who was an openly gay man even back then. So that was one that I had to fight for a little bit, because we did try to focus more on films that were a bit more obviously queer and not just subtext. But I feel like because of where it sits in film history, I thought it was a really important one to include. And luckily Sean agreed with me after I pled my case.
Well, I also want to ask then, because you're mentioning with the Universal horror cycle there, I think one that I often look at is Dracula's Daughter. That's one that I think is, I'm curious, is that one covered in the book as well? Because that one is a bit more openly queer, even if, like, I don't know, I don't believe James Whale was involved with Dracula's Daughter.
No, I don't think he did that one, but I that one isn't one that I wrote about, but I am fairly certain that that one is in there, because it's one that I wanted to write about, but someone else had already taken it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's an amazing one. That one is definitely way more obviously queer. I'm sure people at the time didn't realize that, but in hindsight, it is very queer.
Is when it comes to recommending horror films, what is always your go-to answer when it comes to recommending a scary movie to somebody?
Oh, see, I feel like my answers vary so much depending on who I'm talking to, because I always try to cater my recommendations to the specific person's taste. Even people who say they don't like horror, I can most likely recommend a horror film that you would like. It doesn't have to be scary to be horror. But you know, one that I feel like I recommend a lot that isn't Ginger Snaps, I won't pick that one. I would say is probably The Changeling, the one with George C. Scott. That movie, I just feel, one, it takes place like in the Seattle area, and I lived in Seattle for most of my life, so I like that connection. But just that film is a really intriguing story that I feel like will appeal even to people who don't necessarily like horror. But it's also, especially for the time, it's surprisingly scary. Like, I know a lot of people talk about how scary The Exorcist is, and I totally get that it can be scary for some people, but that's a film that's never been scary for me. But The Changeling, on the other hand, that movie, like, it's such a subtle creepiness that just kind of sinks in, and you don't even realize that you're starting to get scared until it's really in the thick of things. So I think that that's a really good one, and it's a very timeless one. And George C. Scott is just amazing anyway, so.
Mickey? Mickey! You go on. I'll be there in time for lunch. Well, where do you think he's gone off to, Eric? Who knows about Mickey? He might be hiding.
You looked at Marion's grave?
Mickey? Mickey! Mickey! Mickey? Mickey! Mickey! Eric, did you find him? No. Where's Jenny? She's with Mrs. Snow on the patio. Eric, I think I should tell you that Jenny has confided in me about the sanitarium. Oh. Does your wife know? I told her Jenny was impressionable, but not that. I haven't said a word to her. Mr. Snow, you can do both Jenny and me a great favor by forgetting she ever told you that. But, Eric, if it helps explain, it explains nothing. If I were you, Eric, I'd take her away. If she's so impressionable and that house frightens her so much, why subject her to it? Look, I can't do a thing like that. It'd be the worst thing for her. Mr. Snow, it would be admitting she was sick again. I want her to be happy. We'll stay here. Perhaps you know best, Eric. See, I've got a simple and old-fashioned piece of philosophy. The only cure for her fear is to teach her she's loved. I mean, really loved. I love her so much. God bless you for that, Eric. She's a very fortunate woman having someone like you to care for her.
Be night soon.
Oh, Jenny, Jenny.
Sorry.
Darling, you've got to believe it will not happen again. Ever. Mickey? Mickey!
Eric. Eric!
All right. What are you going to do in that skull?
Stop it! It wasn't his
Where did you
fault.
get it?
Leave him alone.
I'll take care of this, Jenny. Now, I know you don't like me, Mickey. I know you're doing anything to get us to leave here. This idiotic attempt to scare us as if we were children. It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
No, not me, not me.
Get out of here. Get out of here. On.
I wish you'd apologize to him. You know as well as I do it's not his fault. It's all in my own mind.
Jenny, I'm going to do something. And you're going to help me do it.
What's that?
That portrait upstairs. It reminds me of your mother.
Yes.
You were fine until you saw it. Now it has you all preoccupied with memories of the past. We're going to burn it.
It's precious to you, Eric.
The picture means nothing to me. I want you to be happy. We can't be until this fear is out of our lives. All right, Jenny. Go on, Jenny.
Let's go back to the house.
It's only the peacocks.
Fire's almost out.
Yes. We can't let those ashes stand overnight.
brush in these hills, a regular tinderbox. You want to help me? Now, you feeling better?
It's as if I destroyed her with my own hands. She'll come back, Eric. She'll come back.
Darling, if you go on talking that way, you destroy the whole purpose. Now, the thing is out of the house, and it's over. You just give it half a chance. You'll begin to forget it. And if you'll just spread those ashes out a little for me, I'll get the water to it. That's it. What is it, darling?
The skull! It's the skull!
Darling, there's no skull there. There's no skull there, darling. There is no skull there, Jenny. Darling, there's no skull there. There's no skull.
You're going to be able to catch a plane tonight?
When we get into town, I will call Mr. Maurer. He'll arrange a midnight plane.
But there'd be more time. Time for so many wonderful things.
It's gonna be all right.
Of course.
It's just me.
It's gonna be all right.
Good evening, my dear. Mrs. Snow's hens thought you might like some fresh eggs for your breakfast in the morning. Hello, Eric.
This is a surprise.
Those hens labored mightily, as you can see.
Fine, I'll take them.
You'll excuse me, dear. What is it, Eric?
I've got to take Jenny away. That hospital she was in before.
It happened again?
I thought it would help her if we got rid of that portrait. You know the one.
Yes.
Well, we burned it. She saw a skull in the ashes.
You were there?
I saw nothing, of course.
Of course.
And I thought it was Mickey. But when I was there myself and I saw her... Mr. Snow, there's something I've never told you. I've never told anybody. But when Jenny was put away in that hospital, she tried to do away with herself. I'm terribly afraid.
You think she might try it again?
I know she will. Unless I get her back to that hospital.
When are you going?
Tonight.
We shall miss you. Mrs. Snow and I have grown very fond of Jenny.
Yes, and she of you.
I don't suppose you'll be coming back here again, Eric?
No. Never.
I'll miss him and his wife. He's very kind.
Yes?
When I said goodbye to him just now, he tried to talk me out of what I saw.
No.
He said he thought the skull was real. It's going to bring some men in the morning to search the estate.
Where?
Everywhere. He was just talking, trying to be kind.
I suppose.
I'll go upstairs and pack. You want to come with me?
Be up in a minute. All right. Where's the skull? You saw me put it in the pond. You must have. Where is it?
I don't know.
Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me.
don't-
Where is it?
I don't know.
Tell me the truth. You took it. Tell me. Tell me.
Didn't take it. Didn't take it.
Who? Who?
Not me. Not me.
Who?
Marion. Marion took it. Marion took it.
You and your Marion.
Edward, in the name of heaven.
Mickey, where did you find this?
Pond?
Well, who put it there?
He did?
Eric?
He did.
Then there was a skull. But Eric said that he didn't see it when Jenny saw it.
I know.
Oh, but why should Eric lie like that?
Mickey, those other times with the skull, did you do it?
No.
Mickey, you've never lied to me before. Lying is a sin. You understand that? You must not lie to me now. Did you do it, Mickey, all those other times?
No.
I simply do not understand that. If it wasn't Mickey,
And it wasn't her imagination.
but why would Eric do such a thing?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Well, what do you think we should do about it?
We're going back there, to that house.
Right.
Mickey?
Mickey? Eric and I are leaving, Mickey. I'd like to say goodbye. I'd like to leave as your friend, Mickey. Mickey? Mickey? Jenny, are you all right? Oh, Jenny.
Eric tried.
Where is Eric?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll find him.
It's all right, Edward. Now be careful.
Eric! Eric! Please answer me! Eric! Eric! Eric, where are you? Eric! Eric! Eric.
Why did he do it?
Your money. The question is now, did Marion die in an accident? I suppose we'll never know.
They're gone. Rest.
Haunted attractions are bringing out the thrills and chills this month.
If you're looking for a good fright this weekend, there is a place in Lancaster County that is just for you.
It's been called America's #1 haunted attraction.
Today we head to the Field of Screams.
Field of Screams.
Field of Screams. Field of Screams.
Field of Screams.
Field of Screams.
Field of Screams.
Be prepared to be scared.
Started, I would say, with cartoons, really. Because when I was younger, my brother would always try to scare me. He's 7 years older than me. So he would always try to scare me. So I tried my best to stay away from horror movies as much as I possibly could as a child because of him. And eventually it came to a point where I really started gravitating towards more of the Halloween episodes of like cartoons like Hey Arnold, The Simpsons, so on and so forth. And when I would gravitate towards those, I just, for some reason, just started having a real appreciation for it. When those came out, I was like 6 when Scream came out, and I was maybe 10 or something like that, or maybe 9 when Blair Witch came out. And Blair Witch is probably the most memorable horror movie for me. Like that, I just remember every aspect of seeing the missing person posters everywhere at Blockbuster and Hollywood Video and things like that. And it was my true introduction into horror. And eventually when I really, so I say I grew up in the 90s, but in reality, I really grew up in the 2000s. Like that's when I really had my shaping and forming years, right? So for me, most of the horror films that I got introduced to were films from the 2000s, which a lot of people may think are probably the worst horror sets, which I disagree. I think we got some of the best horror in the 2000s. So, I mean, without the 2000s, we wouldn't have had anything from French Extremity films and things like that. But that's what I was really, truly introduced to trying to see where I can push myself to.
So kind of how did that get started? What kind of made you decide, I guess also then how you met your co-host as well, decide that not only what you could and you wanted to talk about horror movies for hours, but that it was something you knew people were going to want to listen to?
That's a great question. You know, I started Nightlight back in 2019. We launched our first episode on Halloween. But the official idea of Nightlight came about around, I want to say maybe January of 2019, something like that. And maybe even the year prior. But at the time I worked at Apple, and I had a group of friends who also were obviously working at the same company that I was working at. And when I was working there, I kind of had this idea of really wanting to do something in media. I didn't know what it was yet. It wasn't horror right away, even though that was my main jam. It really focused on like video games and stuff like that. And we actually made the company Good Night, which is kind of, I guess, the umbrella for Nightlight. But with Good Night, we made our first podcast, which was just the Good Night podcast, and that eventually transitioned to something called the Good Night Movie Club. And from there, I was like, I want something more honed in. I want something more niche. I want something that is more of a reflection of myself versus just me being the movie guy or whatever. I like movies and I like film, but I really, really like horror. And I really think that horror is probably the it's the stepchild that nobody wants, you know. And I'm like, I want the stepchild. So you know, so I came up with Nightlight, talked to one of my co-hosts at the time, who said it was a very bad idea. And you know, it made me think about it, where they wanted us to get Good Night Movie Club really going and really finding its footing and things like that, because it was having a hard time. I would say like we would maybe get like 200 listeners a month or something like that, which for us was pretty cool that 200 people in a month wanted to listen to us. But for that time frame, we were just wondering, like, okay, well, what's next for this? If it doesn't meet that, do we just stop, put pen to paper, rewrote the show a few times? Actually, I rewrote Nightlight about 15 times, and it was very different from what it is today. Instead of us talking about film, we were more so talking about topics, and which we did end up taking that idea, and now we have that as an exclusive show for our patrons called Midnight Hour. So it was something we still wanted to do and wanted to kind of be able to participate in. So when we started in 2019, we started with like an interview series at first, and that transitioned into us just really just talking about horror movies in particular, and one specific horror movie based off of the theme of a night, of a month, excuse me. And that actually happened by accident, the whole themes. That it started off with our very first month. I picked these movies at random. They so happened to all have something to do with possessions or ghosts or demons, and that was at random. And I went with that. I was like, okay, themes might be kind of cool for us to do, and it stuck and it worked, and it got people prepared to think for what the next month might be and what to potentially expect, and try to articulate of what's going to happen next on the show and all that great stuff. And that's been fun. It's been a fun way to involve our fans to participate on what the next month is going to be. What's that next wild month that's going to happen for us.
You've obviously had tons of guests on the show. My introduction to the show actually was when you interviewed Joseph and Vanessa Winters, the directors of Deadstream, which is an excellent movie. But kind of, what's it like getting to work with other horror content creators as well as like filmmakers? And then sort of, do you have like a dream guest that you hope to one day get on the show?
Okay, I'll start with the first aspect of that question. Joseph and Vanessa are also fantastic, really great humans. I didn't interview them, but my co-host did. But they're fantastic folks. Working with horror creators is probably why I do this. You know, like it's I love working with other people and getting other insights and things like that. You know, I personally like to see other people also shine. That's one of my favorite things, is seeing other people do a lot of cool shit. And when I'm seeing people do a lot of cool things, that's when I really want to kind of help them on that, help them, you know, go further in that aspect. So I love talking to horror creators, and I think horror creators are just a fascinating group of folks in general. And I like talking to folks who do like the TikTok route, and, you know, folks who are really popular on Twitter who focus on journalism and all that great stuff. But I also really enjoy talking to people who actually create horror as well. I mean, who doesn't, right? Who doesn't like have their that kind of that dream guest of that you would want on the show? Who doesn't want Stephen King on their show? Who doesn't want John Carpenter on their show? You know, so like, of course. So for us, I mean, in this space, we are fortunate enough to make friends with a lot of these people, and, you know, and I was fortunate enough to have my special guest, my very, I guess, my holy grail of all the guests that I've really wanted, which was Mike Flanagan. And we had Mike Flanagan on last year, and it was a great experience. We just really talked for like 45 minutes to an hour just about everything. And it was a lot of fun to kind of pick his brain a little bit and talk to him, and also see like that whole concept of like, don't meet your heroes. Well, I was like really glad to meet my hero on that day.
On top, but one other question, sort of, well, two more questions about the podcast, really. So the podcast is award winning. And, you know, like, what are those awards? And then obviously, what does it feel like winning an award for like this show that you created?
Surreal. We won our first award back in 2021, and then we won another award in 2022. But in 2021, the award that we won was from Joe Bob Briggs, and it was our Silver Bolo Award, and we won it on. Gosh, it was a crazy night. My phone was blowing up, and I was knocked out. Like, I had a really long day on my day job, and I was so tired, and I just passed out that night. And I'm getting text messages from my co-host, text messages from people I don't even know who had my number. Like, it was crazy. And I finally woke up at like 6 a.m. or something like that to all these messages and all these Twitter messages and things like that. And then it was Shudder who sent me an email congratulating me and on the show and whatnot. And it was wild. It was a very surreal moment when we won that award. And I didn't even know how we won. It just happened. And I didn't see any posts on Twitter about like nominating or anything like that. It's just, when I was talking to Darcy, she just loved every aspect of what we were doing with the show, and, you know, she kind of threw us in the running in the hat, and they chatted with their team, and everyone loved us, and that's kind of where it went from there. And I thought that was just really fucking cool. I was like, oh, okay, like that's absolutely wild. And the other award wasn't necessarily for the show, it was technically for me. But it was because of the show, and it was 40 Under 40 award that I got from my alma mater over in California State University of East Bay. And it was also surreal for them to kind of message me and just learn about all the stuff that I'm doing and whatnot as well with the show and with horror and in general. And that was also extremely surreal. We had a ceremony at my school, and I'm gonna date myself a little bit, although I have quite a bit already in our conversation. But I'm gonna date myself a little bit. I haven't been in college in almost 10 years, And for them to message me out of the blue and is like, hey, like we've been seeing all the rounds you've been doing with your show, and we wanted to congratulate you on everything you're doing with the show. And I got 40 under 40, which was pretty much an award that for folks who are under the age of 40 who are doing significant things in society. And these are people who have made like biotech companies, and they've like one person found like some cure to some disease, and I'm just like, how am I what like I'm a guy talking about horror movies on the internet. Like that's literally all I'm doing. Like these people are in the process of damn near solving cancer, and I'm just talking about horror films. And you sure? Like you sure you want me to accept this award? So yeah, it's surreal. It's absolutely surreal being able to achieve these awards with the show. And we've been doing it for 4 years now, and it's wild. It's wild to see how far it's come.
Horror movie recommendations, whether the fans or just people looking for a good scary movie, kind of what is your go-to recommendation? What's the film that you always cite as like, you should check this one out? This is like a solid watch.
Oh, you know what? Here we go. This is not body horror, surprise. But it's not body horror, but Dario Argento's Opera. Dario Argento's Opera to me it's a film that a lot of people haven't seen, but for me personally, it is Argento at his best. 1990, it's a very odd movie, which no surprises, it's Argento. But with this particular film, Opera, it has this really interesting aspect of a killer, where this killer is pretty much terrorizing this one person. And by terrorizing her, he's not trying to kill her. He's forcing her to watch him kill people that she loves. In every situation, where he'll tie her up and he forces her eyes open by taping pins at the bottom of her eyelids. So if she closes her eyes, it stabs her in her eyelid. And there's moments where you do see it happen. And it's intense. I mean, it's Italians and their eyeballs. They love them. But with that, they're the most brutal kills that you ever see. And it's so wild. And she's an opera singer. That's the whole point. That she's trying to do. I believe it's Macbeth. And she's this opera singer who is just being terrorized by this killer. And it is super metal, and as Argento loves his metal music, so of course he has to add that. We got the score from Goblin, we got like Iron Maiden in there, we got I think we even have Metallica in there as well. But like there's so many aspects of it just being just a very intense punch after punch after punch after punch, which has the best peephole scene you will ever witness in cinema. If you think Evil Dead Rise was good, this doesn't even come close. This has the best peephole scene you will ever see in your entire life. I'm not even kidding. It is so good, and it's so like ridiculously cinematic as well. I don't even want to give it away. I just want people to check out Opera. I believe it's on Tubi if you want us to check it out, but check out Opera. Oh, I mean, I want to watch it right now. I'm getting myself excited about this movie.
No, I mean,
So I didn't watch a lot of media when I was a little kid. My parents tried to do a sort of protectionist attempt with my sister and I, where they would pay us not to watch media. They wanted us to read and use our imaginations and that kind of stuff. But then they would go on date nights and my sister would rent us a whole bunch of scary movies. So my indoctrination into the genre was watching a Clive Barker double bill of Hellraiser and Candyman. And I don't know, I guess I just got hooked on scares. It was something my sister and I had that we would do together, and it just kind of blossomed from there.
I was allowed to watch TV and movies, and I also read books and used my imagination and things. But
yes, Trace, treat it like it's a personal dig against you.
No. My family was very like into TV and movies, so we were a family that like went to the movies every single weekend in the movie theater. We had 5 TVs in our house, and every night at least 4 of them were recording something on a VHS tape from 7 to 10 p.m. And we would spend our weekends watching the things on those tapes so we could clear them and tape over them the next week for the next week's shows. I don't even know why I got into horror. I think it was the aspect of like I wasn't allowed to watch horror movies, or again R-rated movies specifically, because I latched on to Tremors and Critters and things like that a lot growing up. Temple of Doom was my favorite Indiana Jones movie for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, my dad and I bonded over it. So whenever my mom, the few times my mom would go out of town, he would rent me a bunch of R-rated horror movies and we would watch them together.
So speaking of the podcast, so how did you two eventually meet, and then how did the idea for the podcast kind of get started, and how it like got off the ground?
Joe, you're good at this.
Sure, yes. So a lot of people are surprised to know that we didn't really know each other very well before we started the podcast. And we've actually come to hear that that's a fairly common thing. There's a lot of people who started podcasts in and around the pandemic or a couple of years before that they knew someone, they liked someone, they respected someone and said, hey, do you want to do this project with me? So in this case, Trace and I were both writers for Bloody Disgusting, and I noticed that he was the only person who ever talked about his sexuality in his film reviews. And so I kind of felt like, oh, we're the only 2 people who are maybe outwardly queer. We now know that's totally not true. There's a ton of queer people who work at Bloody, but it was easier to identify Trace. So I approached him and was like, hey, we should write together and just do these article series where we'll review a film through a kind of queer lens, and we can just do it back and forth. And over time, we realized that not only was it harder to get sort of genuine reactions and be able to like flesh out our ideas, but also people preferred to hear us talk about it. So when we started the podcast, it was a year after the articles had begun, and we would try to alternate. Like we'd say, oh, we're doing an article on that, and people would be like, I don't really want to read the article, I'd rather hear you 2 talk about it.
When it comes to the films that you cover, just kind of the films you look at, for you, what makes a horror film queer horror? Because there are obviously horror films that are very openly queer, but then you mentioned something like Hocus Pocus, which isn't directly queer, but when you really start to peel back the layers, you realize like there's a lot of things here for queer people to identify with, or there's just a lot of things that correspond.
I will give Joe credit for this, because I used to be a real stickler about like it's a queer horror podcast, we have to find something with explicit queerness, and I was like, we're gonna rent out a movie to talk about. And the more research you do on these films, so it used to be, we would start looking for things with explicit queer content, but then we were like, well, let's broaden it out a little bit. It could be a queer actor, it could be a queer director, a queer writer. It could be, like with Hocus Pocus, like queer sensibilities. I mean, the witches are drag queens, so it's something we find in that. But at the end of the day, I think where we are now, I mean, we're in our 5th year of this podcast. Ultimately, we can kind of make anything we want queer, because we are the queer lens through which we are looking at these films. So, we might have some films that are more off-kilter picks that are like, oh, that doesn't really scream queer, and we might, as some of our detractors would say, reach for a queer reading. But again, it's our show.
Yeah, and we found interesting angles. Like, I remember when we covered The Rage Carrie 2 in our first year, we decided to use that film as a way to talk about our own experiences with bullying. And then when we talked about Oculus, we talked about the importance of familial, like, sibling relationships.
Right.
And both of those we ended up reading through our own respective queer elements, like our own histories. And then we ended up getting a lot of feedback from people saying, even though this film doesn't really have that strong queer horror element that I was thinking it was going to have, I think a lot of people felt like it connected to them, or it resonated with their own stories. So that's, I think, when we started to let go a little bit of, oh, if it doesn't have a queer character explicitly in it, we can't cover it.
Of course, now it's getting easier, though, because I feel like queer characters in horror films are becoming, like, constant.
Yes. Yeah.
So, in your years of covering queer horror films in general, what is a film that you've come across that you feel kind of best represents either LGBTQ plus people, themes, struggles? What's kind of one that you really look to as like, this is like a gold standard?
We might have the same answer for this, Joe.
Is it Knife Plus Heart?
It was Knife Plus Heart. Yeah, that is absolutely what I was going to say.
Yeah, so Knife Plus Heart is a 2019 film. It's French by director Jan Gonzalez. The entire cast is composed of queer people. It's set in the late 70s on a gay porn film set that's being stalked, and the actors are being killed by a man in a mask. He uses a dildo knife to kill his victims, so it's very like penetrative, very sexual. But it's also like inspired by Italian giallo. The color scheme is wild. It's got a bunch of surrealist nightmare stuff in the back half. But at the end of the day, it's so predominantly queer. And then you can do the reading where specifically it's set right before the AIDS crisis, and it kind of foretells the end of like a sexual liberation. And I don't know, I think it's a really complicated, really interesting, really beautiful film. And it's, to me, also an example of European cinema where Hollywood can talk a big game about, oh, this film is like really queer. And I'm just like, well, let's take a look at what some other countries are doing, because international cinema is still, I would argue, more boundary pushing and progressive when it comes to queer horror than North America.
I think what also sets Knife Plus Heart apart too is the killer himself. I mean, that's not gonna be a spoiler to say, but like the killer himself is queer and has a tragic backstory through his queerness, and the film does explore that. But I think also for the longest time, whenever someone was like, oh, look, a queer horror film, the one movie that always came up, everyone was like, oh yeah, that's the gay movie, was Hellbent. And Hellbent is an American gay slasher, directed by Paul Etheridge. But it's, I mean, that's one where it's more, I say simple, but I use that as like a term of endearment, not as a negative. But it's very much about, oh, this group of queer men in West Hollywood and on Halloween night, and they are stalked by a man in a devil costume. It doesn't really like go beyond that. Like, I do think Knife Plus Heart has a lot more layers to it. But I mean, again, does Hellbent like really represent all of queer men? No, it doesn't. It's very much one body type in that movie. But I think it's also like, it was pioneering. Like, that was what, 2000?
It's a prototype, yeah.
2005,
like
yeah. So
it's one of those films where when we didn't have other examples of it, like, you know, I actually thought, Trace, you were going to say, oh, the one that people reference is Nightmare on Elm Street 2, which is not even explicitly queer. It's queer coded. And of course, now we know that, you know, Mark is a gay man, and he's got like his own tragic backstory that was really perfectly captured in a documentary. But, you know, to me, that's an interesting case of like horror cinema trying to capture something but not having the language or having homophobia sort of layering on top of it. Whereas we're in a day and age now where films can be explicitly labeled as queer horror, and it's like the market they're actively trying to tap into.
When it comes to recommending horror films, whether it be to people who are familiar with the genre, looking for something new, or say people who are trying to get into the genre, and what other films are queer horror or other subgenres, anything like that, what's kind of the one film that you like would always recommend to somebody?
I guess it's just one of my favorites, but I would always be like, hey, watch the entire Scream franchise. Because not only is it a queer creator, I mean, Kevin Williamson wrote 1, 2, 4, and has been directly involved with 5 and 6. It's also, I mean, slashers being one of my favorite subgenres. That's always kind of my go-to, because I also think that, especially even the first Scream, like, it's a horror movie, it's trying to scare you, and it is gory, but I also think that's a horror movie that if someone is wary of the horror genre because they're like, I don't like being scared, I don't like being like grossed out or whatever, I think that does a really good job of like balancing things out with all those aspects.
Yeah, and I'll take the flip side. So Trace and I have we share 2 of the same
favorite subgenres.
What am I even trying to say? We like 2 of the same subgenres of horror. So one is slashers, and the other one is aquatic horror or creature features. And I think that's a sort of soft way to get in for people who don't like horror, because if you can say, oh, do you like Jaws, or do you like something silly like Anaconda, where you get to watch J-Lo battle a giant snake, or something, you know, scary but also kind of vacation-y, where like Rogue is set in the Australian outback.
And see, though, Rogue is an interesting pick, though, because like if I ever recommend Rogue to someone, I'm always like, hey, it is really good, but just a heads up, this is not a crocodile eating a person every 10 minutes movie. Like, it's a slow build to a great climax. But I showed that movie to so many people, and they're like, that's a really boring movie.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think part of what I always have to do is, instead of just directly giving someone a recommendation, I ask them, hey, have you seen a movie lately that you've enjoyed? And then I try to think, okay, what's a comparable film? Like, I know that Trace likes aquatic horror films, and we had to do a guest spot on a podcast recently. So I was like, how about we do a movie you haven't seen, which was Orca from 1977. And then I tried to like give him conditions to be like, so it is a bit slower, it's not super gory. And then he came out of it being like, oh, it was actually way gorier, and like there were more animal attacks than I expected.
But again, though, I think it's required. As you said, you have to ask these people like what kind, because as we've already said, the genre sandbox is so vast. You don't have these subgenres of comedy. You have romantic comedy, you have parody, whatever, dramas. Like, you have like the subject matter, but not like the type of film it is. And I think there's just so much more variety and different variables in genre films that I think you have to, like, if someone says give me a horror movie, I'm like, okay, I have about 5 follow-up questions.
Yeah, exactly.
And now
There's a lot going on.
I'm loving the setup though. The Ghostface, the Thing poster. Is that a Halloween poster blanket?
It is. It is a Halloween poster blanket. Yes.
And of course the Squishmallows. I always appreciate a good
Yes. Yes, they had the Godzilla exclusive Squishmallows, so I had to get Mothra and Godzilla, and then they had some good Halloween ones. And then I'm a big cryptid person, so I have Mothman and a Fresno Nightcrawler, all that good stuff.
How did you get started? Kind of what was your early introduction to horror, and then sort of what were the important films or the important film to you growing up?
I watched my first horror movie at the age of 4, which, you know, got started really early. My grandpa on my dad's side showed it to me, not thinking it was a horror movie, not realizing that maybe a 4-year-old might be a little bit more scared of a giant shark than an adult. But from there, I was such a scared kid, but I loved being scared. It was, my mom always tells stories about how I would convince her to let me watch scary things and say I won't have nightmares, and then I would be like sleeping with the lights on. So that was how I grew up. My dad and I really bonded over horror movies. He was the one that, you know, my parents were divorced, so when I would go over to his house on the weekends, we would watch scary movies together, and then he'd bring me home, and my mom would have to deal with the consequences of watching those scary movies. Some of the big ones for me as a kid were obviously Jaws, but also The Strangers was a really big one for me when I was a teenager specifically, but that one was like, obviously, as you can see, I have all of the masks. That really shaped me a lot. Also, the movie Signs, M. Night Shyamalan's alien invasion masterpiece Signs, was a big one for me also.
I believe your bachelor's is in film studies and English, and then your master's is in film studies and gender studies. So kind of, did horror and your love of horror in any way influence this decision to go in and focus on film at like overall?
Oh yeah. So I went into my bachelor's wanting to do an English degree. I loved English. I loved writing. And that's when I got really excited when I saw there was film studies, because I never had really thought about film studies as being something I could pursue. And so I ended up doing film studies. And actually, one of the reasons horror has been such a huge part of my professional and academic life is because of a horror film class I took my sophomore year of undergrad. And it was meant for seniors, but the professor gave me a pass to be in the class, and it like changed my life. Like, I realized, oh my God, you can write academically about horror. Like, there's so many cool things you can do with horror. And this whole time I was freelance writing on the side because I wanted to still write about horror. I still wanted to like do something with it, but I just kind of never thought it was realistic. I like, I'll never make a living off of this, so I have to do other stuff. Went to grad school, ended up not wanting to go into academia. I got another social media job when I moved back home from grad school, and I just was working that job. I was like hustling though. I was writing all the time in my free time. I was recording podcasts, I was writing, I was pitching. I was trying so hard to find a way to make it work as like a more of a full-time gig because I just loved it so much. And then I was about to actually just quit my job and say, I'm gonna make freelancing work somehow. I can't work this job anymore. I just cannot do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm married to someone, and we're like able to, hopefully have a plan. And then it kind of fell into my lap that Dread Central was looking for someone to help with their social media, and someone had recommended me for the job. And I interviewed for it, and they were like, actually, do you want to have like a bigger role here? And I was like, oh, sure. And it ended up morphing into this really cool opportunity where they're like, oh, you have a lot of really awesome experience. Like, do you want to help us in a bigger role on the site? And I said, absolutely. I took that role. And then a year later, I got the editor-in-chief role. I think at this point, take it for granted a little bit, and I need to not, because it is really cool. I mean, like, it's a job, so it's hard and it's tiring, but it's also really cool because I get to do what I love every day. And it is really awesome to be able to not only get like sneak peeks of big movies, but also champion a lot of indie movies. That's something I love to do. I love like found footage is one of my favorites. I love queer horror. I love female directed horror. And it's really awesome to be able to put a spotlight on films like that too, and be able to have more access to find films like that, because more people are like sending me things, and it's really cool to be able to discover some cool new things along the way. Like, I saw Skinamarink before a lot of people, and I know it's such a snobby thing to say, but like, it's so cool being able to see films like this and then have them blow up like they do. It's kind of cool. Yeah.
But speaking of found footage, I too am also a big proponent of found footage. I think it's my favorite of the subgenres. It's always kind of the one I gravitate towards, and I mainly bring this up because one of the pieces that you've written or are working on from your website is you are writing an academic piece about two films, one of which I absolutely adore, Lake Mungo and the Poughkeepsie Tapes.
So this chapter is part of a book called Filtered Reality, which is coming out from House of Leaves Publishing soon, and it's a whole academic book about found footage. And so my chapter specifically is looking at Lake Mungo and the Poughkeepsie Tapes, and specifically talking about pseudo-documentary, so changing it from being the mockumentary to making it more like found footage and horror specific, and talking about these horror movies that try to look like documentaries and why that is so fascinating, and why it is so interesting how we construct truth and how these movies are so convincing. Lake Mungo is one of my all-time favorites. It's in my Letterboxd top 4. It's been in my Letterboxd top 4. It is so sad. It is so beautiful. It is so scary. I think it is an absolutely just like perfect piece of horror filmmaking in terms of all of the emotions that it evokes. And then the Poughkeepsie Tapes is one of the most upsetting movies I've ever seen, and I've seen it way too many times because I love writing about it because of what it does, but it is so deeply upsetting. That's not a ghost, that's my cat, I promise. Not Paranormal Activity, unfortunately, but I love both of those movies so much and what they do to make you think they're real, because the Poughkeepsie Tapes is so wild because it was initially released in 2007 at a film festival. And it like got this notoriety online of being this like super messed up movie. And there was these clips, and these clips I watched as a kid that scared the absolute shit out of me, where this guy was walking on all fours with a mask on his face, and like you was seeing that creeping up to the woman. And I saw these clips and I thought it was real. And when I finally saw it, it felt like I was watching like a cursed movie, like a cursed snuff film. So the way that it evokes that is just really disturbing and really fascinating.
Obviously, on top of everything that you've done so far, one of your bigger projects is you are co-directing a horror film. You are doing a rape revenge film. Kind of talk to us a bit about the movie, kind of What is it? What's it about? What's kind of been the production like? I mean, this is your first time directing or co-directing a movie, and kind of what's that experience like?
Yeah, so the movie's called Bystanders. It is a rape revenge film. It follows there's three groups of people that kind of come together. So we start with Claire and Gray, who are a couple going to a wedding. Abby, who is a senior in high school, who is going to a party with her two best friends, and then Cody and his frat boys, who are luring the teenage girls to a secluded cabin to rape them, drug them, rape them, and then let them loose to hunt them in the woods. And so when the frat boys let the girls loose, one of them, Abby, she survives. She runs to the road. She sees Claire and Gray. She flags them down. They try to help her. They run into the frat boys. And then we kind of see that Claire and Gray have more up their sleeves than we may have anticipated. I love rape, as I've mentioned before, rape revenge movies are just like a huge love of mine. Especially women-directed rape revenge movies, and like talking about these movies and why they're necessary, and like how to make a good rape revenge movie. And so it's kind of a really cool progression almost to make my own with her script and try to make something that I feel is worthy of entering the canon of female-directed rape revenge movies. And it was really amazing, and it was really hard, and it was like the best and worst experience of my life. Making an indie movie on such a limited budget is really a labor of love, and like I knew that as being a journalist, but now that I know it like firsthand, like how hard it is to make a movie and how much of a miracle it is that any movie gets made.
When it comes to recommending horror films, what is your go-to film that you will recommend to most people?
See, I usually have to ask them like to narrow it down a little bit, because I think everyone's definition of horror is so different. And so like if a coworker at one of my previous jobs was like, recommend me a horror movie, I said, okay, but like what kind do you want? Like what do you want? Gory? What do you want? And that'll kind of help me narrow it down. But it's usually people asking for like new recommendations, like what are movies out now that I should be watching? And so like I usually try to give like under the radar recommendations that aren't like getting all the advertising, and I try to push people to watch Shudder movies as much as possible. Horror streaming service, it's the best. But some of the things that I've been recommending to people who like want just like a good scary movie, I've recommended movies like Terrified, which is an Argentinian horror film directed by Demian Rugna, which is just like a really good scary haunted house movie. And that's a really good one for people who want like a kind of like a Conjuring-esque experience, but it's a little bit different than like typical religious horror. And then I'm trying to think of what other things I typically recommend to people. It's just like, it is so like contextual and like what they like to watch. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No, I mean,
I'd be like, watch Martyrs, and they'd be like, you need to burn in hell. And like one time I recommended Dogtooth by Yorgos Lanthimos to somebody, and they watched it on an airplane, and I didn't realize they were going to do that, and they were so mad at me, and I was like, I didn't watch on a plane. My bad.
No, I mean,
it was me and my friends used to just watch horror movies because they were kind of, everybody else was like, thought they were bad. You know, it's like, how can you watch that gross stuff? So, you know, we were kind of being rebellious and watching it. But it was so much fun. Just, it was kind of a visceral thrill. We also would read like Fangoria magazine to see how the movie magic was made. But what really made me fall in love with the genre was A Nightmare on Elm Street, the original Nightmare on Elm Street. That was such a smart, terrifying original film, and that movie kind of made me show that there was a lot more to the horror genre than just killing people on screen. I have to make it very clear I do not condone killing people in real life.
Well, that's good. That's always good. Is there a particular Nightmare on Elm Street movie that you were a fan of?
The first one is
First one.
is still my favorite film. It's my favorite horror film. It's my favorite film, hands down, because it did really kickstart my love of the genre.
How did you get into screenwriting? What made you decide that you wanted to write movies, or I guess write for entertainment?
Well, I always knew. I grew up in Eastern Kentucky, very, very small town. I think 2,500 people, and I always knew I wanted to work in the movies. When I was young, I wanted to be an actor. That was my kind of goal in life. And I actually studied theater at Berea College in Kentucky. I got an internship, or I got into the summer program at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts over the summer when I was a sophomore, and went to New York and got an internship at New Line Cinema, which is the studio that made Final Destination and also Nightmare on Elm Street previously. And my initial focus was on being an actor, but it was in the early 90s. So non-traditional or diverse casting was not on anybody's radar back in the day. So, my agent was just like, there aren't many parts I can put you up for, just being honest. So instead of being like, I'm going to quit acting, I still wanted to work in the industry, and English was like my favorite subject in school. I've always loved reading and writing, and my English teachers have always been super encouraging to me. All my teachers were encouraging, but since I loved English so much, they obviously sensed that love in me and helped cultivate it. Well, I got the kernel of the idea when I was flying home to visit my family in Kentucky, and I read an article, I think it was in People magazine, about a woman who was on vacation in Hawaii, and her mom called her and said, don't take the flight you're on tomorrow, I have a bad feeling about it. And so the woman changed flights, and the plane that she was on crashed. And so that, I'm on a plane reading this, and I was like, oh, that's pretty creepy and interesting. So I kind of had the idea in the back of my head. I just didn't have a story for it. And when I decided to pursue writing, I was looking for an agent, and at the time they wanted you to write a spec episode of something that was already on television. So I love the X-Files. I was obsessed with the X-Files. So I was like, well, maybe I could take that premonition idea and put it into an X-Files episode. And so then I made the person who had the premonition, I made it Scully's brother, Charles, who had the premonition, and got a group of people off the plane. And then when they started dying, the police thought he was killing them. And so, yeah, it was kind of a perfect marriage. And then I got an agent, but my friends at New Line were like, don't send this to the X-Files. This is a really good idea. Like, you should develop it as a feature. So, yeah, I just started developing it as a feature with some producers, and went through a lot of iterations. At first, it was all adults, and then Scream came out, and then, teenagers were hot again for horror films. So they're like, can we make them all teenagers? I'm like, sure.
Obviously, it changed from your initial script up into what became Final Destination. Kind of what's it like with that studio process, getting that initial script and then like seeing the changes and stuff, and like in terms of your original script and what eventually made it to screen, what were things that like you were able to keep, and what were some things that obviously had to change or were changed?
I think that was probably the best thing about working at a studio for so long, is I got to see kind of how they made the sausage behind the scenes. So I knew a lot of the changes were, if a new director came in, or an actor came in, or, a new hit movie came out, the studio would be like, well, we need to make this more like that. So it was very helpful that I was always able to kind of separate my ego from the process, because I know it can be frustrating, especially if you don't know the behind the scenes stuff that's going on. You can take everything personally. So the change, my thing is like, as long as the movie gets better, I'm happy. And I think the biggest change that James and Glenn did, James Wong and Glenn Morgan were the writer-director team that came on, or James was the director, was in my version, it was very influenced by A Nightmare on Elm Street. So death, since it didn't kill them the first time, it basically used their survivor's guilt or something to haunt them in very kind of reality bending ways, like A Nightmare on Elm Street, until they committed suicide. That looked like purposeful suicides. And then Alex figured out the pattern and that death was after them. But the studio thought that was pretty dark, which I don't disagree with. So James and Glenn came up with the Rube Goldberg kind of MO, where death used everyday things around you. And I actually think that worked out for the best, because I think my version would have definitely appealed to the Nightmare on Elm Street crowd, like the horror fans. but the finished version actually, I think, opened it up to a lot of people who don't really watch horror films have watched this film and been like, oh, I don't like scary movies, but I love the Final Destination movies. And I think that's because it's not as horrific as Nightmare on Elm Street, kind of terrifying scenes and suicide. So I think that was the biggest change that was for the better. And actually the important things to me stayed in there, like the characters and the character arcs and, deaths, Alex figuring out that there was a pattern to how they were dying and figuring out that he could kind of try to stop it.
Now going into the second one, where you kind of were going in, I'm assuming with a different mindset of, okay, it's more of like a Scream style, death. We have the rules and everything now. What was it like going into the sequel and writing the sequel?
Well, I wrote the story for the sequel, and kind of what I wanted to do with that was take what I loved about sequels and expand on it or turn it on its head. So I definitely wanted to start off where we're focusing on a group of teenagers. So you think they're going to be the main characters, and then introduce these adults and, have all the teenagers except for Kimberly get killed off in the opening. So that was one thing I wanted to subvert. That was a lot of fun. And I wanted to expand upon the mythology of the first one, so it wasn't just telling the same story. So I wanted to have it that all the characters in the second movie, like, they find out that their fates are all connected because the people in the first film cheated death. So that it had a ripple effect. So I wanted to kind of expand the mythology. And, I love bringing characters back from the original film. So I originally had Alex and Clear coming back. We weren't able to get Devin, unfortunately, but if we'd had both of them, Clear was going to be killed off and Devin was going to kind of continue the legacy. But since we couldn't get Devin back, we killed Clear. And then, I was like, I probably would have kept her alive if I didn't know Devin wasn't coming back.
But out of curiosity, do you have, besides assuming the first one, do you have a favorite Final Destination film?
I think the second one, I have to kind of agree with the fans on that one. Like it's fun, and again, I just got to do a lot of stuff that I wanted to do with the sequel in that one, and focusing on adult characters again. I think the death scenes were really, Shay Mackey, Gruber, and Eric Bress wrote the screenplay. I think they did a great job of just making a really fun movie. I think that opening is probably that was another thing inspired by Kentucky. We were trying to figure out the opening scene, and originally it was going to be kids were going to spring break and they were at a hotel that they were caught on fire. And the producer's like, we need to come up with something better than that. And I got behind a log truck on the way home to visit my family, and I pulled off the highway, and then I called the producer up, like, out of breath. I'm like, what about a log truck on a freeway? And he's like, that's the opening. And David Ellis, who's now no longer with us, sadly, directed that film. And he used a stunt. He had done stunts, so we knew that he was going to take whatever was on the page and just take it to the next level. And so that's one of my favorite openings of any horror film. And I don't think I'm biased, because I think that a lot of that most of that goes to, like, the acting and to the directing and the editing in that scene. Like, David Ellis just made that such a beautiful scene.
Final Destination 6, is in active development. I believe you've said it's pretty much ready to go. What can you tell us about Final Destination 6? How does it kind of relate with the other films? And just kind of, what can we expect?
We have there's a really great team on this one. Guy Busick, who worked on the last two Scream movies, and Laura Evans Taylor are writing the script. John Watts, who did the Spider-Man Tom Holland trilogy, created the story for that. Adam Stein, I was going to call him Adam Bean. Adam Stein and Zach Lipovsky are directing it. And all I can really say about it is it is very much a Final Destination movie, but the story really kind of digs into the franchise in a very unique way that we haven't seen before in the other films.
in regards to recommending horror films, you know, giving horror movies to people looking for a good scare or just looking for something fun to watch, what's always your go-to answer? What's kind of the horror film that like you feel comfortable recommending to most people?
I usually have to feel them out to see what kind of horror they like, because there are definitely some people who are squeamish, so then I'm not going to recommend anything that's too gory. But you know, I think especially for younger people, I tend to go with like Scream because I love that movie. I do recommend Nightmare on Elm Street, but then I have to be like, it's 80s, it's very 80s. So, you know, but I think Nightmare on Elm Street, Scream, Candyman, you know, is another great film. So those are kind of three of my favorites. I mean, there's so many great horror films, like so many. I mean, Get Out, the M. Night's first one. Why am I blanking on that one? Just because you asked me. I See Dead People. I can't believe I'm forgetting.
The Sixth Sense.
Yeah, The Sixth Sense. Thank you. Silence of the Lambs, I consider a horror film. So there's so many like good ones. I usually just kind of feel out the person. I'm like, well, what kind of stuff do you like, and what kind of stuff would just like I'm not gonna tell some people to see Saw, even though I love the original. You know, that's for a certain taste or people who like certain types of movies.
All right. Well, Jeffrey, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with me.
Of course.
I look forward to all your future endeavors. I'm really excited to see what the future holds. But now we're going to send it back over to the show.
All right. Well, have a great day, and everybody donate.
Here at Multicultural Student Affairs, we value every student. No matter your race or ethnicity, you are guaranteed a home here. MSA offers many resources: a place to study, a place to meditate, a place to socialize, or a safe place to communicate issues or talk with a faculty member. Come down to Gilbert Hall today and join our family. Our roots run deep. Why not grow together? This is a public service announcement from MSA.
If you're looking for a way to get involved and inform the community, student media is the place to be. With CHIP's award-winning newspaper, The Slate, Emmy-winning television station SUTV, campus radio station 88.7 WSYC, and Public Relations Society PRSSA, no matter what you're interested in, student media has something for you. Visit the second floor of the Cub or Roland Hall for more information. This is a public service message from SUTV.
My aunt, I feel, was the first person who made me excited about horror movies. She explained the plot of Psycho to me in a way that made it seem like exciting and not so scary. That was a pretty big scaredy cat when I was younger. I was very easily, even movies that weren't horror movies were scary to me. I thought the Titanic, like the very beginning of the Titanic, was like the scariest thing I had ever seen for the long time, when they're just like underwater, like going through the ship. Like things like that were very, very frightening to me. But she explained it in a way where I started to appreciate the storytelling, I think, more than the being scared of it. So I would say probably A Nightmare on Elm Street was one of those ones that slowly got me into it. And then also I would just watch whatever my sister rented from Blockbuster. So like The Ring, The Grudge, those like early 2000s horror movies. That's how I slowly kind of tiptoed my way in. And then eventually I was just full blown in like anything I could catch on TV. I would watch it. I would rent it as much as I could. And I feel like at some point it just became more fun and like more of a comfort thing than something to be fearful of.
Similarly, I also had a family member, my sister, who was very adamant about letting me see whatever I wanted. As growing up, I wasn't really given limitations towards what I could watch. I was left to my own devices. The original Nightmare on Elm Street, Pennywise and It, the OG It, those movies terrified me, absolutely terrified me growing up. As I got older, I started to appreciate the feeling of watching scary movies a bit more. It was kind of like a place for this scaredy cat to be brave. Oh, what can I handle? What can I handle? What's my limitations and whatnot? Mid-early 2000s, that period of time, I'd say, is when I really got into the genre, because I feel like we were just dishing out horror movies like Halloween candy. Like, it was just everywhere.
How did you two come to meet each other? And then when did the idea for the podcast come about?
So we met in college. We went to a performing arts school, and we were in the same group, which meant that we were in all of the same classes. So we just saw each other. Somewhere along the way, we both discovered that we liked horror, and we started playing horror video games and like watching movies together. But the podcast, that was obviously 10 years ago ish. But the podcast came about actually at the beginning of the pandemic, because that's when I first started listening to podcasts, and it just sounded so fun. I just remember thinking, like, I could do this. I wanted a hobby. I needed something to do. I wasn't feeling very creatively stimulated at the time.
I mean, yeah, like at the time, everything was closed down. Like, there was nothing really to do creatively. And so it was one of those things that, like, Erica just had really great timing with the phone call. But talking about movies is something that we've done for a long time, just throughout our friendship. So the podcast itself was just really putting it in a form that more people can listen to instead of just the two of us.
So then once the podcast gets started, you're covering sort of a mix of modern films and then obviously some more classic horror films. And you've mentioned some subgenres that you're really a fan of. Obviously, Roshane, you mentioned zombie films. But when it comes to films you cover on the podcast, what are kind of your favorite type of horror films to talk about?
So I think one of the big things with us, at least at the start, between Erica and I, Erica's more of like the old school buff. Like, she's seen a lot of like the oldies from like 70s, 80s, 90s, what have you. 2000s beyond, I've seen like a majority of those. So between the two of us, we had a nice mixture of like, all right, Erica would be looking at the oldies, trying to find some classics for us to cover. I'd be like looking through like, all right, what just got released last week that everybody's talking about? And I think that has been fun because it's opened up a bit of variety for us, where it's like we have different tastes. But one of my favorite feelings is when we cover perhaps like indie horror movies or movies that people have possibly seen but no one else is talking about, and just getting those reactions of like, oh my god, somebody's finally talking about this movie.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I like talking about body horror movies or slasher movies just because they're my favorite like subgenre, and I love making Roshane watch body horror movies because he normally doesn't, and I like making him watch them. So I enjoy those and just hearing his thoughts.
On top of doing the show with just you two, you've also had the chance to work with a couple other different podcasts, a couple other horror podcasts, and kind of what's that like, you know, getting to work with, you know, people who both love the genre as well as love doing a podcast and talking about them.
Yeah, I think, I mean, we love doing collabs. We've been trying to get better at it, and having people on our show and going on other people's shows. I think, honestly, one of the hard things about it is not having the episode be like 5 hours long, because it's so easy to just talk and get excited and everybody wants to say their piece, and those episodes can become like, I mean, we have to edit those more than any other episodes we have.
The other addition I want to throw on there too is just like working in the field of this specific genre and podcasting. It also allowed us to get to know a lot more of the horror community in general. And that's something that I honestly, even though I love scary movies, I wasn't like too involved in the community as much until we started this, and it has been one of the most welcoming, awesome groups of people that I've ever met. And like continually, the more people we meet, the more people we collaborate with and work with, that idea just gets solidified more and more, because everyone is so sweet, everyone's so supportive, and it's like, yeah, we like seeing people get mangled up on screen, but like in person, everyone's very nice, everyone's very thoughtful, and like our show is very conversational, and it's very fun to just, again, like Erica said, get to sit down with these people who love scary stuff, who love movies, and then just talk about the things that we like.
There are some things I think that just subconsciously we feel very similar about. So it's also, I think, really nice to bring in a new person who potentially disagrees with us, because I always think those lead to fun conversations, because there are just certain things that we, especially in horror, like we both lean towards in the same direction. So it's always fun to get someone who leans in the other direction. So because I don't know, I just enjoy those conversations and seeing like other people's point of views.
When it comes to recommending horror films, recommending them to fans, recommending them to friends, what is kind of your go-to horror film that you will always recommend to people?
Straight off the
Straight off the dome.
straight off the top.
I would say for like your everyday average, just like I like movies, maybe not just a huge horror fan. I feel like the original Scream is just a great one to like cover everything. I feel like for people who aren't too familiar with scary stuff, Scream is a great starting point. And then from there, Hereditary, any of the Ari Aster stuff definitely jumps in extremity when it comes to the content of it. However, like if people are trying to see a different side of the genre, I'll recommend something like that. And then as far as like stuff that I like, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, 28 Days Later, any zombie film, I'd be like, look, I got you. You want to see zombies eating people? I got a whole list for you, don't worry.
I guess Scream is a really good one, actually. I tend to recommend kind of more of like the classics. If someone's just like, I've never really watched a horror movie, I normally start with kind of like the big ones, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, just because I feel like that's just such a nice place to start. Plus they're not too scary. I think that's the issue I have with recommending things for people, is what I find scary is so different than what maybe a more casual fan finds scary. And I tend to recommend things that I think aren't scary to me, and they'll come back and say, why did you tell me to watch this? That was too much. You know, I that's the issue that I have. So I always feel like those are safe picks for me, because I do think that there's an element to those films that, although it's so inherent, like there are things that are in them that are so specific to the horror genre and that have made such a big kind of like influence on the genre. I think enough time has passed that they're not too scary. And so I just always feel like those are safe bets for people who are more casual or maybe just haven't ever seen those more classic horror films. I feel like those are good ones to start with.
As well, it's a good question. Like I remember like when I was a kid, like I'm talking like 5 or 6. I used to be like, we used to have a local video store where I lived, called Extravision. That was like, I think in America it's like Blockbuster. Well, we had in Ireland we had Extravision, and they used to have like a horror section there. And I think I just was like enticed by just like gruesome looking horror stuff, and I would rent them, but I would never finish the films because I was so young and just terrified by everything. And I think that's kind of where it started, where I think it was just like a general curiosity in morbid stuff and sort of those like really, those are like, because I was born in 1994, and so like I think the movies I remember have been like late 90s, early 2000s, which is the kind of stuff I ended up kind of covering in the channel. And those things there just always interest me, because I wasn't really into like, you know, superhero stuff. I wasn't really interested in like Lord of the Rings and all. Like I still watch that stuff, but I think it was only more so out of because it was like what everybody else was doing, but it just never enticed me as much as like the unknown and the mysterious and stuff. And then it kind of was there for a bit, and then it disappeared during my teens, and then it didn't really come back until I was like maybe in my 20s again, because I had sort of suppressed it because I didn't really have many people around me who were as interested in horror, and it sort of was always seen as like taboo, I guess, where I'm from, because not many, you don't really have the big community here as you probably do elsewhere. So it was sort of something I just kept to myself. Like I think when it came to horror, it was either I was watching those movies alone as a teenager growing up, or playing games, but never really engaging with it in terms of like the wider community. So yeah, I think that's where it started. It was just sort of something that kind of gradually happened, where as easily terrified as I was always curious to see what kind of monstrosity or horrific thing. Because the most distinct memory I have would have been the movie Slugs. That was like one of the first horror movies I remember watching. And it seemed like so simple and primitive now, but back then just the idea of it managed to terrify me.
So you start the YouTube channel, and you know, it started off you're just doing movie reviews and, like you said, more like generalized kind of stuff. When you started covering horror films and kind of doing, you know, what the channel is today with like the video essays kind of exploring specific horror films, do you remember the one like specific video or specific movie you covered where you were like, okay, this is what I want to do?
So I graduated, I think 2017, and so this was about in July time, and I thought I want to give, the channel was around 80,000 subscribers at the time, and I thought I've got to give this a go. I've got to at least give this, you know, see if there's a possible full-time job out of this. So the first video I did where I was like officially full-time would have been the Thing, the John Carpenter film, and I made that, and then I think I made The Mist not long after that. And then again, I started doing just other general films, and then I did like an October section where I was doing like Nightmare on Elm Street, Scream, like just like the classics, the kind of general iconography. And those videos seem to have just got a lot more engagement and a lot more people reacting and responding. And I think it was just like, oh, it's good to see people actually give me feedback. Because I would make videos where there were only like 20 comments or something, where it was nice to see a video where I was starting to see, you know, more closer to like 100 comments, and it was like, okay, it's good to see people sharing their insights and stuff. And then I did the Scooby-Doo horror films, which was like the direct-to-video ones, like Zombie Island and stuff. Then there was like just a string there where I ended up doing that. Then I did Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark? And then that's where I was like, yeah, you know what? I like doing this horror stuff more, because this feels like the thing that I've suppressed and kept to myself for so long, because I'm not surrounded by people that like horror. It's like, but there is people out there that are feeding on that, and it just made me feel like, oh, I can finally like unleash this thing I was really interested in.
Well, speaking for myself, I can definitely say I believe the first video of yours I ever came across was, in fact, those when you were covering the Scooby-Doo direct-to-video films. But I remember the video specifically that really made me a fan and like, you know, like led me to subscribe to the channel and everything is definitely when you covered like Mungo.
Yeah, so I'll admit that I don't really have a system in place for like what I usually cover next. I do try to go on what the recommendation is and gauge what everyone's interested in. But like when you mentioned Lake Mungo, like I love making the really obscure stuff. So like doing like Lake Mungo, and I did Possum, and then like those kinds of things are always like the most exciting ones to make. But those just generally go on if I come to an obscure film and I don't like, I do even the quickest Google search and I don't see much on it, then I'm like, oh, I want to see if I can maybe use whatever reach I have to maybe share with other people. So it's a mixture between like doing stuff that's like, I don't know anyone else that really talks about this film, I'm going to talk about it myself. I try to avoid generally like what's like recent releases, because it's a very different ecosystem, because you're kind of competing for views, and you're kind of it just becomes the algorithm game, which I don't like doing. But my general mindset is I look at what my viewers recommend, and then I look and I have to look kind of deep in my soul and go, does this engage me enough to want to talk about it? Because there was a period of time where I was just going on recommendations and requests, and I realized that I was kind of not as interested in talking about it. So my system now is just I wholeheartedly only talk about what interests me, and the ones that interest me are revisiting films from my childhood. So I do a lot of like early 2000s because that was my growing up period. So there's like the time where it's like I'll go back to that film going, I remember seeing like 13 Ghosts when I was a kid, and with Matthew Lillard and stuff, and it's like looking at that again as an adult, like changing my perspective on that. So doing those ones are my favorite.
The video you were most proud of, like, do you have like a favorite video that you've done that you like look back on just like, damn, I did a really good job on this?
There's actually quite a few. Like when you mentioned Lake Mungo and Possum are two of my favorite ones I made, because it was really cool. Those were cool because they were like so super obscure and like no one was really talking about them. Lake Mungo was an interesting one because I think I had only heard I had seen it years ago, but I didn't remember it. But I had last heard about it from one of the guys from Red Letter Media, I think, mentioned it. Like Jay from Red Letter Media mentioned it, and it had always sat in my mind going, oh yeah, I vaguely remember that. I might go back and watch it. And then that was where that started. Those two, there's Rose Red, which was like an old Stephen King miniseries I did. And then there is one of my favorite videos I made was the Untold History of Spider Movies, which was like the most amount of work I've ever put into a video in a long time. So
I would also say another favorite video of mine, of yours, besides the Lake Mungo one, I think your video on the Bay is a really strong one. That was another movie that I was introduced to through your video. But on top,
that video was so badly hit with censorship from YouTube because of like. I was like, when I made it, like usually I censor all my videos, but it's funny, I made that one, I was so proud of making it, and then it absolutely, when it released, it was like, I got hit by like 3 or 4 like demonetization things because I forgot how many dead fish and how many dead things were in that, and I didn't censor any of them.
What's kind of like the one you always go to as like you always have in your back pocket when it's like, hey, I'm trying to find a scary movie to watch. You're like, I got one right for you.
Oh, damn. You know what? Like, so my question whenever someone goes to me, what's the best horror film out there? I always say, the first question I always ask them is like, okay, well, you got to tell me, do you like gore? And if you like gore, then I go with The Thing. And if you don't like gore, then I typically would go with The Others, because it's like very like any sort of like standard haunted house supernatural film generally does the job. Like I think like The Conjuring's a very easy sell for people because it's like, I wouldn't say it's like the best of the best or necessarily like it like it's one of those ones where you go where like the sort of vanilla horror film. So like The Conjuring and The Others are two I would go to because it's like, okay, they're not really gory or violent, they're just spooky and they've got all the kind of the notes that you kind of need. But like, because I try not to go for one that's too heavy-handed, or like, so I wouldn't, like I always say, like Hereditary is like one of the best films I think it's come out in recent memory, but I wouldn't straight up recommend it because it's like folk horror, and folk horror takes a bit of like, it's a bit of an acquired taste where you need to see, takes a few folk horrors to kind of get the tone of it, I guess. That makes it sound like super pretentious and gatekeepy, but like I always say, it's like, yeah, it's easy to go with like a James Wan film and just start there because this stuff is kind of like the baseline vanilla jumping off point for everything. But I always just go, because it's like, I would never recommend a lot of people, I've had people who are not into horror going, oh, what would you recommend, Scream or recommend Halloween? It's like, I'd recommend Scream, but I wouldn't recommend Halloween because Halloween's at that point where this might sound controversial. It's like Halloween, it's not that it hasn't aged well, it's just that it made more sense in its time in terms of being a horror movie. I think we're so desensitized to the simplicity of it now. You need something that's a bit more energetic, I think.
So like the 2018 Halloween, like the newer.
Oh, you could go with that. I never thought. Yeah. Like it's, you can see like when I look at like the original Halloween, which I really like, but I can see why. Like I have so many friends who watched it for the first time in recent memory and they didn't like it, and I think that that's completely fine because it's such a very, very light film compared to what it was for its time. Whereas you watch 2018 film, it's like, this is Halloween in a modern, this is what a modern Halloween film should look like. It's like, it's not, it's meant to be more like, yeah, like action packed, and it's a bit more brutal and in your face, whereas the original isn't. So it's, yeah, it's like I always have to go for that, like, because I mean I'm not like that pure. I'm not purist enough with horror films. Like I don't think it's like you need to watch the classics to really get into it. Like you everyone's different. It's very everyone's tastes are going to be different. But I always say it's like start with like a James Wan, The Conjuring style thing, and then if you want, then you kind of spread out from there. If you want to go towards like gore and splatter and stuff, you kind of then verge towards like is that like Scream or something, and then you can go the other direction if you want to go into more like psychological stuff. Hope that's answered the question. I feel like I'm rambling a lot.
Yeah, no, you're all right. That does answer my question.
Well, everybody, here we are. It is currently 7:27 here in Shippensburg. It is Saturday, October 21st now, and this is a weird feeling. This is a real bizarre feeling. I know there's still about a half hour left here, technically until 8 a.m., but I'm gonna talk a bit here. Hopefully this won't fall over, because that would just be awkward. So I'm actually gonna hold on to it. Sleep deprivation is definitely starting to set in, I think, for most of us here. It's been a long 12 hours, but it's been a lot of fun. It's kind of a bittersweet feeling, I guess, is the best way to put it, at least for myself. As mentioned at the top, all the way back at 8 p.m., if you can remember that distant time, I had said that this was something that I had been working on since about May. So it's been 4 to 5 months of work, and it's very weird now that when the camera fades, it's kind of the end. It's weird. It's a weird feeling, and again, I don't know if the emotions I'm feeling here are in any at all based on the lack of sleep. I do not know, but it's kind of sad. But I'm also incredibly proud of this project in general. In particular, I just want to give a very special thank you to pretty much everyone that made this possible. Not only to our guests, not only to our great donors who donated a lot of the prizes. Speaking of which, some of the prizes were not won tonight, so stay tuned to SUTV's social media, and that is where you'll find out more of the information about all of these prizes. In the meantime, however, I of course have to give a shout out to everybody currently in the studio here right now, and everyone who wasn't here in the studio tonight, and everyone who's helped make this possible along the way. They know who they are. I truthfully could not have done this without any of them. So I thank you all. From the bottom of my heart, this has been, I don't think ever in my wildest dreams I thought I would be able to do something like this. Growing up as a horror movie fan and watching the films that made me fall in love with movies, I never thought that I would get to a place in my life where I would get to celebrate them with an audience outside of my household. But here we are. And, there were plenty of ups and downs along the way, technical difficulties. Nothing is going to be perfect the way it turned out. But at the end of the day, at the end of the night, I guess technically, since it's 7:30 a.m., we've officially hit the half hour before 8 a.m. I guess what I've kind of learned is, even if it doesn't go the way you think, as long as you had fun doing it, I think that's kind of the message I'm trying to get here is, as long as you're having fun, I think that's all that matters. And I had a lot of fun. I'm talking about this as if this is my last semester when I still have one more semester left here in the spring. It's just kind of weird now that I won't be editing stuff for this. It's a very weird feeling, It's kind of that feeling when you were in high school theater and you've worked on the show for 3 months, and then when the Sunday show kind of finally rolls around, you get super emotional and you just don't know how to control it. And I know that makes me sound like a theater kid, which technically I am, which I know is embarrassing. That's a self-report right there, red flag for most. But no, in all actuality, it's a very similar feeling. And I'm rambling on here at this point. And is there really a point to any of my rambling? I'm not entirely sure. Again, I am very tired, as most of my crew is. So I am not going to want to keep them away from their nice, comfy beds any longer here. So with that, I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. You have been a wonderful audience. This has been a wonderful night. The GoFundMe, as a reminder, that is going to be open until October 31st, Halloween night. The GoFundMe is still going to be live. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. And obviously, keep donating. We want to make hospitals less scary for kids. Spirit of Children is the wonderful charity and we want to make sure that we are giving them as much money as possible because, again, it is all for a great cause. Anyways, again, this has been It Came From the Television. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. This has just been an absolute treat for me. I hope everyone who's helped out with this event has enjoyed it. I hope everyone who tuned in had a fun time. And again, this has just been an absolute dream come true. So thank you to everyone. But that is going to do it for us here. The sun is starting to rise. And with that, I want to thank everybody so much. And as mentioned, this has been It Came From the Television right here on SUTV. But happy Halloween and have a wonderful day.